Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Social Media Summit. Hope you're all fantastically well this morning. Can you let me know that you can hear me? Put a comment in. Can you see me? Is everything all okay your end? It's nice to know that I'm not just talking to myself, because that is all I can see. So a little bit of a housekeeping for the day. Can you make sure that you are nicely engaged, switched on? As you'll see, I've come to my office today. This is not my home, with a wife and 3 children at home, all under the age of 8. I wanted to make sure that we had minimal noise, minimal distractions, take everything away that we need to, close the door, grab your pens, pads, papers, the whole lot, and we can obviously really kick things off for you today. We're going to be doing, at the end of every single presentation, and I'll go through the agenda in a second, we've got Q&As lined up for you. We've obviously got several different speakers coming up today, which I'll go through as well. You'll have a chance to ask all your questions, so make sure that you put those into the comments. We've got WhatsApps going on behind the scenes to make sure this all runs extremely smoothly. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we won't have any technical issues. Would you believe last night, whilst having dinner, my oven decided not to turn off and was getting extremely hot, which then started tripping the power, which now means that we've got no internet at home. So thank goodness for being able to come here today, because I would have been in a right pickle if we'd have not managed to sort that out. So across the course of today, you are going to learn how to use social media effectively to monetize it. So many people spend time on social media, but actually watching cats on skateboards, being distractive, scrolling, consuming rather than creating. And it is creating that ultimately brings you the pennies and the pounds. So we're going to be making sure that you have all of that knowledge by the end of today. Today is for the action takers, for the go-getters, the ones, if you're wanting results and you want to make sure that you can maximize your time, leverage your time to get the best possible results you can from social media. So we are in very unusual times, 12 weeks being stuck at home, not being able to see family, friends, anyone at all. But you've still got an opportunity with the fact that we're only slowly going back to normal. Loads of people are still sitting out there in the world waiting for you to share your message. So you need to be diving into what we're going to be talking about today as soon as possible. Social media now is the greatest time for social media. There's plenty of opportunity, and I'm going to be talking to you about the changes that I've experienced over the last sort of 12, 13 weeks since putting more effort into social media. And I really want you to stay tuned to throughout the day, but also to the end of my presentation, I'll be talking you through how you can really monetize it, how I've monetized it, how we've had great results from it. If you're obviously following Rob and Camilla and everybody else, you're going to see exactly how they've done it too. So my printer in the office wasn't working today, so I've just got to bring up my agenda, which is good because it means I now can't see myself. But what we're going to do is I'm going to be talking you through Social Media Accelerator. So how, whether you are at the beginning of your journey, the middle of your journey, first time using social media, maybe you're using it a little bit, maybe you feel like you're consuming more than you're creating, I'm going to be showing how you can get started, how you can get results, and how you can utilize it and monetize it to generate leads, clients, sales, JV partnerships, whatever it might well be. And at the end of that, around about 12:15, I'll be doing a Q&A for you where you can post all your comments and your questions in, let's say in the WhatsApp group. I've got messages being shared, so I'll be able to go through some question and answers with you. At 11:30, we've got Sam Rothlin coming on, LinkedIn expert and guru. I'll put my teeth back in. LinkedIn expert and guru coming to talk to you all about how you can utilize LinkedIn to get more results. Then my good friend, client, and also other lead trainer on social media with Progressive, Camilla, is coming up at 1:15 after a wee bit of a lunch break. To talk to you about the next level to what I'm going to be talking to you about, the influencer side of things, how you can get more results and grow your social media to generate more income, more leads, more clients, more sales, more JV partnerships, to get good goals and outcomes from it. Stop wasting time on it and monetize it is really the principles and the messages for today. Camilla's going to be doing Q&A at 2:45 until about 3 p.m. And we have got a wee bit of bad news. And unfortunately, Jamie York couldn't be with us today. So we're going to be covering off PPC ads at a later date. So you'll need to make sure that you keep an eye on your inboxes. But we have got Paul O'Mahony coming in to talk to you about rethinking social media. I've seen him many times live at Progressive, but I've never actually seen him on a webinar. So that's going to be fantastic at 3 o'clock. And then at 4:30, he's going to be doing Q&A for you. And then obviously my mentor, head of Progressive with Mark, Rob Moore, is coming to talk about the 7 C's of building a vast personal brand, which means that we should finish at around about 17:45, 5:45, 6 p.m. Probably have some Q&As. So it's a jam-packed, action-packed day. Myself, then Sam talking LinkedIn, then Camilla, then Paul, then Rob to finish us off before we close the day out. So I'll just bring down my Word document. So I just want to say before we kick things off and I bring up my first presentation around Social Media Accelerator, I want to thank you all for taking the time out of your day today. We want to give you a huge amount of value as always, show you how you can monetize social media, get the best results from it, and ultimately stop you wasting time on it. So have a really good day, enjoy, ask lots of questions, stay engaged, keep loads of notes and loads of detail on your pads, and let's get into things. Thanks very much. Just got to share some screens and move things over. So here we go. So Social Media Accelerator is what we're going to be talking about for the first part of the day, right the way through until about 11:15 roughly. You've got me until about 11:15. So in relation to Social Media Accelerator, as just to give you a bit of an idea, what we're going to be covering today is we're going to be talking lots about personal brand and a little bit about business brand and why the two are completely different, and an element of why you need to focus on both. We're also going to talk about the social media objectives. What's the point in being on social media? What outcomes should you be looking for? What are the challenge of actually being on social media? How do you stop wasting time and start making money from it? A little bit of a blueprint that we've put together, a process, a system, a way in which you can utilize it so you can actually get more results from it. All the channels that you ultimately need to be on, the benefit of those channels, how to set some of those channels up, why you need to be on them. And once you've got those channels set up, how you utilize content marketing. I've done time and time again, had to do cold calling for my mortgage brokerage. We've called databases, we've wasted time, and actually utilizing content marketing. When you understand the principles of it, you can bring your ideal client to you. You can attract people into your world, which saves you a hell of a lot of aggravation and saves you having to, waste time. That's the biggest thing. We're going to be talking to you about not wasting time. I'm going to talk you through the social media algorithm, how it works, so that you can then get more results from it, and ultimately then launching products online, launching coaching, mentoring, training, getting leads, clients, and sales, so you can then make more pounds from it. Now, let me just have a quick drink. So, just for some of you who don't necessarily know me, my name is Gary Das. I am lead trainer for Progressive, have been for just over 12 months now on the Social Media Influencer Masterclass, which we used to run at Progressive Towers and HQ, and we could see people and hug people and be around people. But to give you a little bit of an idea, I've only been using social media since 2016. My biggest mistake in building my mortgage brokerage when I went self-employed in 2006 was I spent 10 years buying leads, paying companies like Money Supermarket and everything to bring inquiries into my business. And it got to a point where I built a business that I hated. It was successful, it was profitable, but I saw an opportunity to niche within the mortgage market. I downsized and started all over again on January 2016. And I vowed that I would do everything differently. I vowed that I would start all over again. And the main thing that I used was not to rely on other companies for my leads or for my marketing, was to start learning about it and doing it myself. And that's the really, really important thing. And having utilized social media now for, since 2016, I've now got clients that I love. I've now got clients that I really like to work with. I have fun on it every single day. We won Mortgage Strategies Best Small Broker in my brokerage, Active Mortgage, last year. They mentioned it was because of the use of social media and things that I'm going to talk you through today. In last year, we raised 132 million in finance, mortgages, all the different strategies that you would have seen. The big shift, which I'm going to talk to you about, is video. I've probably done over 100 videos now, including lives over the last 13 weeks. That number's probably increased. I've been consistently doing a live every morning at 8 o'clock. And consistency is one of the biggest things on social media that you need to be putting time into. Reflecting on my numbers in terms of the business, 800,000 from social media sales, both in my brokerage, but also now in my coaching and my mentoring and my training. Because as a result of just trying to help my ideal client buy their dream home, invest in property, that then started raising my profile so that actually my industry started asking me for help. How do I do video? How do I track leads? How do I build my business, etc., and so on and so forth. And in the last 15 months, we've gone from 8 mentees to 118 mentees as financial services professionals. And my following has grown, is continuing to grow, and has definitely grown more so over the last 13 weeks. On average across all channels, because I try to be everywhere. I've got a team now as well with a full-time social media manager and a content writer, video editor. Roughly got around about 35,000 followers online. Now you can attribute each one being worth £22.85, which if you compare that to the likes of Kylie Jenner, for example, each one of her followers, she's the youngest billionaire. Each one of those is worth like £500. So I'm definitely nowhere near on that scale, but it is a measure of your success in terms of tracking, the money that's coming in. And actually, one of the things that I haven't put on here is from 2016 until the beginning of 2020, everything was organic. Everything was content marketing. There was absolutely no paid advertising at all until this year. And the reason why I started it this year is because in last March, I had a team of 3. We've now grown to a team of 13. And those people have all come to me through social media. But I don't tell you this anyway, which to brag, because I actually left school with 2 GCSEs. Ironically, one was in maths, I got a C, and the other one was in an A star in business, where I made a nice little wood mahogany table that still sits in my parents' dining room. But practical application is something I'm really good at, and I think most of you, if you're following this, if you're an action taker, if you want real results, you can do the same as what we've done and what we're going to talk you through today. Because I've only got 2 GCSEs. I've still managed to have success. I've still managed to build a business. I've still managed to learn and understand marketing. And now I love teaching, training, coaching, mentoring. And I just don't want you to feel the pain that I did, back in 2015, doing things completely incorrectly. And we've got an opportunity now to do things differently. So that's enough about me. I promise you I won't bore you with any of that anymore. But let's talk about personal brand and why it is important to you and your business. So the big thing about personal brand is the fact that it's going to attract your ideal client. As I constantly tell my mentees, and I want you to think about, in marketing circles, they always talk about having a market, a message, and a media. You need to understand who your market is, who that ideal client is that you want to deal with. So I would urge you, as a matter of writing this down, thinking about who is your ideal client that you want to deal with 5 days a week, 52 weeks of a year. How old are they? You know, what do they look like? What do they sound like? What job do they do? What income do they earn? Get into the demographics of it. And here's something crazy. The amount of times I've done this with people, 9 times out of 10, they come back to people who are just like them, because people like you will like you. And the beauty of actually attracting your ideal client is the fact that you start to repel everybody else. And that's the really important. If you're all things to all people, then you effectively attract nobody. So it's about knowing what you stand for and what you stand against. Because in knowing what you stand against, you will repel those that you don't want to be working with anyway. So it's really important that you understand who is ideal and then who you want to focus on, because that message will dive through and pierce through to reach them much, much quicker. And ultimately, it's about then taking yourself and packaging you up so that therefore you can appeal. And the big thing I always tell people, you've got to think for a moment that when you are trying to reach more people, are your friends because of the job that you do, or because of who you are, what you stand for, what you stand against, what things you have in common? That is why personal brand is so important, because people buy people. And it's making sure that you understand these elements, because 9 times out of 10, someone will use you for their product, for their service, or, you know, will choose you to arrange their product, provide their service, should I say, because they like you. You know, I can think of a time when I've bought a car in the past and I've walked into the dealership and you've got a salesman there who just doesn't try to build any rapport, doesn't try to find any kind of commonalities. They're just interested in making the sale. And it's more, you know, that's just not, you end up not wanting to buy from that person. And your clients might be feeling the same thing. If all you post out into the social media world is business, 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 then no one's going to find anything about you. They're not going to have anything in common. They're not going to be fans, which is what you ultimately want to create. You want to create raving fans who you're going to know, like, and trust. And so you need to understand what your strengths and weaknesses are. Because also, if you want to build your business, you need to understand what your weaknesses are, so you can actually recruit people who can improve your weaknesses so that you can focus on more of your strengths. But sharing your strengths and sharing your weaknesses particularly helps you to resonate more with the people that you most want to work with and most want to attract. And that's why it's really important to understand your values. What's most important to you in your life? You know, who do you most want to hang around with? For me, doing my business is all about, you know, spending more time with my family. And when I built my business in 2015, I wasn't spending much time with my family. I was back to work 3 days after my first daughter was born. I missed so much. Luckily, when Willow, my middle child, was born almost 6 years ago, I was able to make a change. And social media has actually allowed me to have that time, because the people that I'm attracting into the business are like me. They're therefore more willing to pay for my service, which therefore means that you can make more profit in your business by working with people that you love. So understand your traits, understand what's good and what's bad about you. Understand that, you know, I'm quite a fast talking paced individual. I'm not necessarily for anyone. You almost want to be a little bit like Marmite, which is quite weird, because we obviously are in an environment which is wanting to be liked. But when you really, really want to be liked, what you've got to realize is if someone is negative towards you because of your personal brand on social media, they were probably never going to buy from you in the first place. And they're probably not somebody who's your ideal client. So if you're getting 50 people follow you, but then 20 are unfollowing you, that's almost a good thing, because it means that, you know, you're starting to have an audience of people who buy into you. And I see this all the time in relation to social media and all the different channels, which we're going to talk about and touch on later, is about being different people in different places. How much effort is that ultimately going to be? Trying to be so many different things. You know, on LinkedIn, you must be more professional. You know, you can't talk about your family and your life. What an absolute load of rubbish. And Sam may correct me on this. We shall see. But for me, I don't want to have all that stress and aggravation of trying to be more professional in a business meeting on LinkedIn and more like I am now in terms of my personal brand. If you go back through my social media channels and look at my YouTube, for example, you'll see me almost suited and booted, where I was corporate Gary back in 2016, you know, feeling like as a mortgage broker, I needed to be that professional individual, like someone you walk into in a bank. And if you go back through my profile, there'll be questions and polls where I asked people, you know, which picture do you prefer? This kind of image or the suited and booted? And some people do prefer the suited and booted. Some people prefer the personal relationship side of things. And that's the thing, there's always going to be divide. There's never going to be one size fits all. But you want to be most congruent with you in terms of your personal brand, which is about being the same absolutely everywhere. It takes the stress, it takes the aggravation, and it takes the worry out of it. And most of the fears that you're going to have in terms of putting yourself out there are not going to happen anyway. You know, we always think that we're going to be, you know, our brains and ourselves are actually built in a time whereby, you know, there was dinosaurs and cavemen and things that actually could potentially kill us. So we always live in a sort of a fight and a flight and a fearful nature because we're worried about those kind of things. You worry you're going to get trolled. You worry what you look like when you put a video out. You worry how your post is going to be perceived on social media. But those fears that you probably have aren't going to happen. And what you'll generally find with most of the people that are successful, and as I say, I didn't want to be on social media until 2016, where I realized it was a necessary evil. But I can honestly say that coming from a place of value and trying to help and solve other people's problems has meant that I've not really been trolled. Yeah, I've had a few negative comments and things like that, but nothing that you would necessarily worry about or need to worry about. So I want to emphasize to you in relation to these fears. Here are three very different personal brands. Some of you will probably be chuckling right now at the thought of these three different individuals, but they all have a personal brand. They all have people who love them and hate them. They all have a following. They're all Katies. And you may have one that you prefer over another. But they all know who they are. They know what they stand for. They know what they stand against, and they're clear on their personal brand, and they're not trying to appeal to all people. So it's about understanding you and getting clear in terms of who you are. And these are things that we talk about, you know, when we look at the Social Media Accelerator and the way in which we teach this stuff and have been doing for the Social Media Influencer Masterclass over the last couple of years. You know, is understanding who you are so you can then best resonate with your audience. So another personal brand for all you football fans that are potentially watching, Cristiano Ronaldo. He actually, and this is insane in terms of numbers, £975,000 per Instagram post. That's absolutely insane. 47.8 million raised from social media as a means to his income. And that's because he has a personal brand. It's because he has a following. And that's the crazy thing, is by building a following, you can then actually start to monetize your audience, which is what we want to talk to you about today. You don't need to worry about talking about you. Some of you may have seen this little guy. Rob references him a lot. You know, my kids are watching him a lot. I saw the other day he's got a blooming TV program now as well, which we can't even escape him from the TV. He was just on the iPads. But Ryan's Toys, an 8-year-old boy. Yes, he's obviously got a dad in the background there who inspires him and motivates him. 2019, he raised $26 million as an income, £20 million from his YouTube channel. You know, Facebook now has a monetization feature based on watch time, based on viewership, which is what he's talking about. You know, that's what he gets in terms of an income from YouTube. So it's really important that you think about your following and building an audience. Another little personal brand and business brand now to give you a comparison. This is why personal brand is so important. No doubt you've seen this logo, huge brand, 1.55 million followers across all social media channels. the owner, the leader, the person who drives the business forward, and he doesn't even own the full percentage of most of Virgin. 29 million followers on social media channels. And this is the big thing that you need to understand. Your business brand is there because it gives a means and a purpose to something bigger than you. However, when you lead the business with a personal brand, it's like rocket fuel, because people will utilize Virgin as they will use your business because of who you are and what you stand for. And equally, you will find, particularly in the early years of your business, that the vision, mission, and values and these elements, they will be interlinked. They might even be exactly the same. Another business and personal brand, Progressive Success, Mr. Rob Moore. Progressive started in 2007, just over 500,000 followers. Rob launched his personal brand when he released Life Leverage back in 2016. Catching them up. Look at the timescale in which it has taken to build a personal brand. He's achieved it so much quicker because we buy into who he is, what he stands for, the message that he shares. We know that that bleeds down into Progressive. We know what we can expect from them as a business. And when we get their training and invest in them and spend money on their courses and their mentorship and their coaching, we know what we're going to be getting, and you know what you're going to be getting and the outcome that you're going to be getting, because you see Rob at the forefront talking about it. And I know that one of the things that some of you will be thinking is you've got friends and family on your profiles. Well, your friends and family, I can tell you now, will be the last people to like and comment and share anything that you do. That's certainly been my experience. It's certainly the experience of a lot of my mentees. It's certainly an experience that your family and friends will be the ones who comment and say, this social media stuff, you're always on it. It's not a business. It's not this, that, and the other. Well, I'm going to show you today that it is. And it's one that takes a little bit of time to get your head around, but it's one that will massively benefit you. So stop worrying about, all of that stuff, and let's have a look at some of the things that I share. So what is a personal brand? Well, when I think about my values and what's most important to me in my life, the things that I share, my family is the first one. Talking about my family, showing not necessarily their faces consistently. You'll see they're now reaching an age where they have a choice whether they can be on social media or not. But it's ultimately making sure that, talking about personal life. Most of my clients who I work with within my mortgage brokerage are my age. They are interested in the same types of things that I am. They're going through the same challenges. Willow, we've got the decision over the course of the next couple of weeks as to whether we send her back to school or not, because she's in year 1, I think it is. Emily's 8, Hunter's 2, so we don't have to worry about that, but he will be going to be nursery in September. Your friends are your friends partly because you're going through the same things at the same time as well, not because of the job that you do or what you sell. It's also about things like fitness is another big passion of mine. And I have a lot of people who follow me in a fitness sense and talk to, want to see the fitness side of things. So it's also looking at that and sharing about my fitness and my journey and looking at, the commonalities. A lot of my clients are personal trainers. They're into fitness themselves. They're into health and well-being. And funnily enough, one of the products that we sell is Vitality Insurance, where you get rewarded for being able to, do your steps, get involved in health and fitness. I talk about how fitness underpins my mindset and my business, which is the third part. And the crazy thing is, this image is the Social Media Influencer Masterclass, probably the last one that I did. We charged nearly £3,000 for this 2-day course all around social media. And it's an opportunity where, I actually, going back to 2015, I classify myself as socially anxious. I existed with my team, with my family in this bubble. I talk about this all the time on social media because I think any of you can achieve anything that you want to, provided you take the required action. And I did an LP practitioner back in 2016. I then started to invest in myself in terms of my business and my social media knowledge, my marketing knowledge. And fast forward to now, I couldn't sit, or actually back in 2015, I couldn't sit in front of 30 people in a room. I was number 28 out of 30 at a breakfast meeting, and maybe you can relate to this. And the anxiety that I felt just standing up and doing my 30-second pitch at a breakfast meeting scared the living hell out of me. But I knew that if I wanted to get better at it, I needed to, one, learn how to do it. And two, I needed to do it more. I needed to be more consistent. And then now I've achieved lead trainer on Social Media Influencer Masterclass. I'm able to talk to you here. I've presented in front of my largest audience of just over 300 people. If you'd have asked me in 2015 if I even thought that was possible, hell no would have been my answer. You know, not being able to speak to 30 people and now holding an audience consistently, doing 3 or 4 different masterclasses with Progressive, hosting events consistently, being in business partnership with Rob and Camilla and the team, it makes a big, big difference. And the reason why I share this with you is because you can do this too, providing you invest in yourself and look to get a different result. Because it's about not wasting time, taking more action, and starting to make more money from the effort that you put in. And I think this is a really cool image that I really, really like, because your vibe attracts your tribe, your following, your fans, the people that you ultimately want to hang around with. Now, when I run the social media discovery days at Progressive, I often do this little exercise with people where I get them to think about the social media objectives and what they ultimately want to get from it. But I haven't got time with you today, so I'm going to share my kind of top 10 with you. So when you're thinking about utilizing social media, you want to make sure that you're doing it for some sort of commercial goal or gain. So the first thing that I would look for you to do is to increase your reach, the number of people that are able to see your posts. Now, when I started my daily Facebook Live on my page at the beginning of this Corona environment, what we're talking 12, 13 weeks ago, my average 28-day reach was around about 40,000. Now, in the last 28 days, looking at my phone this morning, my reach on Facebook is over 240,000 reach. And having a bigger audience that I'm able to put myself in front of gives me an opportunity to get more engagement. And when you get more engagement, I'll show you later how that plays with the algorithm, which then in turn leads you to more fans, more followers, more subscribers, more people on your database. You know, my following is going up consistently at the moment. With more time on my hands, I've been putting more effort into Instagram, and I'm currently getting around about 80 followers per day on my Instagram, as well as the following increasing on my Facebook every single day. Email subscriber lists are going up, because then when you're able to have a following and a fan base, you can start to launch books, podcasts, and I'll show you some examples of how I've done that in a moment. But that's when you have a following and you have an audience and a tribe, you're able to get more results. But it's understanding how to do that in the first instance. That then generates more leads for your business. We've gone from 7 leads per month in April of 2016 to over, almost pre this Corona environment, over 100 leads a month being generated organically through social media, through video, through everything that's out there that I've been building on, the assets that I've been building on. And as I mentioned, I've been, from doing all my social media content, it's enabled me to build an audience of not only mortgage clients who want to buy and invest in property, but also now mortgage advisors who don't want to go through the same pain that I did, who are potentially newly self-employed, looking for new versions of leads and clients because perhaps they've only been utilizing a estate agency as one main method of generating leads. I'm now showing them and teaching them how to use social media. So I'm starting to launch and sell products and services and courses online through Facebook groups, through landing pages, which myself and my team have built. And I'm going to be showing you how we've done that a little bit later on. That's been giving me speaking gigs and opportunities. So by putting a piece of content out consistently, you could be invited to speak on other people's stages, which then might give you a bigger audience. It can bring you new opportunities into your businesses, such as partnerships. You know, if you think about The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, the ex-wrestler, or Gary Vaynerchuk, you know, kind of one of the kings of social media, shall we say. He kind of launched this whole personal brand and online content marketing method. You know, that both of them, The Rock is sponsored by Under Armour. Gary Vee is sponsored by K-Swiss. And when they launch a product, they're able to sell it out in seconds because of the brand and the sponsorship deal that they have. For you property people that are joining in, you'll be able to raise finance. And time again, you know, Camilla's coming up later. She's raised thousands in finance. My clients have raised thousands in finance. And here's one example for you. One of my clients is a fitness guy. As I mentioned, I attract a lot of fitness people because people seem to perceive that I'm a bit of a fitness guy. But Alex used to be a proper stand on the stage in front of hundreds of people in his Speedos, like a body that you would see on the front of magazines, ripped and shredded to pieces. And he had never showed that side of himself on social media. And the reason why is it's probably because, like, for some of us, you know, when we look back at pictures of ourselves when we're 15 and 18, we can't believe the haircuts that we've got and the things that we used to do. I used to love fake tan when I was 18 years old. Oh my goodness, my pictures are horrendous. But, you know, he used to have these pictures, and I said to him, look, mate, sharing that, I know as someone who's into fitness, and I've never had a six-pack because I love food too much. I know the dedication, the commitment, the consistency, the mentalness, the mental ability to be able to stand in front of hundreds and be judged that you've had to go through in order to be able to achieve your goal. Kieran, who probably most of you know within the community, he's so dedicated to that. He's so committed. And when my client was able to share images of himself in his Speedos on the stage, reluctantly, he actually, as a result of that, someone who had been sitting in the shadows, never commented, never liked, never shared, but had money to invest, asked him, said he wanted to give him a couple of £100,000 to utilize to invest in his property strategies. And that was because the reason why is because when that JV partner saw him actually in his Speedos, he knew that he was the guy that was going to be able to look after his money. Because if he could have the same dedication and commitment to that cause of putting his body and his brain through that, he knew that his money was going to be safe. So what are you doing in your personal life and in, currently now that you could utilize to build your personal brand so that other people can build know, like, and trust in you? So that's then going to bring JVs and partnerships. And the most important one is money and income. Because otherwise, what's the point in doing it if you're not going to get some kind of monetary goal from it? You need to stop wasting time consuming and start creating in order to be able to make money. So here's one of my examples. Back in 2017, I released my book, The Self-Employed Mortgage Guide. You'll see it there, number 1 in real estate, number 2 in small business and entrepreneurship. I think it's about number 3 in mortgages. But very, very recently, you'll notice there as well, just behind Gary Vee and above Simon Sinek on the small business side of things. But I've recently recorded the audio book with Progressive and actually doing it in the small little booth there. We've done a 2nd edition and actually got that out there now. So we're going to be relaunching that very, very soon. But that's going to push us back up the tables. I want to get to number 1 in mortgages, but now I've got a larger audience, 30,000 plus people. We've got hundreds of clients. We've got a big database within the mortgage brokerage. There's more chance of that being able to go further. And you can do this too. Every single one of you has got a book inside of you. You just need to get it out and then start sharing it and building an audience by giving value to your audience. So what is ultimately the social media challenge? What's the difficulty with it? Well, number 1, how do you stay most effective and productive on social media? Number 2, how do you maximize your time to spend on social media? There's no point in wasting time. You need to be focusing on making money. Once you understand that, how do you leverage and repurpose? How do you get your content to be far and wide on multiple different channels rather than just on one? And then how do you grow your platforms? How do you increase it? How do you get more people following you from multiple different channels? And then how do you monetize social media? So within the Social Media Influencer Masterclass, which I mentioned we charge £3,000 for, we have created a social media blueprint. And I'm going to be taking you through 3 of these areas. And then the wonderful Camilla is going to be taking you through the other 3, or 3 of them as well this afternoon. So I'm going to talk to you about creating, the setup and the strategy, the beginning of social media. I'm then going to be showing you a little bit around content marketing and how you manage to utilize social media, how you attract leads, client sales, how you get the outcomes and the objectives that we've just spoken about. So it doesn't matter where you are in your social media journey. For example, I've got over 118 mentees online, but having done this now for 12 months, I've just paid £2,000 for a membership course so that I can further my knowledge and provide better feedback to my mentees. So even if you're using social media, there's always something new to be learned within your utilizing it. Doesn't matter where you are within your journey. Camilla's then going to be talking to you about curating, how you can get more engagement, how you can repurpose, how you can get more people in front of you, and then how you can cultivate your content, how you can get more results from it, how you can use all the different hacks and analytics to grow your following and build your following. And we're both going to talk to you about converting, trickle down revenue, launching, selling, so on and so forth, which the result of using this formula is bringing you cash flow. So first of all, creating. You need to own your niche. I've talked about self-employed mortgage guide, self-employed mortgage expert. I now coach and mentor financial services professionals who are stressed out and frustrated by a lack of leads and time, how to create a profitable and fun and enjoyable business. You know, I don't work with all business owners. I work with financial services professionals. We do have clients actually within our mortgage brokerage that aren't self-employed. So you just need to be, the reason why is because we've gone out with a marketing message, but we've got friends and family and other people who aren't self-employed that you can get, you know, that you will still attract people that want to work with you. When and where do they hang out? So you need to find, in order to be able to create content for them, where do they hang out and where best can you find them? Everything that you share on social media is a complete test. It's about making sure that you understand how to do it efficiently. It's taken me years to learn what I know now to get the results that I am now getting in the last 5-6 months. It took me 16, 17, 18 and 19 to be able to get that and understand it. So it's really important that you get the fast track results from that. It enables you to build a loyal following that then want to buy everything that you sell. They come to you rather than you having to throw a fishing rod out into the pond and them hoping that someone bites. You know, you don't need to be liked by everybody. You just need to understand who you want to follow you by owning your niche, by standing out in the marketplace, and then utilize all the organic and free channels to bring those people to you, so that you can get more results. And think of it like planting a seed today and expecting there to be a tree there tomorrow is not going to work. You've got to be playing the long game. As I mentioned, 7 leads a month in April of 2016, over 100 leads a month, all through organic, building relationships, playing the long game, being consistent and putting a message out there. So in terms of all the channels that you need to be on and setting them up correctly, you all need to have your Facebook profile. This is what you log in to Facebook with. Everybody has to have a profile. That then enables you to set up a page. So we have a page for my mortgage brokerage, but not just that, because I want to focus on my personal brand. I've got a page for myself. I've also got my own website under thegarydas.com. I've also got Active Mortgage as a website. But you need to have different content that you're putting on all the channels. You need to understand which type of content you're putting where, so therefore you can resonate best with your audience. You then got YouTube channel for Active Mortgage, and it's all focused on mortgages for the self-employed. Got my name in there in case anyone searches, because we've also got a YouTube channel, you know, talking to 2 different audiences, one who want to buy and invest in property, one who want to build their business, have, you know, access my podcast and my podcast interviews. Then we've got an Instagram, one for my Instagram, you know, one for the company again, and one for my personal brand. And this is where it's really important, is the reason why the other ones grow is because you grow the two simultaneously. But it's about understanding how much effort and what to put where so that you maximize and leverage your time the best. And then last but no means least, we've got a LinkedIn page, which I won't cover off too much about because we've got Sam coming up to talk to you about LinkedIn a wee bit later. So they're all the different channels that you need to be on. And there's a way in which you can set those up in order to be able to get more results from it. But the more channels you are on, the more results you're going to get, the more reach you're going to be able to attract, and the more you're going to bring in leads, clients, and sales. So here's an example of some content marketing and Camilla putting herself out there on social media. You know, she has utilized this in order to be able to generate more leads, more clients, and more sales. She's raised JV Finance. She's doing it consistently. You've also got Jamie, you know, look at that, 29 likes, 19 comments, sharing valuable content, launching in terms of Camilla there. And by putting a message out there, it builds know, like, and trust. And by being on all the different social media channels, one of the advantages that I got was, you know, Rob last year announced that I'm one of the only people, I am the only person not employed by Progressive who has administrator rights now into the Progressive Facebook group, because I'm a Progressive approved mortgage broker, along with Andy and Mike and Zoe as well. But I actually have administration rights over the community now as well to make sure that you guys get valuable mortgage content. But Rob wouldn't have entrusted me to be able to do that, as well as be lead trainer with Camilla, as well as Jamie being another trainer for Progressive, without him understanding who we are and what we are about. And it's crazy, you know, our mentoring fees that we charge is, you know, we charge £7,000 a year to be mentored by ourselves, all of us. In different walks of life, in different areas, in different parts of business, you know, making sure that you get the best results and the fast track outcomes that you ultimately want in order to be able to get the results. We all offer mentoring and coaching and teaching and training because of the journeys that we've been on, because we've built our businesses ourselves, and now we help other people to do it too and to get the results that they want in their businesses. But what happens when you start to put yourself out there is you get things like this. And Camilla's going to talk to you about utilizing Facebook groups. But can anyone recommend a good mortgage broker? This was a couple of days ago. Someone commented my name because I've been seen. I then do content into the Facebook group all around mortgage payment holidays because it was very topical. Stuck at home, 20 likes, 30 comments. Then I've got video relating specifically to mortgages. Can I get a buy-to-let mortgage with no deposit? Common question that's asked, but I wanted to answer it. Likes and comments, again, to engage with the audience. Someone else asking a question and my name and Andy being tagged as well because we've been seen in the community. When you, half of the thing around creating and getting the setup right is showing up every single day and putting content out there. Another one of being mentioned in comments. This is what can happen for you when you put yourself out there consistently. When you overcome your fears and your objections about doing it, you will start to get more results from it. Because it's not going anywhere. This is the savage thing. This is the sad thing. It's not going to go any less. It's projected that by 2021, there's going to be 1.3 billion people utilizing social media. So you need to get into it now because you're missing opportunities. You need to start putting the right content out there in order for you to be able to get better results from it. 74% of consumers rely on social media to influence their purchasing decisions. You know, you want somebody to be thinking your name when they think of your service and be sharing it in comments, be recommending you. And then what happens is once you actually start to put content out consistently, once you've got your channel set up correctly, once you've stopped wasting time and start being consistent, you're then nurturing your leads and your prospects over time. You're playing the long game. You're planting the seed and you're planting the seed and you're watering the tree, waiting for it to grow. You will see huge increases in the amount of prospects that you have following you. You'll see huge increases in the amount of sales that you make. But most importantly, you'll see a reduction in the lead cost and the spend in your marketing. Because I want you all for a moment now to think about, what is your average sale value? How much is a sale really worth to you? No matter whether it's a product, whether it's a service. You know, I know that if my team proficiently do a mortgage, we'll charge a broker fee, we'll get life insurance, potentially critical illness, income protection, home insurance. Depending on the size of the mortgage, that could be worth anything from £1,000 through to, in some instances with huge mortgages or multiple ones, we've had £10,000 sales. On average, it's probably about £2,500 to £3,000. So how much of a sale, how much is a sale worth to you? Because when you understand that, you realize that this investment of time, this investment on understanding social media, can putting a message out consistently, doing it correctly, doing it the right way, doing it the way that all the legends do, and actually making loads of money from it, you'll then start to get more results. Because let's say, for example, you're able to create a £2,000 sale or £100, £1,000 sale. You've then got an idea and an ROI and an amount that you can spend in order to be able to get an investment. Marketing is an investment. And in my own personal and business development, you know, I spent £137,000 on social media, marketing, Rob Moore, other coaches, mentors, and that's returned me 800,000, as you saw right at the very beginning. Would you spend £137,000 to make 800,000? Would you spend £10,000 to make £8,000? Of course you would. And this is the way that you need to think about this. You are investing in order to be able to generate a return. So why content marketing? The second part of what we are ultimately looking at. The most important part in terms of being consistent and putting yourself out there. So your job is to focus on putting content out, giving value into the world. You know, Facebook ads interrupt somebody's pattern. They're not thinking about you. They're not thinking about your service. They're not thinking about the products. You are interrupting them with an ad that you're paying for. Whereas with content marketing and being consistent and giving value and answering common questions that clients ask and being seen as an expert, being seen as an authority, having a personal brand around your niche makes you stand out. And this is ultimately what makes it you get the results that you want. You can educate your customers so that you become the logical choice, so that they want to buy from you. Because when you give loads, it creates reciprocity. You know, give and thou shalt receive, I think was in the Bible. And I'm not religious, so I'm apologies if I got that incorrect. But giving and receiving, the more you give, the more you will naturally receive. You become the logical choice. You attract your customers for free. And equally, those customers will be more than happy to pay your fees, your charges, your services. So actually, they will spend more with you. You know, when we look at marketing, we look at cost per lead. We look at cost per sale. We look at, you know, if you can put £1 in and get £2 out, that is blooming good. And that's the way that you have to look at your social media. Because every piece of content that you put out there is an asset to your business. A video is still being watched somewhere, hopefully right now, for a mortgage. My Facebook Live that I did this morning or yesterday at 8 o'clock in the morning might be being watched by somebody. It's just about understanding what you need to post and what's going to get you the best results and what's ultimately going to help you to be able to do it. You know, one of the things that I've actually got access to is Rob's 52 best converting posts. He gave those to us as part of the Social Media Influencer Masterclass. Excuse me while I have a drink. Oh dear, talking for too long. He gave those to us. Oh, blimey, my voice has gone now. He gave those to us back when we did the course. And it's knowing what to post. It's helping you to get the results that you ultimately, or that you can get. You can see what other people do. You can see what other people do well. It takes time in order to be able to understand that, time that you realistically haven't got in order to be able to get fast track results from social media. So a bit of content marketing know-how. How do you focus on content marketing? How do you do it? You know, a lot of people, one of the things that I did a poll in the Disruptive Entrepreneur group. The two things that seemed to be top of the list was one, consistency in posting, and two, knowing what to post. So when it comes to content marketing, the first thing is you've got to put content out there. Family, fitness, business, they're the things that I talk about the most. The three things that are most important to my life. Easy, because I know what I'm talking about. On brand and on target market. I don't talk about politics. I don't talk about anything that I don't necessarily know, because it has to be important to me. Otherwise, I can't deliver it. I can't make sure that I understand it. I could be trolled or hated against if I go off brand and talk about something that isn't on topic or isn't even relevant to my target market as well. Consistency is the key. Once you're doing content, the only way that you get more results, as I mentioned with my reach, consistency, posting every day, posting 2-3 times a day, knowing, for me personally, if I post once a day on LinkedIn, it gets way more results than if I post 2 times a day. I'm really intrigued to see Sam's presentation around it, because it's something that we constantly keep testing, but we have the time in which to be able to test. Putting effort into each platform is about the growth, because if you can put all your effort into one, it's a great place to start, but you have to be able to put yourself across multiple different channels, because generally you've all got one that you massively prefer. Mine is Facebook and Instagram. My team manage my LinkedIn. My team manage my YouTube. But there's other people who make thousands of pounds out of being on other channels. So when you understand where your target market is, the message that you want to serve them with, you can then put it onto the right platform, which is what we help you with and help you get clear on. It's then a case of making sure that you repurpose and leverage your content absolutely everywhere, making sure that you get the results that you want, making sure that you leverage your time, leveraging other people's time. Would you rather learn the hard way, or would you rather learn the easy way from someone else who's been there and done it? Would you rather do one piece of content and turn it into 15 pieces of content so that you can maximize your time and get the most amount of leverage? It's all about making sure that is what you ultimately look to do. So, sorry, my slides went a bit funny then. Increasing the volume of your content. So actually doing more and more content. There's the Instagram followers who make thousands of pounds, loads of money. They do up to 9 posts a day. Now, they do have a team supporting them. They do have people behind them, making sure that they can be consistent with this day in and day out. But you need to understand how you can increase your volume and get more content onto each and every single platform. So when you're starting out, no matter if you're at your beginning of your journey, this is your 7-step process. First thing you need to do is start doing content. The second thing you need to do is making sure that it's on brand for your target market. The third thing you need to do is doing consistency. Doing 1 post a day is way better than doing 1 post a week. Doing it sporadically is not going to be as good as being consistent. And the fourth thing you need to do is put extra effort into each and every single platform. The fifth is then leveraging and repurposing one piece of content into multiple. Sixth is increasing your volume. Seventh is about putting content specific to each and every platform. So this was Kira, who came on the Social Media Influencer Masterclass last year after I ran it. She said the content was extremely valuable and it was given a better understanding of what content to put out on each of the platforms. This is what I help my mentees, and I can help you to achieve too. You put content out, you know what works, it then means that you take more action and you get more consistency. Because your market is generally sitting in this cold phase. Everybody's looking for the action takers at the bottom. But what you need to appreciate is that most of the market is at the awareness phase. And your goal is to take them from the top of the funnel in awareness to being interested in you, i.e. warm, to thinking about making a decision, i.e. hot, and you becoming the logical choice, so that then they take more action with you. And the big thing to remember is this is the pyramid. And I would love to know in the comments if you are a lurker. We've all been a lurker, right? At some point in time, we've all spent a period of time where we don't like, we don't comment, we don't share. But most people, 90%, will sit at this watching phase down here at the bottom. Then they move up to sharing, commenting, producing, creating. So where are you in this pyramid? If you want to start monetizing and making money, you need to move yourself to the top. And you need to understand the social media algorithm. So this is the basic premise of the social media algorithm. You post on social media. It then gets shown to 3 to 10% of your audience. Yes, it's been a good post, and that is good, 3 to 10%. The algorithm then says, right, those people who've seen it, they didn't like it, they didn't share it, they didn't comment. So actually, we're going to reduce the number of people that it sees, i.e. your friends' friends, your followers' friends, which then means you don't get any growth. So in an ideal world, what you want to happen is you want to post, it gets shown to 3% of your audience. They do like and comment and share, your friends or your followers or your fans. And then your friends and followers and fans, it means that it starts showing it to their friends, followers and fans. But unfortunately, they don't like it. So therefore they don't engage, it reduces reach, and you don't grow. So the goal is, step number 1, you post. Step number 2, it shows it to your friends and followers. Then your friends and followers do like it. So therefore it starts showing it to more people. And then they do engage and they do like it. So then it shows it to more people and you start to get growth. And then you start to feel confident about posting again. And this is why it's so important that you understand how to do this correctly, because it took me years to work this out. And equally, this is why the social media mastermind is so key, because the algorithm is changing all the time. This is why I love having direct access to Rob and his Facebook account manager, because we get to know what the latest changes are in the algorithm in order to be able to keep getting results from it. So content marketing, you've got to do it properly. It's got to be worthy of your time. You've got to put time in the diary for it. You've got to put yourself out there enough. You need to show up. You need to inspire, motivate, and educate your audience. If you do all 3, you've got the golden goose. You've then got to build goodwill and trust so that you become the logical choice. Because in someone's buying decision, they want to invest 7 hours of time in 11 different areas. Could be a blog, could be a video, could be a website, and then in 4 different locations. So it could be video, it could be on your website, it could be on social media, it could be a lead magnet, could be a download. You need to have lots of content out there so that people follow you and people want to buy from you over time. The worst case scenario is, if it's rubbish, you just delete it and you do it again. I've done that before with a live video. I've done that before with a pre-recorded video, but you need to make a start and get it out there, because then you can start to get the fast track results. And that's what it's all about, is getting results. There's no point in wasting any more time on social media. You need to be learning to monetize it. So here's an example of a Facebook post that I did. This wasn't yesterday, as in yesterday. This was a wee while ago, but this was the difference. On Instagram, on Facebook, 921 people reached, 176 engagement. But when I did it on LinkedIn, it reached nearly 1,100 people, but we had double the amount of comments, because that's the difference in terms of the platforms. You need to know what's going to work where. Another example is one that I did on LinkedIn literally yesterday, or it might have been the day before yesterday. 10,000 views, almost. 92 likes, 54 comments. That's on LinkedIn. The same post on Facebook, nowhere near. 3,500, 1,000 engagement, 18 comments. It did get 10 shares, mind you, 67 likes. So you can see the differences posted at the same time. So you need to know where to put your message. You need to understand which platform. Remember, market, message, then media. And we can help you understand the media that you need to be on and where your ideal client is coming out. So here's some examples of, obviously Rob's got a much larger following than I have. So some examples of his posts that have worked really well from a personal brand perspective. These have generated, you know, Rob, trickle down revenue, which is what he talks about. They brought people into the business because they know, like, and trust him. So these have generated tens of thousands of pounds. Talking about Cristiano Ronaldo, 46,000 views. Talking about Kylie Jenner being the youngest billionaire, 52,000 views. Talking about the guy who won the lottery, 77,000 views on one post. That's huge, but we don't stop there. We can go bigger. He did a controversial one, which I know that he took a lot of time to think over, but 88,000 views, 335 comments, 94 likes. The engagement, that engagement results in fans, followers, buyers, money, clients. Crashing his Ferrari, 430,000 views, 2,000 comments. Now, these types of things, I'm sure Sam's going to talk to you more about this, but these types of things work really, really well on the right platform. And then last, as an example, 1.4, nearly 1.5 million views on one post. But that gets people to buy into who Rob is, which then as a result of that, the engagement, the likes leads to that element of money and leads and clients and sales. So Eric Qualman is one of the top 50 influencers that are out there. And he says, we don't have a choice whether we do social media. The question is how well you do it. So how well are you going to do social media? Maybe you're not getting much engagement at the moment. Maybe you're not getting much following. Maybe you're not making much money from it. How long are you willing to continue to do that before you learn the right way of getting your message out there? So here's an example of my niche and moving into utilizing a Facebook group. So this community now is actually nearly 1,300 as an example, but this would never have happened. This was not the reason why I started doing social media back in 2016. The reason I started doing social media was to answer common questions that my clients had. So we had a Facebook group, which then enabled us to launch a podcast, which got to #2 in business worldwide, ahead of Rob. Didn't last very long, mind you. I'm quite happy to admit that. Third, it's very niche though, Mortgage Pro. We've now rebranded, which I'll talk to you about and why. We've then got the Mortgage Pro Academy, which you will notice back then we had 81 members when this was last year. Mortgage Pro Academy is my online coaching and mentoring group. That then enabled me to, as I mentioned, I was socially anxious. I hold events now for the mortgage industry, or I did before we started this Corona environment. Some of my mentees there who we've given awards to their ability of utilizing social media and being able to put themselves out there. We've now, as a result of that, been able to launch and rebrand the Social Media Summit, which was only a couple of weeks ago. Rob was one of my guest speakers. We had a roughly 250 to 300 people on our summit all day, every single day. That meant, because I've talked about having a niche, and one of the things that I know you fear around niching is that you're actually going to be stuck with that audience forever. Well, I can tell you you're not, because you can grow through your niche. And this is why we've now rebranded to Financial Pro Podcast. We've now got the Financial Pro Academy, where I help them build their businesses, over 118 members online. But it didn't start out like that. Recently, I asked some of my mentees to challenge themselves and do some video. You know, putting your video out there, gave them the method and the format that they can follow. Don't have a lot of followers, managed to get a lead within 30 minutes. Putting yourself out there. Apologies if Gemma's watching. I know she won't like the picture, but was able to put herself out there, challenge herself to get a better result. Imran avoided doing video for absolutely ages, done them for 2 weeks, is now getting leads into his business. Another one wanted to WhatsApp me and said, did a video yesterday, client called up, wanted to look at getting a mortgage straight away. It's happened so quickly when you understand the principles, the practices, and the way in which you can do it properly, because then it becomes about doing it consistently. Because consistency isn't perfection. It's just refusing to give up. It's having accountability. It's having someone to support you. It's leveraging someone else, and it's getting the best results from it. It's then looking at the last piece of the puzzle for me, Rob Moore's launch formula, which I'll give you a brief overview. We teach this, and Rob teaches this in a good couple of hours. So we haven't got time to go through the exact know-how, but I want to show you the principles of how it works. Pre-launch, telling people that you've got something coming, questioning your audience, then telling them the date that it's going to be released and how it's going to happen, then opening it and actually saying, right, you can buy this now, you can get involved in this now. Having a close, making it open for only a short period of time, allowing people to join a waiting list when you've closed, then reopening it for a secondary wind to make sure that you're able to get people to buy in. So this is how we launched. I've called it the Financial Pro Academy, but effectively what that is over 119 online mentees now. We run courses, trainings, coaching. You would have seen on the previous slide around the vision, around the different areas of vision, marketing, process, sales, people, and business model ready for growth. I run courses around being a better advisor, around selling more protection, because I've been in this industry since 2003. I know the pains, the troubles, the tribulations that they're going to go through. And I don't want them to go through it the same way I don't want you to go through 4 years of painstaking aggravation trying to learn how to use social media. I run masterminds as part of that. Charge £7,000 to work with me on an annual basis as part of my mastermind. You're then looking at one-to-one training days that we do. I'm writing a second book to help them build their businesses. And it's now become actually my passion project. I knew back in 2016 and 2017 that I wanted to help my industry, not go through the same pains that I did. They're making the same mistakes that I did for almost 10 years. And it's become my passion now and my big vision to help 1 million business owners build a lifestyle business. At the moment, I'm focusing on the financial services industry only. That's my niche. I expanded the niche because we've outgrown mortgages, and you will outgrow your niche when you choose one which we help you define. So coaching and mentoring. In July of last year, as an example, I launched a second wind. We launched it in the March with 3 months worth of testimonials. We then launched in July of 2019 on the 1 year anniversary of launching my main community, and we had 48 people sign up. And that was for just over £4,000 in monthly revenue, recurring revenue. There's the ClickFunnels that we utilized from that page. And that was by utilizing Rob's launch formula in terms of pre-launching them, telling them it's coming, showing the results, utilizing the case studies. I then wrote out a full-blown advisor course, which we launched in January of this year. We did the price at $9.99, but it was the first time that I was running it. So we did it at $6.99. If they signed up before the 7th of February, because it was the first time, put a bit of urgency in there. Sign up, £500. I only used 4 videos, repurposed into emails, repurposed onto the Facebook group, repurposed onto LinkedIn, and we sold 25 tickets at £499, which gross is 12,500, but we obviously had the room and lunches, and I bought a load of other bits and bobs to make it hugely valuable to the audience. The books, the pens, all different things that we invested to make sure we gave them a great experience. And that's because we're giving them so much value. The return on investment from spending £500, making them more efficient and everything else is going to get them a much bigger result. Investing in yourself, as Warren Buffett says, is the best investment that you can make because it pays dividends over and over again, because you can keep re-implementing the knowledge and the learnings to get more results. So this is now the Financial Pro Academy. I showed an image of it earlier. When we redid the summit on a couple of weeks ago, we rebranded from Mortgage Pro to Financial Pro to outgrow that niche. We did a launch in March. We only do launches every quarter. We utilize the 6 areas, the 6-step system that I teach, the process that we take our mentees through. It's a coaching and mentoring group online. 54 people signed up. We charge £97 a month for it because it's online only. Working with me one-to-one is £7,000 a year. This is an easy access method where they can digest it. We've got a training portal. Now that's just over £5,000 worth of recurring revenue, which puts the total income from that business at 11,500 approximately, which I would never have dreamed of as somebody with 2 GCSEs, that I would be able to write a book and get number 2, or get number 1 in real estate, that I would be able to launch a podcast and get number 2, that I would then be able to coach and teach and train people how not to go through the same problems and tribulations and struggles that I did. And this is the thing, is you've got a journey, you've got a personal brand, you've got something that you can help people with. And you can build this within your own business too. You just need to understand how. So this was one that Rob did. His 40th birthday a couple of years ago. This is where he really pushed on the launch formula. So it was his 40th birthday, marketing a mastermind for 6 months, guaranteeing 4 times the return. It was all based on £4,000 worth of investment. And he had over 200 applications from one social media post. In having one social media post for his 40th birthday, 40 people, 4K launch, 4 times return on investment, which is good in terms of marketing. You know, if you can spend 1 and get 4 back out, that's ideal. If you can spend 1 and get 2 back out, that's still blooming good. So 6 months marketing mastermind, 2 posts on social media, 200 applications, 61 sales, £4,000 plus VAT means that he was able to generate £244,000 plus VAT as a result of utilizing the launch formula, as a result of building an audience, having a fan base, putting himself out there consistently, making sure that his following has grown hugely since 2016. And you can still have amazing results. One of the things I talk about is having 1,000 true fans. If you had 1,000 people who spent £1,000 with you, who bought everything that you sold, you've got your £1 million a year business. Nice and easy and simple. It doesn't need to be overcomplicated. And that's why you just need to make the right investment to get the fast track results that you need to understand how to monetize it. And that's why I'd like to talk to you now, if I may, about the Social Media Accelerator course. Now, we sell, as I mentioned earlier, the Social Media Influencer Masterclass for $2,997 plus VAT. But the online environment is huge right now. You need to take advantage of being able to do this correctly and put yourself out into the world so that you can get the best results. And this is the first time that we're going to be doing this. And it's taught by Camilla. It's taught by myself. It's taught by Rob's social media team. It's not just the recordings. This is one-off. You're going to get this live. If this is sold in future, this is going to be just recordings, but you have the opportunity to get involved in the Social Media Accelerator today, being delivered live to get you the results that you want. So it's a brand new online course. It's going to be live online sessions for the first and only time, because after this, it will be repurposed and it will be recordings that were delivered after the signing up of today. So you need to jump on this today. And that course is 1295 plus VAT. Now, what you're going to learn in terms of that course is how to be on all the social media platforms. But not just that, I'm sure you've got your social media platforms set up, but you need to understand how to set them up effectively to get the results from them. Because if you're not monetizing social media, or you're wanting to make more money from social media, there is a method and a structure and a system and a way in which they need to look in order for you to be able to get the results that you want. You're going to need to understand how to use your existing platforms to then grow other platforms, because you need to be in loads of different areas if you want more results. You need to be understanding how to monetize this. It's then about putting yourself out there by going live, by doing it correctly, by structuring it and making sure that you deliver content that is valuable to people. You know, the people who do this properly and the people who do this the right way make an absolute ton of money from it. And they do it with virtually no spend, no costs, no overheads, and they're just able to get much, much better results from what they're doing it by doing it the right way. It's then about not just putting content out, but how do you do it without thinking? How do you do it by merging social media into your life rather than actually wasting all day on it? Social media isn't a chore. When you understand the methods, the systems, the processes, the ways, the times, what to do and how to do it, you're able then to do it consistently without any stress, aggravation, worry. Because once you can do that and you start to build a fan base, you're then going to be able to get or monetize it. Understand the 3 ways in which you can monetize it to get the fast track results. I've shown you ways in which I'm almost approaching 7 figures from attracting mortgage business, from selling coaching, teaching, training, and mentoring, and that you can do that too. Launching a book is one of the best business cards. Launching different methods brings more people to you. You just need to understand content marketing and how to do it efficiently to get the right results from it. How to create content with assets that you already have. Creating content can be really hard work. Merging it into your life makes it easy. Creating the right types of content means that you're going to be able to do it with stuff that's already there. Repurposing that stuff, giving you the maximum amount of value and the maximum amount of time. And doing that is then going to give you the ability to grow your followers for absolutely nothing. This is nothing to do with paid advertising. This is all about organic growth. This is all an investment of time for you to get maximum returns from it. So what you're also going to learn is not just from myself and Camilla, you're going to be understanding how to utilize YouTube. We're going to be bringing in the social media team. It's going to be setting up your channel. It's going to be uploading documentation. It's going to be publishing the videos, all the equipment that you're going to need, all the headlines, all the keywords. And keyword research is something that can be really, really tough. But when you understand how to do it easily, it can have a massive and dramatic impact on every single area of your social media so that you can get way more results and way more leads from it. Then you're going to get the fast track start with Kieran, all around Instagram, making sure that your account's set up properly, making sure that you have the right type of profile. As if they didn't make it difficult enough, they give you different options around the profile that you have, each of them serving a different purpose for you to get a different outcome and a different result. So it's which one's going to be right for you, which one's going to be right for your audience. Making posting really, really easy, utilizing stories as a means to build and grow and monetize your audience. So most people don't know how to do social media properly. You may be wasting all day on social media. You're faffing about, you're getting it wrong, you're not implementing it in the right possible ways. We want to show you how you can do it to the best of your ability so that you can monetize it and get the results. So the social media influencer, social media accelerator is the brand new online course. Live only sessions for the first time only is 1295 plus VAT. If you want to go and register for that now and sign up to get the fast track results, learn how to monetize, then you can do that by going straight to the link that is in the comments. Register now, go to bit.ly/SMA2805. This course sells for nearly £3,000 plus VAT when I was doing it live, and you're getting it for 1295 plus VAT. It's an absolute bargain. But we're going to give you the best opportunity so that you can actually make sure that you get the best results from it. Because we all know that everybody implements, and everyone listening to this, you're going to implement in different ways. So we want to make sure that you get lifetime access to the recordings, because when you watch it for the second time, the third time, you're going to be able to get more knowledge and more growth as a result. So the full recordings are going to be available to you to be able to watch over and over again so that you can learn over and over again at your own speed, in the comfort of your own home, to make sure that you get everything that you need from it. But we want to make sure that you utilize, that you remove your overwhelm, that you improve your confidence when it comes to posting on social media. And I mentioned Rob's 52 best converting posts. Engagement is tough. When you understand how to do and get engagement, not just engagement, but likes, comments, shares, it's going to mean that these best posts have generated thousands, if not tens of thousands of pounds. You can model them. You can copy and paste them. That's going to give you the results that you ultimately want. And they're priced at £1,500 and 60 plus VAT. But it takes away the pain and the struggle. So even if you've got no profile, if you've got no friends, if you've got no following, we can show you the strategy and the tactics so that you can get the right results from it, so that you can remove the overwhelm, you can improve your confidence, you can go through the learnings over and over again to be able to get the results that you need. So we're also going to give you video coaching. You know, the big thing that we want to do, we are still in lockdown. We know that you can get the best results from this by being shown how to do things correctly, how to do things efficiently. So we're going to do walkthrough demonstrations of everything from setting up your Facebook, utilizing YouTube, utilizing Instagram, doing a story, turning your profile into pages, going live. We're going to give you the full-on confidence that you need to be able to do that. And that's going to be £995 plus VAT as part of the setup that you're going to need to get results. The social media mastermind. We want to make sure that you get the results that you need. Social media is constantly changing. As I mentioned, I charge £7,000 a year to be mentored one-to-one by me. We want to make sure that you get the best results from it. In terms of what we do within the mastermind, we've ran that once every single quarter across the course of, you know, the last year, realistically, getting the quarterly updates. This is going to be completely different. This is making sure that you can get full on. It's a full on mastermind. It's weekly accountability. It's coaching. It's support. People pay thousands of pounds for this. You know, I pay thousands of pounds to be coached and mentored by Rob. So you can leverage me and gain the knowledge that I get from Rob just by investing in today's course. Because the mastermind, we're going to run it for 3 months online, and we're going to be looking at weekly accountability sessions with myself and with Camilla, giving you the action steps that you need, giving you downloadable worksheets, giving you a Facebook community and a Facebook group for additional results and additional outcomes. So what's going to be included, just to recap for you, within the Social Media Accelerator, you've got the course 1295 delivered live online, providing you sign up today. You're going to get the lifetime access to the recordings so that you can do it at your own speed and pace. You're going to get the video coaching sessions to make sure that everything is the best that it needs to be. Rob's 52 best converting posts to remove the overwhelm, to give you more confidence, and then have the mastermind with myself and with Camilla, full and proper mastermind to make sure that you are able to get the results that you want. The reason why we're giving you these, or including these bonuses, which is covering £10,000 in total value, is because we're in lockdown. We know we're in lockdown. We know we've only got a few months left in which to be able to capitalize on this opportunity, which is why we want to do a special offer for you today, because there's no training facility required. It's all online. We've got the content from the Social Media Influencer Masterclass. So for today only, you're going to be able to get the course at 1295 plus VAT, which means that we are giving you the lifetime access, the video recordings, the converting posts, and the masterminds. We're including that at no charge because we want you to get the best results. So you need to go to bit.ly/SMA2805. We want you to have the best chance. Now, some of the things that my mentees ask me, and people when they're on the Social Media Masterclass, you know, they make mistakes, or you can leverage someone else's experience. I mentioned earlier, I've spent £135,000 on my own business and personal and marketing development since 2016. And that's returned me £800,000. You can leverage me. Rather than you learning the hard way, you can learn the fast way. You know, lots of people think to themselves with social media, I can do it myself. Maybe you've said some of these to yourself. I don't like doing video. I showed you pictures of my mentees who have all done video and generated leads, clients, and sales from it. I don't know if I can make money out of it. I've shown you ways in which you can make money out of it. I guarantee if you've got a product and a service, if we understand what your personal brand is, you can make social media work for you. You can make money for it. The biggest one I hear is I don't have time. You have to make time. Marketing is the #1 function within your business that is going to get you the results that you want. It's going to get you the outcome that you need. So you need to make sure, as a recap, what's included: social media course, lifetime access, video recordings, Rob's 52 best converting posts, the mastermind, total value £10,000, today offer only of 1295. Because it's online, as I mentioned, we're doing it with no training facility, because you're going to be getting this live for the first time, because we've got a limited time in which you are going to be able to capitalize on this before everybody stops scrolling on their phone as much. Providing you sign up now and you go to the link, you're going to get that for today only at $695 plus VAT. That is an absolute bargain. It is a special launch price for today only, because it's the first time it's being recorded. Every time after this is going to be the recordings only. You're going to get this live. You're going to get more interaction. You're going to get more results. You're going to be able to make this work for you. We want to help you get the results. We want to show you how you can do exactly as we've done in your business, in your industry, in your niche. Now, some people think that you may be thinking, I should do it myself. Why build your house on weak foundations? Why would you take 4 times longer to get the results when you could actually leverage me and leverage the knowledge that I have, that Rob has, that Camilla has, so that you can actually make sure that you're getting the results that you need and you can monetize it like the experts that are making thousands of pounds from doing it? Content is an art form. It takes learning. I've learned how to write content. I've learned how to structure videos. You can learn this stuff too, so that you can therefore get the results. The algorithm is constantly changing. It's so frustrating when one thing works one day and then it doesn't work the next. And you're going to find that one day something works brilliantly and the next day it's gone. And the worst thing is, imagine putting all of your effort into launching a product online, launching a service, not following the launch formula, and then it crashing and burning and not getting any results from it. You can get way more results just by understanding how to do it effectively. So this is why my mentees choose to invest in me, and why people have come on the Social Media Influencer Masterclass, loved it, got great results from it, because there's a proven 6-step system for cash flow. I've shown you creating content. I've shown you setting them up. I've shown you how we've launched. We're going to show you how to grow your profiles, how to repurpose content. We're going to give you the accountability so that you can take action, so that you don't have those excuses around, I don't have time. The mastermind is going to give you the weekly accountability, the coaching, the support, the guidance, the questions and answers, that you won't procrastinate. You won't feel overwhelmed. You will feel more confident. You will focus on the fast track to getting results, so that you make sure that it's the cheapest it's possibly going to be. You're going to making sure that you get 2, 3, 4, 5 times your return on investment, because it's by far cheaper to learn from the mistakes of others rather than learning from the mistakes that you make. Leverage someone else's experience so that you can change your outcome and you can get a different result from it. So the final thing, just to go through with you one last time: Social Media Accelerator, live online course, the exact lifetime access to the recording so you can do it at your own pace, video coaching sessions with me and the team, 52 of Rob's best converting posts for more confidence, less overwhelm, the Social Media Mastermind with myself and Camilla for the accountability, for the growth, for the proper full-on mastermind, is a total price of $695 plus VAT. You just need to go across to bit.ly/SMA2805. I'd love to help you get the results from it. I'd love to see you get the same results that I have, just by taking the required action in order to be able to do it. So now we have Q&A in order for you to be able to get your questions answered. I'm sure as we've been going through that most of you have been putting questions into the panel. So make sure that you go across. I'm just going to bring up my questions in order to be able to do it. What you ultimately need to be able to do is, if you want to get results from social media, it's just a case of not procrastinating, taking action, looking at making sure that you do things the right way. You know, more often than not, it's a case of making sure that you're going to be able to focus on the areas that you need to focus on so that you can continually keep moving forward. I'm just trying to find the questions. Have you put questions in to the chat to be able to do it? So Lots has asked, do you think using hashtags are a good way to get a large following? So hashtags are one of the ways in which you can get a large following. The hashtag is effectively a keyword that people can find what they're searching for, but it's only one method. And equally, if there's a million searches underneath that hashtag, it's going to be really hard for you to stand out. So hashtag research is really, really important because you need to look at what's called short tail, medium tail, and long tail in order to be able to get more results from it. So if you don't do it correctly, which is what we will show you how to do on the accelerator, then you won't be able to grow a following. Sarah, quite new to social media. Will this give me step-by-step on how to set up and how to do it properly? Sarah, 100%. As I say, setup is what we're going to help you to do. Myself and the team are going to make sure that your channels are not just set up, because setting them up anybody can do, but setting them up in a way that's going to drive traffic, going to make people find your product, going to see you as an authority, enable you to become an expert in your area of expertise. We're going to make sure that when someone lands on your profile, they think Sarah's the one for me and she's the one I want to invest in. That's how you want your client to feel when they land on your social media. And yes, we will help you to do that without a shadow of a doubt. Heather, what is the best way to achieve organic reach? The best way is consistency. The best way is understanding your market, understanding the message that you're putting out, and then putting it into the right channel, because there's no point in putting a message onto somewhere where your clients aren't hanging out. So the best way to get organic reach is going where your clients are, being part of the groups where your clients are, actually structuring your content in a way that makes them want to listen to it, to understand it, to be part of it. And if you want to learn how to do that, then you just need to go to the link at the bottom there and sign up to the accelerator, because we will show you how you can do that too. It's all part of a process. It's a system that myself, Camilla, Rob, no doubt Sam, other people within the community, all the trainers within Progressive follow. That's how we are able to get the results that we are. And the thing is, I invest in Rob. Rob then invests in someone even higher and further ahead than he is. He's got Facebook account manager. So Facebook provide the information to Rob. Rob provides the information to me. I provide the information to you. And you get the fast track results from each and every single thing within your social media. Chris, what are the downloadable resources? The downloadable resources, I'm not sure I understand the question. We've got a gift for you, which we will be sharing at the end of the day that you will be able to download. I think from the downloadable resources, the question might actually be, I have downloadable resources for my clients and for my lead generation. So for example, I will share content that drives people to download what's called a lead magnet. And that can be my guide of how to generate 30 leads in 30 days. It can be the 7 mistakes that business owners and entrepreneurs make when buying and investing in property. That's an asset that works for me behind the scenes without them having to do anything at all. But I promote that asset. We build a database, and therefore the clients are no longer Facebook's, they're mine, because they're on the email list. So part of your content marketing strategy, which we will show you how to do, is how you take them from social media and bring them into your own world. Jade, please repeat the benefits of the Social Media Accelerator course. The slide went off too quickly during the course. Yes, no problem at all. I can do that for you. So in terms of the benefits, just to cover that off, I will go back to that slide and I will put that up for you for a moment. So the main thing that you're going to understand is, here we go. Let's make it even better for you, Jade. Here we go. So every single one for you, all the social media platforms that you need to be on and how to set those up. how to use your existing platforms to grow new platforms, because that's the important thing. How to put yourself out there by going live. I showed you examples of my mentees. When they know how to content market, when they know how to structure content, they are able to get inquiries and people coming to them within the space of 30 minutes. And it's all about the best way to structure it, the best way to deliver it, making sure that you merge it into your life so that it doesn't become a chore every single day, that you can do it efficiently, that you wake up with a spring in your step, actually wanting to do it, because that's often a challenge. Some days you think to yourself, I can't be bothered. But when you understand the easy method and the easy processes, then you can do it really, really easily. But then you were able to show you how to monetize it and how to create content with assets that you already have, so you don't have to keep thinking about it all the time. Sam, I don't have a lot of time as I'm always running my business. How much time will I need to do this and be successful? Sam, I've been there too. 2016, and a lot of my mentees start off in exactly the same place. When you're at the start of your business journey, you know, you've got marketing, you've got sales, you've got administration, you've got a million different hats that you're wearing as a business owner. But the big thing is, you only need to invest a little bit of time. You know, if you were to do 15 minutes worth of planning and then 15 minutes of delivering the content, whether that's in video, whether that's in written format, whether that's even in audio, you know, once you understand how to structure it, it makes it so much easier. As you begin to do things, you begin to get faster, you begin to get better, you begin to see more results from it. So you only need maximum 30 minutes per day. But I know people who, for example, structure their content and they do it all in a few hours on a Sunday. They schedule it, they make sure that it's set, and then it's just automated to make it easy for them. So there's loads of different ways that you can do it, and we can show you how to do those. You just need to sign up today and we can help you through that, so you can remove that procrastination, stress, anxiety, worry around it. Rachel, how long will we be able to access the course online? Lifetime access to the course. That's the crazy thing. You sign up today, you get it delivered and taught and trained live. This is the only opportunity that you will be able to get the course live, and then you will be given lifetime access to it. So you can implement it at your own pace, and so that you can then feel more confident and take away the overwhelm and the procrastination, so that you can get more results that you need to. Chris has said, when will the live session start? 10th of June is the beginning of the first live session. So they're only a couple of weeks away. 10th of June is the first one. We'll be walking you through. They're roughly 2 hours each. They're set up in the afternoon, ready for you to go through. You'll be able to engage with those straight away. I'm really excited to be able to bring this to people. I love teaching social media. So I've been teaching 118 people within my own community online now, and they're getting fantastic results. So I know that this can work for you too. Jas, thank you very much indeed. The price is a steal, really. I'm on the podcast pathway at the moment, but we'll definitely consider it next time around. Jas, next time around, it's not going to be live. It's going to be more expensive. Now is your opportunity to do it. It's a marketing investment. I mentioned to you earlier about the fact that each of you have a sale value, an ROI that you can justify it by. Imagine putting £1 in and getting £4 out. This is no different to spending on your marketing. It's an investment in you which pays the biggest dividends. It's a lesson that you can learn, that you continue to keep evolving and improving. And you're getting all the amazing bonuses as part of it. You're getting the mastermind. You're getting Camilla and my assistants. You're getting all of Rob's best posts. You're getting absolutely everything that you're going to need to get the best possible setup. You're getting the video coaching session, so that we're going to completely take away everything that you may be struggling with, so that you can get the best results. Esther, how do we separate personal and business posts? Great question. It's one that I often get asked as well. You know, personal posts, there is a method and a process that you can follow, which maybe Camilla will be touching on later, in terms of how you structure your content. Because if all you do is sell all day, every day, and every one of your posts is about your business, people are going to lose interest. As I mentioned, people buy people. So you need to find the right balance. Imagine the ingredients of a cake. If I gave you the ingredients and said, here you go, bake a cake, some of you may be able to do it, but certainly most of you wouldn't. But if I certainly couldn't, but if you gave me the recipe and you gave me the structure, then you're going to be able to follow that, and you're going to know what content to put where and which content's going to resonate best with your ideal market. Jamie, is there a payment plan option? Yes, there is, Jamie. You can break it down into 2 or 3 payments, I believe. What you'll need to do if you want to take advantage of the payment plan is call the office now, which is on 01733 898 557. So if you need a payment plan, you want to do it over 2 or 3 payments, the team will discuss that with you. You better call the office 01733 898 557. That's cool. Andy, how do you keep track of your posts when posting content on all the relevant groups without posting too much and annoying people seeing the same posts everywhere? I know, Andy, that is so annoying, isn't it? I think it's almost a little bit lazy as well to a degree. I've often seen someone who shares a question on their profile and then goes and shares it into 5 property groups all on the same day. But because you've got the same people in generally all the same groups, you get 5 notifications in your feed. So we utilize it by doing many different things in actual fact. Some people prefer Trello. Some people prefer Asana. Some people prefer an Excel spreadsheet. There's loads of apps and tools and things that you can utilize. It's about understanding the right one for you and then trialing and testing it. As part of the courses, we will show you how to be able to do it and how you can actually do it too, and how you can utilize the right one to get your message out there. Because the funny thing is as well, let's say, for example, you've got 100 followers now, or 1,000 followers now, or 10,000 followers now. If over the course of the next 3-6 months, we help you to add and double that, you're going to have new followers who aren't going to see the content that you shared 3, 6, 9, 12 months ago. So the best thing that we can help you do is create the best content right from the off, that in 3, 6, and 9 months time, you're going to be able to reutilize that and repurpose that for your new audience. Because remember, I mentioned as well, only 3 to 10% of your audience see your initial element of content. So when you understand how to do it correctly, you can save the most amount of time to then repurpose that content later down the line to the new audience that you have then built and got. Lewis, are there regular touch point sessions? Does the course cover all the platforms? Does it show you how to target investors for JV, funds, JV, or develop direct to vendor leads? Obviously 2 different markets. 100%, Lewis. You know, my business has very much been on attracting leads, clients, sales, people into the business, selling, coaching, mentoring, providing value and content to my audience. The exact reason why Camilla and I do this together, because Camilla has built her property business, raised JV finance, launched her deal packaging business. So between us, we're going to show you everything in relation to what channel to be on, how you can do it to target your investors, to raise funds, to get the right results from everything that you're putting out. Lewis again said, leading on from the last question, will the sessions be every Wednesday at a certain time? If I'm unable to attend, can I watch at a later time? Yes, they will be the same day if you miss it on the page. Chris, 10th of June start is what it's going to be. Then you've got the 12th of June and the 13th of June from 2 to 4 p.m. That's the training sessions that will be delivered live. If you're unable to attend them live, you will have the lifetime access as part of the recordings anyway. You just need to go to the link and sign up, 695 plus VAT. 10th of June is when they start. The second one is the 12th of June. The third one is the 13th of June from 2 till 4 p.m. every day. 2 to 4 p.m., 10th, 12th, 13th. Andy, we've done Andy. Yes, so we can do that, no problem at all. Karina, how do you keep track of your posts when wanting post content all in the relevant groups? We've done that question, that's been repeated, that's fine. Is this course perfect? So guys and girls, in actual fact, no more questions. I'm reading the same question over and over again. So just to confirm, no more questions. So just a quick recap for you. The price is there on the screen. The link is there for you to go to. You've got the Social Media Accelerator live online course 1295, lifetime access to the recordings for you to do it at your own pace to gain the confidence that you need. 1295 video coaching sessions to get that set up. 995 with myself and the team to make sure that everything is done in the right possible way. Your channels are set up, your pages are set up. To remove the overwhelm and the frustration, Rob's 52 best converting posts that have generated tens of thousands of pounds, not just reaching engagements of likes, but actually made money. And then a full and proper mastermind with myself and with Camilla, weekly accountability, coaching, mentoring, support, guidance. People pay £7,000 for this, and you're getting this as part of £695 plus VAT, because this is the first time we're doing it. We're doing it live. We haven't got the overheads that we have of the training facility. I've been coaching and mentoring online for absolutely months, and it's going to be fantastic to work with you to help you get the same results that we've achieved. So I hope that helps you. I hope that's all good. Thank you very much indeed for tuning in. We're going to take a short break, and we will just be back with you very, very soon with Sam. She is ready to go. So have a quick break, and we will see you in a second. Hope you are fantastically well and you enjoyed the first part of the Social Media Summit and the day today. We now have Sam coming up to talk to you about LinkedIn. Now, just to recap on the agenda for you, so at least you know what's going to be going on today. I've just covered off the Social Media Accelerator. I'm really excited to be working with those of you who have signed up. We've then got Sam coming up from 11:30 through till 12:30, talking you through LinkedIn. We'll be having a short break for lunch. And then my partner, Camilla, will be coming up to talk to you about social media influencer. The next part of our social media presentation. We then have a Q&A, Camilla, and then we'll also have Paul O'Mahony talking to you about rethinking social media. That will be at 3 o'clock. And then finally, Mr. Rob Moore at 16:45, so 4:45. So LinkedIn for an hour next, Camilla at 1:15, Paul at 3 o'clock, and then Rob at 4:45. So without further ado, I would like to introduce you to Sam Rorthlin, but let's do a little bit of a bio on Sam. She's the most sought after LinkedIn expert in Europe and is on a mission to generate over 1 billion in sales for her clients. As the CVO and founder of the fastest growing LinkedIn marketing agency in the UK, she inspires business owners, sales professionals, and entrepreneurs to generate massive results. In the last 12 months alone, Sam and her team have helped businesses to generate in excess of 93 million in new business from LinkedIn platform. Oh, that's insane that you can do that from just one platform. An amazing best-selling author with her book, LinkedIn Inbound. She is considered an expert in inbound lead generation, and she's going to be talking to you about the 5 things that you need to be doing right now on LinkedIn to generate leads and clients. More stuff around personal brand and driving inbound leads, how to market your business through social selling, and then engaging with your exact target market. All around the niching side of things, which I spoke to you about a wee bit earlier. Sam, are you there?
Hi, Gary. Nice to see you.
Yes, you too. How you doing?
I'm fantastic. Thank you very much. Great session, by the way.
Thank you very much indeed. Looking forward to yours without a shadow of a doubt. LinkedIn's one that I've been trying to invest a wee bit more time into. So I'm excited to learn.
Well, get your notepads ready and everyone watching, because I'm about to bring some massive value and lots of content. So hopefully you'll pick up some great tips.
Awesome. See you soon. Enjoy.
Okay, so I'm just going to share my screen with you guys. And here we go. And hopefully you should now be able to see this on screen. So hi, everyone. As Gary said, my name is Sam Rorthlin. I'm going to give you some great top tips today on how to really maximize the LinkedIn platform. And it's one of those platforms that not everybody is familiar with, or maybe they're trying to do something with, but it's really important that I thought I'd give you the top things that I think that right now, given the current situation, you can be doing to drive leads to your business. So I've been networking since I was really small. This is a couple of pictures of me when I was much, much younger. And my dad used to be a bank manager. And every time he got promoted or moved branches, I moved schools. And for a very long time, I had to turn strangers into friends from about the age of 5. I went to 6 different schools before I was 16. So I got really good at building relationships from a very, very young age. Once I had finished college, I started to travel internationally, and I've worked in 5 different countries. And the relevance of this is that in 2001, I moved to the Netherlands and I became a recruitment consultant. It was one of the only jobs I could do speaking English. And back then, LinkedIn didn't exist. It didn't actually arrive on the scene until 2003. So LinkedIn is now currently 17 years old. It's one of the oldest social media platforms out there. But as soon as it did arrive, I became a very early adopter of that platform. The reason being is because back then, LinkedIn was very much a place where you went to find new jobs, and I was using it from a candidate perspective. 2005, moved to Ireland, knew absolutely nobody in Ireland. My husband got relocated there, and I needed to find clients. I decided to set up my own business in 2005. And I started using LinkedIn to connect with and meet with and build relationships with people in my new country of operation. So I've been mastering LinkedIn lead generation for 15 years now, and I've been teaching it since 2010. So I have a decade of education and knowledge around sharing with entrepreneurs, business owners, and sales professionals how to actually maximize this platform. I've got 8 social selling strategies I'm going to share with you. This is one of those slides that I would take a picture of if you were going to take a picture of any of them. These are the different pieces of the puzzle that you need to understand if you're going to make LinkedIn work for you. There's no point in just having a great profile and expecting business to happen, or there's no point in putting content out there if your positioning and your target market isn't clear. There's no point in posting things if your profile's not really up to scratch. So all of these factors need to come into operation. Now, I've only got limited time with you today, so I've picked 2 or 3 of these key points, and I'm going to deep dive on them with you so that you can take away some really practical things that from today's session you'll be able to implement straight away. I'm lucky and fortunate to be able to speak all over the UK and at big events. Obviously, I miss being on a big stage like this, but I wanted to share with you the story about how I ended up speaking in Milan. This is an event called the Marketing Business Summit. I got an inbound message from a lady called Valentina, the lady who organizes this particular event. She messaged me and she said, "Sam, I've been following you on LinkedIn for 4 years. It's like 4 years. I didn't even know she was in my network. She'd never liked or commented or interacted with my content, but she'd been watching." And the point here is that a lot of people on LinkedIn are out there, they're on it and they're watching the newsfeed, but they're not interacting. I call them LinkedIn lurkers. So these are people that are out there getting to know, like, and trust you if you're putting out content. And eventually, over time, those people might reach out to you to say, "I've been following you on LinkedIn." This was a fully paid, expenses paid event in Milan, but I would never have had this opportunity if I hadn't have been building my brand and becoming the expert that I have become. But you can do that in your niche too, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So the first thing is, if we're not already connected on LinkedIn, then this is the time to do it. So grab your cameras or your phones and pop yourself into the photo. If you just point your camera at the screen using your phone, you should, with the QR code there, just point it at the QR code. You'll be able to connect with me on LinkedIn. Send me a connection request. And one of my team is currently managing all the invitations coming through. So if you see me responding, it's not me. It's one of my team, Karen. She's looking after accepting. Because obviously I'm speaking to you guys right now. So if a little tip for you, if you were ever speaking, training, doing any kind of Zoom workshops, anything at all where you are front of the room and sharing your knowledge and expertise, this is a really good tip. Because if someone's watched you speak or has heard you share your story, then the likelihood is that they probably will engage with your content in the future. So being connected with your audience is a really good idea. So I'm going to show you now how you can find your own QR code. So if you go to the LinkedIn app, if you have the app on your phone, you'll see in the top there in the search bar at the very top of the mobile app on LinkedIn, when you first go in, there's this small little squiggly square icon. That's the only way I can describe it. That is going to help you to find your own QR code. Once you get in there, press the button and you'll see that you've got two options. One is to scan and the other option says my code. And if you just save that to photos, now your QR code is in your gallery and you can add it to presentations, etc. So every time you speak or every time you present, you can put a slide in that says connect with me on LinkedIn, because obviously I'd love to talk to each of you one-to-one, and I'm not going to get the opportunity right now whilst I'm speaking, but we can have a conversation after the session. So as Gary mentioned on my introduction, I am really on a big mission to generate £1 billion for my clients by 2025. We're currently tracking at 93.2 million in the last 18 months alone. So for those of you that are out there thinking that social media is just a place where you just, put stuff out there and nothing happens, like these are genuine, real results that clients have got from building relationships, having an amazing profile and putting out great content onto this LinkedIn platform. I do this through 5 methods. So the first thing is, if you haven't got a copy of my book, that's one of the best places to start. So if you're looking to up your knowledge on LinkedIn, that would be a good place to go. I have an amazing team who are all watching. Hi, Team LIB. We have a lead generation agency in the Midlands, in Derby, where we help our clients to prospect, and we have an outsourced lead generation agency. Those guys are all working from home at the moment, doing an amazing job for our clients. I have my academy, which is my online course where people can come and learn on pre-recorded videos. And I deliver masterclasses, which of course right now are being done online, but normally are in our training facility in my offices there in Derby. And my final way that I do that is I do that through corporate training. So a lot of big companies bring me in to train their sales team, their marketing teams, and their channel on how to generate business from LinkedIn. So I do a broad range of things, but that's how I'm going to get to my £1 billion. So do me a favor, if you leave this session, go take action on LinkedIn and you get business, send me a message, because I'd like to add you to my £1 billion target. Last year, I spent the whole of the summer touring Europe for Brother, training all of their sales team and helping them to build their sales pipeline. So that's what I spend most of my time doing when we're not in lockdown. So I'm going to talk you through the first thing, which is key principles. One of the key things to understand about your brand building on LinkedIn is that you need to understand that you've got to be very visible on the LinkedIn platform. So the V in this equation stands for visibility. If you have a profile, but you do nothing with it, you're invisible. If you have a profile, but you don't have the right keywords on that profile to get you found, you may as well not be there. If you have a profile, but you never post any content, you're practically invisible on LinkedIn. If you are on there, you post content, but you never really do much engagement, or you never really interact with the newsfeed, you're not very visible. So the first thing is you've got to be visible on the platform. The C in this equation stands for credibility. Once you've got visibility, you've got to be out there positioning you as somebody who knows what you're talking about. The credibility comes from social proof. The credibility comes from you putting out amazing content that positions you as someone that knows what you're talking about. The credibility comes from amazing recommendations where people are constantly mentioning you on the newsfeed as somebody to go to about your topic. Only when you've got visibility and credibility will it lead you to opportunities. Now, that could be a new client. It could be an invite to speak somewhere. It could be an invitation to a podcast. It could be that you meet a fantastic new supplier. But the opportunities are only going to come if you're both visible and credible. The other mindset piece to get around with LinkedIn is that you should go there to give, not go there to get. And that's the mistake that a lot of people make. They go there to sell and pitch and try and get clients, whereas you should go there with a giving mindset. The more you give, the more you get back in return. The more you help others, the more you add value on the platform, the more you're going to position yourself as somebody that can help others, the more will come back to you. So go there to give, don't go there to get. LinkedIn is an amazing platform. The organic reach that you can get there is incredible, but there is a huge difference between being on LinkedIn and actually effectively using it. My goal for this session is that you understand more about how to effectively use LinkedIn, leaving this talk so that you can go and practically implement some of the ideas that you're going to get today. A few little stats for you. There are 675 million members on LinkedIn, 27.8 million in the UK alone. That's a huge percentage of the population. 40% of those members are active on a day-to-day basis, and there are 9 billion content impressions every week. But for me, here's the staggering fact. Only 3 million people post content consistently each week on LinkedIn. So there are 675 million people with a profile and have membership of LinkedIn, but yet only 3 million of them are actively posting and consistently posting content. So be in the minority, be in that small percentage of people that are actively posting, because that will elevate you above the people who are not. The key thing though, guys, is that your target market is there. It doesn't matter whether you're looking to attract investment, whether you're looking to attract new clients, get new joint venture partners, whatever it is that you're looking to do, your target market is on LinkedIn. The problem, though, is that most people use LinkedIn very incorrectly, especially at the moment. The first thing is that you don't want to be one of these. These are the cheaters, the hunters. These are the people that see LinkedIn as a place to sell, 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 pitch, 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 and effectively just spam everybody and anybody with their products and services. They send buy my stuff messages to people, and they just don't get that LinkedIn is about social selling, and it's about building relationships and not just connecting with someone and immediately spamming them with a sales pitch. What you need to try and become is one of these, a spider in a web full of ideal target market connections where you're attracting people towards you. What you want is that inbound effect happening. Gary was talking about it in the previous session, but you want people coming to you, not necessarily you having to do all the work to get people into your network and into your area. So my first tip for you is to stop selling, but you've got to start doing something called social selling. So yes, you can sell on LinkedIn, but there's a very subtle way to do it, and that's called social selling. Now, when you sell on LinkedIn, you repel. So here's a little video. This is what it's like. So you're chasing prospects, you're trying to get people to come towards you, but yet you're pushing them away. So when you sell on LinkedIn, you're going to repel. What you ideally want to do is this, and this is my visual description of what social selling is. If you do social selling in the right way, you attract a massive abundance of people towards you where they're coming to you saying, I want to work with you, versus you having to do all the hard work. So what is social selling? Well, my definition is it's the art of selling without selling. It's about using social media, not just LinkedIn, to find, connect with, understand, and nurture sales prospects. It's all about developing meaningful relationships with potential customers so that, let's say that people are not necessarily going to buy your product right now today, but when they are ready to buy, that they think of you first. So all those people out there that maybe have reined back in the money or the spending, or maybe they aren't investing at the moment, they're going to at a point in the future. But what you want is for them to come to you first, and you do that through social selling. It's all about attracting the right target market towards your business. Now, I do this on a consistent basis. My inbox fills up all the time with messages. I generate 5 inbound leads per day with 0 spend on marketing. I don't spend anything on advertising. I don't invest in anything like SEO or pay-per-click. Everything in my business comes from inbound leads generated through expert positioning, personal brand, and having people come towards me. Now, you can see how you're currently performing from a social selling perspective, because luckily LinkedIn has given us all an amazing tool to track how good you are at social selling. So I'm going to give you a link on the next page. I would highly recommend you go check this out now while I'm talking about it. And maybe if you're feeling brave, share it in the comments so that everyone else can see what your current score is. You have something called a social selling index, or for short, an SSI score. The social selling index is a really good indication as to how you're currently performing as a social seller. There are 4 different areas that LinkedIn is looking for you to get good at. The first is, it's called establish your professional brand. That is the orange section of your SSI score. This is to do with 2 things. Number 1, how effective your profile is. And number two, it's all to do with your content and how consistent and quality your content is. So if you want to position yourself as the go-to person and become like that personal brand authority expert at something, you need to make sure that your orange score is high up there, that you're putting out great content, and that your profile is doing an amazing job. We'll talk about that next. The purple score is all to do with finding the right people. This is all to do with how much you are prospecting, how many people you're proactively adding into your network who are in your target market. So if you're targeting business owners of companies between the size of 10 and 50, that would be deemed to be the right people. How many of them are you actively finding and reaching out to on a consistent daily basis? And are you growing your network proactively? Or are you just relying on the inbound requests that are coming in randomly? Take responsibility for growing your network with the right types of people. More on that next. The red score is all to do with engage with insights. Now, the red score is to do with how much you're interacting with the newsfeed, so liking, commenting, sharing, etc. But it's also to do with how much you're using tools like Sales Navigator, so how much you're using LinkedIn to research and find insights about companies and people. The final one is usually the score that everyone has as the highest, and it's all to do with building trusted relationships. So it's to do with how you interact with people on the newsfeed, how you interact with people in the inbox, how much you're starting and joining discussions, groups, etc. So there's lots of different things that make up your SSI score, but your overall SSI score is made up of those 4 areas, equally weighted, 25 points, and that gives you your overall SSI score. So if you're feeling brave, pop it in the comments. I can't personally see the comments at the moment as I'm speaking, but I will jump onto the feed later. The magic happens when you're in the high 70s and into the 80s. So if you're already kind of doing pretty well, 50s, 60s, there's some work to do. If you're under 50 right now, it's probably because you're not really LinkedIn as a major priority for you. But the good news is if you have a lower score at the moment, that is very easy to move the needle once you know what to do. If you're already in the high 70s and 80s but are not getting business right now, it might just be because your outreach or your message is a little bit on the salesy side, or maybe your content isn't quite hitting the mark with your target market, or you just don't have the right kind of network right now. But there'll be all sorts of reasons behind it. And what you're trying to do is get yourself into the top 1% of your industry and the top 1% of your network. That means that you are outperforming your competitors and outperforming the other people in your network. So you can go to linkedin.com/sales/SSI. So go to linkedin.com/sales/SSI. That's the link you need to go check out your score. So if you haven't already done so, go check out your score and pop it in the comments. And even if you know about the SSI score, maybe mention if you've had any significant improvement. The good news is it updates every 24 hours. So if you're like most entrepreneurs, you like the instant gratification. And I love that about the SSI. You can make a few small changes in a few days, you can start to see the improvements happening. So linkedin.com/sales/SSI. You can do that from your phone or obviously on your laptop as well. So that's the social selling index. I'd be curious to see what everyone's coming out as. So that's the first thing to understand is how good are you at the moment at this thing called social selling. I'm going to talk next about your LinkedIn profile. So this is my second tip. So the first thing is stop selling, start social selling. The second tip is what about your LinkedIn profile? We're going to talk in a bit more detail, but I know Gary's already talked about this, about finding your niche and thinking about your target. But from a LinkedIn perspective, it's so critical that you truly understand your target market for LinkedIn. So who is it that you want to target? And I like to kind of think about this in terms of your ideal client, not the ones who are kind of like bread and butter, but think about your kind of ideal dream client. I've got a framework that I use to help you establish this. So I'm going to walk you through the different areas. But as I talk through the ideal client framework, think about this from a LinkedIn perspective primarily. So which industry sectors do you want your clients to be in? What kind of verticals? What types of businesses are they in? So the industry is going to be key. You could service everyone and anyone, but you're much better to focus and niche down and pick one, if not a few, different industries that you can focus on. The D stands for demographic. So what size are they? How many years have they been established? How many people do they employ? What kind of revenue does that business have? So if you can get crystal clear on the type of industry and the type of company, it will become much easier to do LinkedIn. The E is the experience. So think about the job titles of the people that you want. Do you want the chief executive? Do you want managing director? Do you want HR? Operations, finance, like which department in those companies do you want to target? And specifically, what job titles do you want to target? Because you can use LinkedIn very easily to go in there and find these particular organizations. Then think about where are they based and what kind of attributes they have. So what geography, towns, cities, etc., because you can be very focused on LinkedIn and find those people. Now, bear in mind, there are going to be two types of people that visit your profile. Number one is going to be the people that were pointed there. So they were recommended to go check you out. Maybe they've been watching your content and you've signaled them and they've gone to your profile. Maybe somebody has tagged you in a post and you've got some visibility that way. So the first set of people is going to be slightly warmer than the second type. So the first type is warmed up. They've been recommended that they visit your profile. The second of profile visit is going to be completely cold, where somebody maybe did a Google search or maybe they did a search on LinkedIn and your name showed up in the results. That's why it's very important to have your profile keyword optimized. Now, your LinkedIn profile needs to look credible. It needs to look the part. It needs to have a strong photograph. It needs to have a really solid, credible background banner, which a lot of people don't have on their profile. They have this horrible turquoise blue thing that LinkedIn gives you. So if you haven't got a banner, make sure you fix that straight away. And also your professional headline, which is the bit underneath your name, that needs to be really compelling and really have the right keywords in it to get you found. So not job title at the company, but you need to make sure that you're using the headline for the right purpose. Here's Rob's. So you can see Rob there has his banner, he has a credible photograph, and he has his headline done in the right way. So it's really important that you look the part and that, remember, this is your brand ambassador. This LinkedIn profile is networking 24/7, 365 days a year on your behalf. What is it really saying about you? If you landed on your LinkedIn profile today, would you become a customer of you based on what you currently look like? The next thing to think about is all the different elements. So I'm not going to go through all of these in detail because there's way too many things here, but I am going to pick out a couple of the important ones. So these are the 15 elements of your profile. Probably a good idea to take a picture of this one so that you've got this and you can go through and check them off individually once we finish the session or once you finish your day here today. But the first thing is I'm going to talk about is what's called the About section. The About section on your profile is the 2,600 characters that you've got there on LinkedIn to really showcase you and your business. Make sure it's very customer centric. So don't talk about you, talk about the client. Think about all of the things, the pain points that you solve for your clients. It needs to be nice and easy to read, packed full of credibility, and keyword optimized. I come up on Google searches by having the right profile optimization. So on the search term LinkedIn expert, on a global search for that term, I'm the number 2 in the world for that Google search. For LinkedIn expert UK, I'm the number 1. So most people don't realize that your LinkedIn profile can be massively impactful on Google searches. I mean, there are hundreds of LinkedIn experts on the planet, but yet my profile shows up first in the UK searches and second in the global searches. And there's a reason for that. It's because I understand how to optimize a LinkedIn profile. The next thing you need to consider in your About section is call to action. So we've taught you guys have already heard about this in the previous session. I'm sure the other speakers are going to mention this today, but your profile needs to take those people somewhere. They need to understand, where do they go to learn more about you? Where do they go to book a call? I have my Calendly link on my LinkedIn profile. Without Outsource Solution, not everybody qualifies to work with us, so they can apply and go and book an appointment in my diary through my LinkedIn profile. I get something like 3 to 5 appointments a week in my calendar just by having that on my profile. Maybe you want them to sign up or contact you. So there needs to be some call to action in there, and it needs to be really focused on how you help. So I've got some specific paragraphs there that tell people how they can unlock LinkedIn lead generation with me, as well as focusing on my corporate clients as well. Now, the other section, which is quite new, and LinkedIn's recently changed the way that LinkedIn profiles look, is the featured section of LinkedIn. So you can see here, I've got links out to other parts of my business. So I have a link in my featured section to my LinkedIn or Linked Out Academy, which is my online LinkedIn learning platform and my community. So I have that on my LinkedIn profile as a way to take somebody to my sales page and my landing funnel, my landing page, and takes people into my sales funnel. So you probably have something like that for your business, where you have a landing page or a website or something like that where somebody can go learn more and sign up. I have a link to my book. I have a link to podcast episodes. If someone wants to book my 3-day live masterclass, they can do that directly from my featured section. I'm featuring articles that position me as an expert. So there are lots of things you can do with your featured section, and very few people are taking advantage of this. You see, Rob has a great featured section. He's got lots of credibility building pieces on his profile. I would use things like if you've either appeared in podcasts or have your own, make sure that that's in your featured section. Linking out to PDF documents, images, articles you've written, testimonials from customers. If you have a YouTube channel and you want to feature some of your top videos there, then I would do that as well. And any booking pages for events or speaking things that you're doing. So your featured section is a miss. It's just not something that people are using very much at all, but yet it's a really visual part of your LinkedIn profile. I would highly recommend you go look at it and see what you could do with it to improve it. Final thing on profiles is recommendations. These are really important for social proof that you're good at what you do. I currently have 237 recommendations on LinkedIn. It goes up every week. So, you know, that's a lot of recommendations where people have taken the time to say that I'm good at what I do. And you ideally want to become the most recommended version of you on LinkedIn. So when someone says, well, why should I work with you and not your competitor over here? Well, if you've got 200 plus recommendations and they've got 2, you can see all the social proof, and people will book you on the sheer amount of recommendations that you have. I get people regularly coming towards me, and I always reference my recommendations because it's where other people are saying that you're good at what you do. So top tips for getting them: ask existing clients who already love what you do to recommend you. Maybe use feedback forms on training events and workshops. Build it into your sales process. When you have a client, when you ask them about the feedback about the service that you offer, get them to give you a LinkedIn recommendation. Ideally, give 1 a week. So that's a nice little thing to do. People love receiving recommendations, and to send one completely out of the blue to somebody in your network is a really nice way to build and enhance that relationship. And if you have a community of clients, so if you have a Facebook group or a LinkedIn group or any kind of community whatsoever of raving fans, then ask them to help you and ask them to recommend you. The next thing is all around building your network. So I'm going to give you some little tips on how you can go find your target market. Currently, I have just over 18,500 first degree connections on LinkedIn. The key thing here to recognize is that when you add somebody on LinkedIn, you're not just adding one person to LinkedIn. So for those of you that have just connected with me today, you've added Sam Rathling, plus you've added 18,500 people. My connections have come one step closer to you, and they've come into your what's called second degree network. So there are possibly some people in my network who might be good clients for you. They've all just become one step closer. So when somebody asks you to connect with them on LinkedIn, chances are you might think about, well, should I connect with them or not? They're not really my ideal client. Don't forget that they're also bringing with them their entire network when you connect with them too. So once you start to understand the power of that, it's really important that you get that. Your circle of influence is what I call the kind of the extended network that you can grow. So there's you in the middle there. You've got all your first degree connections, and that second degree layer is where all the magic happens. So your first degree network are going to see your content, but if one of those people likes or comments on your posts, it could be somebody in your second or third degree network that is also seeing that content. My biggest client, one of my corporate clients that I mentioned at the front end of the presentation, came from somebody in my first degree network commenting and liking on my posts, and somebody in that organization who was not connected to me in any way whatsoever was asked internally, do you know someone that can help us with LinkedIn? And they said, well, this girl, Sam, keeps popping up on my newsfeed through my contact, Matthew. So it was only because somebody was liking and commenting in my first degree network that somebody in my second degree saw it and I got an inbound lead to my biggest customer. You never know who's watching, and don't just think that it's just your first degree connections that are going to see your content. It's actually a much wider reach than that. So you've got to grow your circle of influence and grow your network with the right types of people. You can do this using something called Boolean search. So if you're thinking about your ideal target market, you want to ideally think about, how do I go and find those people on LinkedIn? So if you've got the job title, the industry, where they're based, now you have to go and find those particular people. So Boolean search is an advanced way of searching on LinkedIn. It's not just a basic search that you pop into the search at the top there, and you can use this on the free version of LinkedIn. So you're going to use these syntaxes called or, and, not, brackets, and speech marks. There is an article on my LinkedIn profile if you want to deep dive on this. There is an article I've written specifically about Boolean search. I normally spend an entire day teaching Boolean search and how to find and prospect and outreach to your clients. I'm just going to do a couple of minutes here to help you. So the first thing is really think about that target market. And what you want to do is you want to do something like this. So if you wanted business owners or managing directors or founders or CEOs, you would type this into the search. Now, of course, you can put anything you want into the speech marks there, anything at all. But let's take the word managing director. If I just typed in managing director into LinkedIn in a basic search with no speech marks, it would bring me every single profile with the word managing and every profile with the word director. It would not give me the profiles specifically with managing director as a specific set of phrase. So what you want to do is type all of this into LinkedIn if you're looking for that type of person, or replace everything that's inside the speech marks with whatever keyword or job title you're looking for. So I'm going to show you a quick video and I'll talk you through it. So top left-hand corner, you can see that I'm putting the Boolean search in, exactly the one that we've just talked about. So this is one for MDs, CEOs. And it allows me to put this long string search. It's called a Boolean string. I'll hit search. And once I've done that, what comes up is all of the results across the whole of LinkedIn. So it's quite a big list, 11.49 million people. Now you have all these filters across the top of the page where you can search your second degree network, which was what I recommend. And you can search by location and you can search by industry. So as you filter, the list is going from 11.4 million all the way down. So let's pick London. Let's see how many people come up in London. 21,000 results. And if I then filter again and go into the industries, pick a couple of industries that I want, I've now got a list of 2,000 people, all of which are ideal target market. So this is a very brief way to demonstrate the power of Boolean search on LinkedIn. And hopefully you guys will be able to use that technique going forward. My next tip is all about content. So you need to be posting on a daily basis on LinkedIn, especially at the moment. So consistency is really key when it comes to content. So if we think about kind of looking at posting on LinkedIn, you've probably all heard this phrase that content is king. I absolutely agree with that, but I have a slightly different view on the world. My view on the world is that connection is queen. So content might be king, but connecting with your target market through your content on social, whether that be LinkedIn or other platforms, is really, really important. You've got to put content out there with that ideal client in mind. I teach 14 different content themes. Again, I don't have a lot of time to go through each one, so I'm just going to put them up on screen and I'm going to show you some examples of different types of posts where people have created content and then landed business off the back of it. Rob is brilliant at all of these. So you guys, I'm sure, are following Rob Moore's feed on LinkedIn, but these are the different themes that work particularly well for LinkedIn. So educational posts, gratitude, saying thank you to others in your network, documentary style posts are some of my favorites and can drive a lot of inbound business, news, updates, wins, successes, controversial posts, asking questions. So one of my top tips is to ask a question on your posts on LinkedIn, because when you ask a question, people will respond and that drives engagement underneath a post. So let's look at some examples of the different types of posts on LinkedIn. So you can use text only, you can use photographs, videos, which are very popular on LinkedIn. One of the types of posts that is not so popular, but you should definitely be using, is document posts. There's two examples there on the screen from myself and Rob. So here's one that I did, which is just a basic PDF document with the 15 elements of your LinkedIn profile. Every time you put a document up, like a PDF or a PowerPoint, LinkedIn turns it into like the turning pages of a book. So every time somebody hits the turning page, the LinkedIn algorithm is being triggered, and you'll get thousands of views on a document post with the right kind of network. People aren't using them. You can give kudos to other people. You can write articles to position yourself as an expert. And of course, then you have LinkedIn Live. The last one that isn't on the slide, even because it's that new, is LinkedIn polls. So they've just been released. So you'll start to see a few more of those coming into the newsfeed. Couple of examples. This is one of my best performing posts. It's an example of a win or a success. Even if you can't say who your clients are, you can still post about it. So this is me talking about a particular big win I had with a corporate client who asked me to train 100+ salespeople. So it's really important that you post about your wins and successes, but without you might not even be able to say who the client is. In this particular case, I couldn't say who the client was at the time because I hadn't won the business yet. But I didn't really mind because I got 7 inbound leads off the back of this post because I literally was talking about the pain points of that client. And I got lots and lots of engagement on this post because I asked a question: how was your first day back? And it was the 2nd of January. And, I got a lot of reaction. Some people saying congratulations and some people saying what they had been up to on their first day of the year. So this is just an example of how you can showcase a win or a success, but it will also drive engagement too. This is my friend Andy Gallimore. He's a client as well. Andy got his daughter and his son Oscar to draw pictures of happy bunnies and unhappy bunnies. He is a culture expert and he helps companies to create happy bunnies in the workplace. So he did a brilliant post talking about some successes and wins he'd had for a particular client. Oscar's picture of the unhappy bunnies and Holly's picture of the happy bunnies. And within 2 hours of him posting this with all of the things and the successes he'd had with his customer, he had an inbound lead from the 3rd biggest insurance company in the UK asking him to help him with happy bunnies in their workplace and a culture exploration project. So when you put out a great content, you should be getting people stepping forward towards you saying, I would like to talk to you because I've been following you on LinkedIn. This is Tracy. Tracy posts about her discovery days, about her groups that she runs. And this particular post didn't have a massive amount of views, but she got 3 inbound leads from it. And one of them came along to her discovery day. She is an outsourced solution client. So she's one of our Pipeline Pro clients. We do all of her LinkedIn prospecting. So she's getting both inbound leads from great content, but she's also getting leads from the activity that my team do in the prospecting and outsourced solution. This is Kirk Matthews. Kirk works in outsourced procurement. He posted a particular piece of content about waste management. And underneath the post, somebody said, contact me, Kirk, I'm opening a restaurant. That turned into a 70,000 piece of business for his company, which luckily was right before everything happened this year. And my final story is Matt Fletcher. Now, Matt is a really good guy to follow on LinkedIn. He works in manufacturing and he helps to fix machinery that is broken in factories. They've been working all the way through the lockdown. His team have been keeping Britain running, but he was getting a little bit of mixed reaction on LinkedIn for the fact that he was still working. So he posted about it, and it was quite a controversial post. But he had 127,000 views as of this picture being taken. It actually hit 129,000 views on LinkedIn. But why is that important? Well, his visibility on LinkedIn has gone through the roof. He sent me an email just last week to say he's had a significant spike in profile views. He's taken on 18 new customers just this month in May, in lockdown, all from LinkedIn. And you can see there his profile views have gone through the roof. And he says that I believe that it's to do with the consistency that he's been doing. He's posting something every single weekday. He says some of them haven't even been that good, but I wanted to get something out there. And I think that's a really good point that he makes. Putting something out there every day consistently is more important than getting something out that's perfect every day. So I would really encourage you to be consistent with your posting. And in fact, my favorite Bruce Lee quote is, long-term consistency trumps short-term intensity. So there's no point in just getting all excited about LinkedIn and running off to do like a couple of weeks of just, you know, full-on LinkedIn activity. It's about consistency. It's about showing up every day. It's about engaging and about being there and being visible and demonstrating your credibility. So my top tips for content, the first thing is you want to use all 1,300 characters that LinkedIn gives you, because longer posts perform better on LinkedIn than shorter posts. The second tip is that you never should be inserting any links into posts. Always put the links in the comments. Remember that LinkedIn and all the social media platforms make their money by keeping you in their platform. So the minute that you create a post on LinkedIn, which is sending them to your blog or your website or your YouTube video or something that's away from LinkedIn, then it's really important that you understand that you've got to keep people in LinkedIn. So never ever use a link in a post. Always send people through the links in the comments. If you're going to use video, then it's very important that you caption them. You can use things like rev.com or apps like Clip-O-Matic or AutoCap. So you want to basically be able to have people read the videos, not just watch the videos. A lot of people have the sound off on their videos. Maybe not so much in lockdown, but certainly when things go back to a bit more normality, you'll find that 85% of people are not going to be watching the videos with any sound on. So use the captions in there to capture everybody. Be there to add value, share your expertise, help others. It's very important that you reply to people's comments under a post, even asking questions in the comments to drive discussion. The more engagement that a post gets, the more visibility and views that post is going to get. The LinkedIn algorithm initially looks at the quality of the post, the relevance of the post, the engagement on the post. And if it gets strong enough and good enough, then human eyes at LinkedIn HQ will look at it and decide if it needs to go further afield. I've already mentioned it, but using questions on posts, using questions in the comments, and use a real variety of the different content themes I've given you and the different post types, just to keep it fresh and keep people interested in what you're doing. Always think that you're posting something with that target market in mind. Don't think about posting for many. Think about posting for that one person that you're trying to target. Engagement is key. Likes, comments, reactions. I would do as much engagement on the newsfeed as you are focused on content. So if you spent 5 or 10 minutes creating a post, I would spend 5 or 10 minutes as well interacting with the newsfeed. Just scroll down the newsfeed, find something interesting, and create an insightful comment on it. Now, engagement on LinkedIn needs to be a minimum 7 words for it to be considered great engagement. So don't just put like fantastic post or great article. Think about your length of comment that you're going to leave, in the same way that you should be driving longer comments back from other people. So asking questions is a really good way to do that. But minimum 7 words equals engagement on posts. Engagement drives conversations. Conversations turns into relationships. Relationships turns into business. So think about how much you're using LinkedIn to really, truly engage. My final tip is all around prospecting and how you can stand out from the crowd. I call this prospecting in Technicolor. Now, a lot of people use LinkedIn and don't realize that there are some fantastic tools available to you to help you stand out from the crowd. The key thing to understand is that everybody is out there right now, especially in lockdown, sending messages on LinkedIn. There's an abundance of it happening. Lots of people have come to the platform recently and they're just sending text, and it's pretty boring. The way to stand out from the crowd is to use a couple of different features on LinkedIn. These are both available on the mobile app only, but when somebody connects with you from LinkedIn, why not use a personalized video message? Or maybe after you've had a sales call with somebody, send them a nice video message. Use captions, use Clip-O-Matic if you have an iPhone, or use AutoCap if you have an Android, but send a nice video message that allows them to see you in person, that uses those, that allows you to personalize and give that tonality in a message. I'm not going to show you the whole thing. You can read it on screen, but I have one client who read my book. His name's James, and he sends a personal video message to every single person that he connects with on LinkedIn. And he's getting a lead a day for his business that puts property into pensions. So just a quick little tip there for you, just by using video responses, because at the moment people are craving and missing that human to human interaction. This would normally be a big event. We'd all be in a big room together. We'd have lots and lots of human contact. And right now we don't have that. So the fact that people are craving human to human connection means that tools like video messaging on LinkedIn can be super powerful. The other thing that you may not realize is that you can also leave voice notes on LinkedIn. And in fact, you can use voice notes to prospect. So you can respond to a connection message, or you can use a voice note as soon as somebody messages you on LinkedIn. I'm not going to play it because, you guys don't need to listen to the message, but I got a voice message first of all back in, I think, 18 months ago now, but nobody is using voice and video on LinkedIn because they don't know it's there. Yet we all use it on WhatsApp, we all use it on Facebook, we all use it on all the other platforms. So why not use it on LinkedIn? So you can only use it in the mobile app, but just go into LinkedIn, go into your messages and just test it out with somebody you know. Send them a nice voice note or send them a nice video note. Any of you guys that message me off the back of this presentation, I will be sending you a personal video message or a personal voice note. So why not test it with me after the session as well? I'd be more than happy to do that with you. So that's a really, really top tip from just to stand out from everybody else. So as a quick recap then, the 5 things you need to do right now to generate leads on LinkedIn inbound. The first thing is stop selling and start social selling. Next, take a look at your LinkedIn profile with a fresh pair of eyes with your target market in mind, and look at it today and go, do I need to do some work on this profile? Would I become a customer of me today? The third thing is to build your network. And when I mean that, I mean build it with the right types of people. So think about your target market, search for them, add them, connect with them, and always use personalized messages when you do that. The fourth thing is to post every single day, consistently show up on the newsfeed, post really great relevant content for your target market. And the final thing is all to do with that human to human connection. Voice and video notes, stand out from the crowd, prospect in Technicolor. So I think a few of you might have been a little bit like this when you first stepped into this session about LinkedIn. My hope is that you're leaving the session feeling a little bit more like this, that you can go out there and tackle the LinkedIn platform much more effectively. I've been Sam Rathling, and remember, if you're not LinkedIn, you're definitely linked out. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, Sam.
Hello.
Thanks very much for that. That was awesome.
You're welcome.
Can I ask you one question from my side of things?
Of course you can.
We put a little bit of effort into LinkedIn most recently. It's an easy way for us to connect with mortgage brokers more than trying to attract leads. But you said on one of your slides about the 1,300 words, 13,000, crikey, that's like a book. 13,000 words. Is that, do you think that's...
The 1,300 characters is to do with content.
Yeah.
You're outreaching and doing messages. The first message that you send to someone when you go to connect with them is 300 characters.
Got you.
Once they've accepted you, the second message is there is a limit, but it's, you've got a lot more space. So the first message, always use a personalized connection request. Try and mention something you've picked up on their profile. You can get a lot of information about somebody when you're looking at their LinkedIn profile. I didn't mention it in the session, but there's a fantastic app or Chrome extension called Crystal Knows that gives you the personality profile of somebody's off of LinkedIn. So you can even tell if they're like Heidi and they want a really short message, or whether they're very kind of SC and they want a lot more details. So there's a really fantastic tool that you can use which overlays over LinkedIn and allows you to even see their personality type.
And what was that called again?
It's called Crystal Knows, like as in KNOWS. Crystalknows.com.
There you go. It was worth it just for that. No, I was going to say, we've tried 1,300 words and tried the longer posts. Maybe mortgage brokers don't have a particularly good attention span like me, and we prefer the shorter ones. But as with everything on Blooming social media, it's just a constant test, isn't it? It
is, yeah. Testing and measuring, trying different things out. I mean, it's more to do with the algorithm than necessarily target market, that it will get, stimulate more people. Using a question will usually help on a longer post as well. So not just putting a piece of content out, but asking a question to drive discussion, those kind of things. So, yeah.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much indeed for today. I took quite a few little notes, and the best one was that little I found out about the when you're in the room with somebody, you can obviously turn on your LinkedIn sort of Bluetooth and stuff. But that LinkedIn QR code was fantastic. I've sent that to my team. So
probably download that to your to later on today, so you can use it later on in the session.
Get it shoved up in front of everybody.
Thanks, everyone. I'll go through all the comments. I've seen everything, so I will go through the comments and respond to anyone that messages me on LinkedIn, of course.
Amazing. Thank you very much indeed, Sam. So thank you very much indeed, everybody, for tuning in. Hopefully you got a massive amount of value from that. As I say, the thing with social media is it's impossible to be an expert at all platforms. You know, I have my social media manager, Jack. I've got John, who's my copy and content writer. And then also on top of that, you've got the likes of, other people on the team. You've got Camilla using it. We've got Rob using it, which is where the advantage of like the mastermind is, because you learn vicariously from other people's experience. What works for one audience and one person might not necessarily work for another. And that's why signing up to Social Media Accelerator can give you so much value without a shadow of a doubt. So just to give you a little recap on the agenda and what you can expect. So I've gone through the foundations and the fundamental principles of how to monetize social media, how to set yourself up for success. We've been through with Sam and gone through LinkedIn and LinkedIn outreach and posting. We are going to take a short lunch break now, and we want you to come back because in 20 minutes time, we have got an exclusive video for you with Mr. Rob Moore himself. So go and grab a bit of lunch, have a little tea and a wee, and make sure that you're back in 20 minutes time so that you can watch the exclusive video with Rob Moore. And then after lunch at 1:15, my partner, Camilla, on social media is going to be coming to talk to you about influencing your following, growing your audience, getting more results. And then rethinking social media with Paul is after that. And then ultimately, we're looking at the 7 C's of building a vast personal brand with Mr. Rob Moore. Now, I do understand we are running a wee bit early, so bear with me. We will actually be 20-minute break. Up to 12:50 is when the Rob Moore video is coming up, just to give you an idea of that. 12:50 is the Rob Moore exclusive video to you guys only. Bonus content. It's going to run for 25 minutes. And then after that, Camilla will be on to talk to you about social media influence. So I hope you've had a fantastic morning. I've enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to seeing everybody who signed up to the accelerator, getting you more results, monetizing your social media, and we shall see you this afternoon.
Hi, it's Rob Moore here. The debate on paid versus free. Just how much free value and content and goodwill and your product and service should you put out to the world unpaid, and then how much should you charge and when should you charge? And this is a debate that's been going on since almost the dawn of time. And you generally have 2 camps. One camp would be, don't really give anything away for free. Your products and services are valuable. You've put your time, your effort, your energy, your study, your whole life into your products and services. Why should people have them for free? When you give stuff away for free, you attract the freebie seekers who are not your ideal client anyway. And then on the other side of it, you have the thought process that the more free value you put out there, the more goodwill you build, the more reach, the more impact, the more followers, the more potential customers. And as such, you'll build trust and loyalty so that then people will engage in your business and your products and services. Now, this might end up turning into a bit of a rant. So I'm just giving you a bit of a warning here. I'll try my best to keep it balanced. And I want to look at it from either extreme and then maybe move into some balance. So there is a saying which I really like and I think is true in a lot of cases, not all, and that is free advice is worth every penny. So there are some people out there that think you can get a Google diploma, i.e. you can just research everything for free on Google and you don't need to pay for any training or mentoring or for anyone's products or services, you can just self-teach on Google for free at home in your pants. And if that was the case, then everyone would be a millionaire. So quite frankly, that's nonsense. And the reason that that's nonsense is because information is only one factor in success. Another factor is implementation. Another factor is accountability. Another factor is that someone's trailblazed and already done a lot of the research and the analysis and navigated all the mistakes. So I don't really like attracting people who think that they can succeed in the world via a Google diploma, and that it's almost like some people feel that you were born to serve everything to them for free. It's like if you had a restaurant and they came in, they'd expect all the food for free, a tour around the kitchen. They'd like to go upstairs and have a little bit of a free go on your missus. They'd like to raid the fridge and eat everything out of the fridge and then come back next week and do the same. And you don't want to attract that kind of client. And there's plenty of those around, people who generally don't value themselves. So in that regard, you'll definitely want to have a paywall, some kind of gateway where, you know, they can consume some stuff remotely for free, maybe podcasts, live videos. Sorry about my analogy, by the way, but sometimes, honestly, some people, it's like the expectation, like, give me this, give me that, tell me this, do that, mentor me for free. I mean, man, I've been spending 15 years, probably on average 55, 60 hours a week, other than my semi-retirement phases, you know, working and studying and learning, investing millions of pounds into my education, spending 250, 300 grand a month on marketing nowadays. We have 95 staff all in our three main companies. And, you know, how am I going to be able to run a business if I can't charge fair exchange? So I wasn't born, and you weren't born, to service the needs of people who want everything for free. Now, the reason I'm telling you that is because, one, there's a lot of people like that out there. And you'll probably want to, I wouldn't say avoid them, because this is not, look, everyone's at where they're at. And some people are just in research stage, and some people have been burned in the past by paying for services. So it's not so much a judgment of them, because there's all different types of those kinds of people. But it's really about how you qualify people. And I think that you should have a desire to give a reasonable amount of good value information for free, whether it's on your podcast, doing your live videos. Although rather annoyingly, I press record on this. This would make a good podcast episode, and the bloody card's not in. So I'll have to do this again. Your YouTube videos, your Facebook posts, you can give a decent amount of content for free, and you can appease the hunger of the freebie seeker. And actually, if you give them some good value, they may not yet buy your products and services, but they will go and speak highly of you to others. So they can, in some regards, be your ambassadors. So, you know, it's not that you go out and publicly humiliate freebie seekers. A lot of people do that. And I don't really like that. I'm just talking about this from your standpoint. But you want to have some rules in place. So one of my rules is I'll help anyone on a 15-minute call if they're really struggling. And I have some rules on doing those calls so that I can protect my time and have fair exchange. And so I'll help anyone. And I'll do, if anyone says to me, hey, Rob, could you do a podcast on X subject? Could you do a YouTube video on Y subject? As long as it fits my niche and I have experience in it, I'll happily do that. And I'll happily do things like that, you know, for the rest of my life. But then that ends. And so once they've had maybe a 15-minute call with me and I've done all the content that I can, if they continue to need my help and support and ask me questions and want one-to-one help or want to get trained and educated, it's at that point then that they need to invest in one of my courses or programs. And that's usually a good qualifier and a test if they're actually looking seriously about investing in themselves, or if they're just looking to extract a lot of stuff for free. And so there's that wall there. Now, people usually sit either side of the wall. Some people won't give anything for free. They're worried about, oh, well, if I give stuff for free, then no one will buy my stuff. Or it's not fair for the people who've paid the stuff if I give some of the stuff for free. And there's a small amount of truth in those. But if I'm frank, I like the kill them with content model. So I would rather give too much content than not enough content, because I think if people feel that your free content is really good, then they'll probably deduce that your paid content or your products or services will be good too. And I think if you're always baiting and switching or just not really giving any good value up front, you're always hiding stuff. I don't think that that really builds up the, the goodwill. Now, Gary has said here, make sure the thing you're selling or you want paying for is not available online. So there's definitely the element of, do you do online training? Is it, or do you have an online product or do you have a physical product? But of course, Gary's in the car industry, and I'm sure he would know that a test drive is one of the best ways to get someone to buy a car. But how do you know when someone, is maybe a bit of a freebie seeker just looking to test drive everything? Now some car companies will lend you a car for 1 or 2 days. I like investing in high-end audio, high-end hi-fi. And there's 2 or 3 dealers around my local area. They'll quite happily drop off a pair of £50,000 speakers and just let me borrow them for 3 weeks. And that's a lot of trust and goodwill. But when you've got a pair of £50,000 speakers in your house, and you fall in love with those, that's really hard to return them. And it's actually a good way to sell. And I'm not saying any of this is right or wrong, by the way. I'm just saying you've got to figure out where your line is. So the key for you in your industry, in your niche, is where is the line where free becomes paid, where demonstration becomes actually they've now got to invest. And I know for a fact there's 3 or 4 pieces of hi-fi equipment I've bought from 2 of my hi-fi dealers. I wouldn't have bought had I not been able to demo them at home. I mean, I'd have happily paid them a retaining deposit, but they didn't ask for that. So they built goodwill. Knowing that I can borrow anything from them, once I listen to something that I like, I'll always buy from them. And there's a lot of goodwill there. And actually, I'd be really reticent to buy something from someone who wouldn't let me try it first. Now I know someone who can try it first. Just like if you've got information-based products and services, if no one will give anything for free and they're just like this, no, you've got to pay for it, you've got to pay for it. Oh, well, if you want to learn about that, you've got to go on my course. Oh, well, if you want to learn about that, you've got to pay. You can't get that information. Then of course you may feel a bit like there's no openness there. Now Gary's also made a good point here on this video, because you have to work this out. If you don't do any test drives, well, you're going to probably sell a lot less clients. And is it that big of a deal if there's some people that just skim all your free stuff? Well, probably not really. If they're going around saying that you're kind and generous and you give good value, even if they're not buying from you, is that really a problem? That isn't a problem. Might they be a future buyer? Yeah, probably would become a future buyer. They may just not have the money now. But now let me flip it on its head. There are a lot of people out there, coaches, consultants, trainers, and many people who have products and services who undercharge for themselves and are giving a lot of coaching and consultancy for free because they just have this inner guilt or just inner lack of worth of being able to charge, or fear of what people might do or say about them when they have fees around their products and services, or they're overcharging or ripping people off. And then they create all this guilt and self-worth. This self-worth hole inside them just means they give way too much for free. Now, when you give way too much for free and then you can't make a fair profit margin and you can't make enough money in your business, you become very resentful and very bitter and very angry at your market, except you attracted that freebie seeking market because you're giving everything away for free. So you have to think about who you're attracting. You will attract, of course, based on your messaging, of course, based on your niche, of course, based on, your demographic and your own age and experience, but you will also attract based on what you put out. So give too much away for free, you will attract too many people who are looking for everything for free. So I think it's about setting some rules for yourself. What are you going to give away for free? Making sure that it's valuable and not just a bait and switch or a tease. What could you do for people that would build up the trust and the rapport? Accepting the fact that a few people are probably going to game your system. Like if you do property tours, for example, to sell properties to people, there's going to be some people that are going to come on those tours and they're just probably going to copy you and set up in business in competition. So that makes you not want to do that. But then if you don't do that, you don't get your business. So again, you've got to work out what the attrition is, and just accepting, that some people are going to copy you. Some people are probably going to take you for a bit of a ride. Some people are going to milk you a bit. But where some people are going to do that, some people are going to have trust built, and then they're going to buy all your products and services and become a lifetime client and a loyal client. Now, for me, it's all about the ratio of free versus paid. So I probably have about £120,000 worth of, and that's discounted prices. So courses, masterminds, mentoring, etc. I've got two main companies that sell training and education. And if you add the property, the personal development, the business, the public speaking, the e-commerce, and all the different courses and masterminds and mentoring and coaching, etc., and you add that all together, I would say there's about £120,000 worth of course material there. So I know that in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, however long, someone could become a client that could be worth 30, 50, £100,000 to me. So because of that, I think that it's only the right thing to do 3 podcast episodes a week, 2 live feed Facebook videos a week, post in different platforms, 1 YouTube video a day, all the content on the Rob Moore supporter program, all the content on my audiobooks and books. And I made it a mission of mine to give more content than anybody else in my industry, bar none. And if you can find anyone that gives out more content for free than me, then I will up my game and eat my shirt. A few people have been commenting that they like my shirt, or it's a new shirt. It's not a new shirt. Thank you for the comments. If you can find someone who consistently gives more value than me in my niche, and if you add in how many podcast episodes, how many live videos, how many posts in social media groups, how many YouTube videos, etc., I will eat this shirt. Now, it's because that was always my mission, because I thought if I can give more free, valuable information than anyone else, then I can build more goodwill and trust and rapport than anyone else. Now, Progressive Property, our property training business, is the UK's largest property training business. So you could say that those two balance out, i.e., I believe, and again, you can prove me otherwise, but I'll challenge you to do that. I can't see it. I believe we give more value than anyone else. Ali has just said here he can't keep up with all my content. And is that therefore intrinsically linked to the fact that we became the biggest property training company in the UK, probably 5 years ago now? Well, to my knowledge, anyway. I did a lot of research. Of course, I looked at turnover and profit and size of a company, etc. For, to my knowledge. So you could argue that there's a binary relationship between the value you give for free and the courses that you run, or the information and the size of the growth of your business. Now, paradoxically, because some people are worried about this, some people say, oh, well, if you give too much for free, people won't need or want your paid information. I found that to be the opposite. I found the more that you give away for free, Clive has said Grant and Gary, they're not in my niche really, Clive. I do think that they do give a lot of content, but I think they do a lot of repurposing. And I reckon if you look at unique content, I think, you might find me up there. So I've never found that the more content we give away, the more it harms our business, because people think, oh, well, I don't need any of the courses. Because remember, information is only one element. If information was the core commodity of success, everyone would be successful and wealthy and rich and a millionaire. But in reality, there is also accountability. There is motivation. There is inspiration. There is experience, there is mentorship, and there is guidance. And all of these elements are in success, as well as just information. So I'm happy to keep giving lots and lots and lots of information, new information, repackaged existing information, newly relevant information, information that changes when there's a lockdown, etc. So because I have only found that that's increased the scale and the growth of my company and the sales of my products and services. And if it were the other way around, then, I might review that strategy. Now, one element that is important is what you give for free should be different from what is paid. And what is paid should be of higher value than what is free. Now, what is free can be good content, but what is paid has more touch points, more personal, more one-to-one, more accountability, more inspiration, more motivation, more mentoring, more coaching, more masterminding. So you need to make sure that you differentiate it, because what some people do is they just take their course and they give it all away for free. And then when people buy the course, they're like, well, wait a minute, this was all for free. So Saul has just said there, it's a fine balance, and it is a fine balance. But what you don't want to be is too greedy or too giving. Too giving let's talk about fair exchange really quick. So fair exchange is where the market perceives that you're giving them good value, and the market is grateful for the value that you're giving, and the market pays for your products and services. And then on your side of it, you're grateful that you're getting paid fairly for what you're giving, and you feel gratitude to your market, not resentment, and it makes you want to continue to do it, and you get feedback from the market to keep improving it, and you keep improving it, and then you feed it back to the market, and then the market keeps buying or increasing in the fees. So that's fair exchange. It's the sweet spot between price and value. Price is how much the consumer pays, and value is how much value you give and the consumer receives. So if you charge £10 for something that the consumer perceives is worth £11, then they're going to be grateful. They're going to feel like they've got good value, maybe even a bargain. But if you charge £10 and the consumer feels that it's worth £9, then they're going to feel ungrateful, maybe that they got ripped off or they didn't get enough information, or value. So you're looking to find this fair exchange. Now, here's one thing that's really important on this. Fair exchange is nothing to do with price. I have listened to a podcast that was about 8 or 9 minutes long for free, and it had 3 ads on it. And I just felt really quite, what would be the word? I'm trying to not be rude here. I just felt there was no value in it. And I've listened to a 3-hour podcast, and I could have listened to another 3 hours. I've done courses for 500 quid or £1,000 that I thought were amazing, and I've done courses for £5,000 that I thought were average at best. When I started mentoring, what was this? 2008. My fees were £2,000 for the year. And now my fees are 50 grand for the year. Occasionally people get discounts on that, but the minimum anyone can pay to get any mentoring with me is £25,000. And the value is far more now in the £25,000 than was in the £2,000, far more. My experience, my knowledge, what I've learned over the years, how many people I've helped and supported, my improved systems and programs and processes, and, having served hundreds of thousands of more people. So fair exchange is nothing about price, and it's all about value. Someone could get a £10 watch and feel a little bit ripped off, and someone could buy a 100,000 Patek Philippe and feel grateful that the thing is the most beautiful piece of art, and the most valuable thing that they've ever bought. A bargain. So it's not about price, it's about value. So maybe you're undercharging, maybe you're overcharging, and fair exchange will give you that feedback as to whether you're under or overcharging. Right, let's summarize this then, because I did say on this video that I was going to end the debate on free versus paid, and all I've really done is debate it so far. And I did say it might turn into a bit of a rant, and I'm kind of glad it hasn't gone too much of a rant. You need to find your fair exchange, where you're giving good value for free, in the form of demonstrations, trials, content, value, information, guidance, and support, so that you can build trust and rapport with your audience, so that your audience feel like, well, they've given me this much for free and it's really good value. I'm now invested in them, and I follow them and I trust them, and I'm going to invest in their further products and services. If you don't give anything away for free, then you can't build that trust and goodwill, and you won't get many clients. However, you have to have a line or a wall whereby I'm happy to do 3 podcasts a week. I don't really want to do 1 a day yet. I'm happy to do 2 live feed videos a day. I don't really want to do 5 a day yet. I'm happy to write 1 to 2 books a year. I don't really want to write 5 a year. So, I'm doing the amount of content that I'm probably pushing myself a bit more through this lockdown, but I'm doing the amount of content that I'm happy with. And so should you, and my audience is happy with. If I get to the point where my followers say, Rob, I'm not sure I can keep up with all this content, that tells me I'm doing a good job and I'm putting enough content out there. But when people want free mentoring, 1-to-1, and they want me to come over their house and bring all my food and take my cars with me, so that I can leave them at their house in their garage, then the line is drawn there. And I used to feel guilty about that. I used to feel guilty that I always wanted to help people and rescue people and save people and be there for everyone. I used to reply to every email, every Facebook message, every WhatsApp message. And then it got too much. And what you find then is you help all these people for free, but what about your customers that have paid? And you should absolutely help first your customers that have paid and the customers that are more loyal, because they're the ones that have paid, and you need to give fair exchange to them. So what is your cutoff point where you go, okay, I've given you now what I can for free. I hope you've enjoyed it. If you want to take the next stage, then here's what you need to do. And then you give them a call to action. And you're allowed to sell your products and services. You're allowed to run a business. There is no crime against that. There's a few critics out there that think that training organizations, there's some kind of crime against that. And you can learn everything for free on Google. If none of them are millionaires, I've never seen a millionaire critic, proper hater critic. I've never seen a millionaire one. Usually millionaires are too busy with bigger problems than to just sit on Facebook all day bitching and moaning about everyone. So you need to be careful who you listen to. You're going to upset people when you put your products and services out to the world. When you do what you do and say what you say, people are going to hate your face. And that's just the way it is. And that's okay, because that's life. I'm kind of used to that now. In fact, I know if I don't have a fraternity of critics and trolls, I'm not putting enough work out there. I don't have enough of a business. I've not got enough reach. Someone's always going to be upset when you make a sale or try to make a sale, or you have a shop to open, or you want to run a business. There's a fraternity of people right now in this lockdown that feel that no one should sell anything. It's absolutely disgusting to sell. Okay, so if everyone stops selling, what happens to the economy? You smart ass motherfuckers. What happens to the economy if everyone stops selling? Tell me that. I'll tell you what happens. Everybody goes bust. The supply chain, gone. You won't even be able to feed yourself. All the things that you're enjoying while sitting in your pants, trolling everyone online, they wouldn't be able to create content for Netflix that you're sitting there enjoying. So you're allowed to sell. You're allowed to sell at any point. The key is fair exchange and good value. So we've changed our courses from physical to online. We were forced to. And we've changed our masterminding and mentoring from monthly to weekly. And we're often doing bigger discounts on our courses, and we're often wrapping in more than one. So 2 for the price of 1. So that's 4 times as much support. That's about not quite half the price, but a bit more than half the price. And usually 2 courses at the same price as half the price of 1. So I know we're giving extra value. I know we're doing our bit to support people through this challenging time. I know that. I know our courses are worth a lot more. And I know it's a great time for people to accelerate their immersion and to, learn as much as they can through this time on lockdown. And it would be unfair exchange of me if I just stopped selling all my products and services and just gave everything away for free. I have 95 staff, that they have families. I have all my clients who've paid for existing masterminds, and they want those delivered when we're out of this. And that has an overhead and an expense, and that needs to be covered. And that's just business. And if people don't get that, then just block them and just get rid of them, because they're not going to serve you moving forward. You are allowed to run a business. You are allowed to charge for what you do. There is a fraternity of people out there that think that what you do, you are Satan and the Antichrist. But they have too much time on their hands. This has turned into a bit of a rant, hasn't it? But I just think it's important for you to know, because a lot of people have been messaging me saying, hey, Rob, look, there's a lot of hate out there. There's a lot of criticism. I'm really worried about selling anything because I feel like I'm going to get absolutely attacked. Well, it's an emotional time for people. I have sympathy too for people who are lonely, and people who have tried to succeed but failed, and people who are a little bit bitter and have had bad experiences and been burned, and they've become a little bit of a critic. I have sympathy for those people, but you are allowed to run your business.
Hi guys, it's me again. Apologies, we've had some technical issues earlier on. I broke the internet. There you go. I don't know if that's a claim to fame. Not really. So thank you for bearing with us, and we're going to get restarted again because something's crashed. So I'm going to put my slides back on again and go through them from the start. So get watching, and we'll get started. And I've got 90 minutes of content for you, and I promise you will be worth it. So thank you again, and apologies for the tech issues. So bear with me 2 seconds. All right, I am all yours. So again, I'm not sure who's heard this bit, but we'll go again. So thank you so much for coming, joining us this afternoon for the social media influencer. And if you've been watching the social media summit all day, let me know what you think. How did you get on? What bits did you find interesting? Say hi if you're watching in the comments, so we know who's here. And feel free to ask us questions throughout the whole webinar. We're going to take all the questions now, and I'll answer them at the end for you. So this is actually my social media debut and my first time speaking for Progressive Success. So I seem to have been kept in a cage for a few years because I've got this ability to offend people without meaning to. So anyway, I think they're feeling safe with me now, and I've been invited to come and teach you everything I know about social media and to show you how I've managed to grow multiple six-figure businesses with the help, or primarily with the help of it, and no marketing spend. So things we're going to cover today are what is an influencer. So if you listened to the session this morning by Gary, which by the way was incredible, you would have heard about the normal meaning of the influencer. So what does that mean normally? What do you think when you hear an influencer? So probably a lot of people still now, when they hear the word influencer, they think a celebrity, someone who's very famous, very rich, got millions of followers, Instagram models, Instagram lifestyle, that type of thing. You know, people with a lot of power that are seen as an influencer. So whilst that is true, this has changed over time with the growth and development of social media. That is not actually the case anymore so much. The influencers are now specialists in their field. So I did pull up here. Let me see if I've got it still. There you go. So I pulled up, I thought I'll find out exactly what that means. So an influencer is a person that influences another. And when it comes to marketing, is a person with the ability to influence potential buyers of a product or service by promoting or recommending the items on social media. So anybody, me, you, your neighbor next door could be an influencer. And influencers, people have become an influencer are the people that you honestly, you wouldn't expect to be that. You can grow a significant brand via organic social media. So we cover brand building, and again, I'll expand from what Gary said this morning, and then we'll cover one of my favorite bits, which is charisma and personality. Because Gary mentioned this morning about one of the most important things in growing your brand and your presence is consistency. And whilst I 100% agree with that, I need to tell you that's not the only thing. That's not the only way you're going to grow your brand and become an influencer in your field. That's not enough. You may see people over and over and over posting on social media every single day, a few times a day, and their reach doesn't grow. And they do it for weeks and months, and it just doesn't change. They still don't get that many views. They don't get the engagement that they want. There's no progress. So what they're thinking, what's going wrong? It can't be right. What they say, it's not true. Well, it is true, but you have to combine other things with it. Because if you think about it, we're here talking that anybody could grow their business or brand on social media, which is true. However, what that leads to is a lot of noise. So a lot of videos, more people are doing live videos, recorded videos, posts, pictures. We are flooded with all this information and noise when we scroll through our feeds, on Facebook, on Instagram, on LinkedIn. So you need to have something that jumps out at people. You need to have something that makes people stop and want to look at yours, because there's hundreds of other videos. There's hundreds of live videos happening. There's hundreds of people talking about different bits of content. So you must have something there that makes them stop on you. And you got to think about that. What would make them stop on you? So we'll discuss that in more detail. I'll give you my best post examples, so things that have worked for me. So ultimately, the benefit of you spending time with me is that I've grown on social media over the last 2.5-3 years. And initially, I haven't had the mentors. So I was spending a lot of time working things out. I was just playing with it. I didn't think social media was a thing for business. So I ended up testing a lot of things and organically doing posts or types of content, developing your own style. So I'll share with you what works well for me and what I believe works well. If you know me, you know that what I'm good at. Well, Gary's great at repurposing content to many platforms and being very prolific in that way. I'm very good at focusing on one thing and expanding out slowly. So I focus my growth primarily in other people's Facebook groups. And when I say groups, it's not like tens of groups. It's pretty much one group, and now it's a second group. It's pretty much it. And I've grown significant reach and income just by doing that. And then, again, I'll tell you more because there's more to it. We'll discuss repurposing content, which is one of the most important ways to get noticed online. I'll tell you how to get results. So all these things I've mentioned above is how do you put it all together to get the results that you want. And we discuss the use of video, which many of you are scared about. So actually, as we do in this webinar and presentation, I am live on my profile, so the guys can see me. So you can repurpose your contents whilst we're recording a webinar. I'm also recording a live video on my Facebook page, which I can then share to other places. And video works really well. People can kind of see behind the scenes there of how I run the webinar. So a little bit of an introduction, because you may be thinking, who is this girl and why is she talking to me? So let me tell you a little bit about myself and why I'm here today to talk to you. So my name is Camilla Scholek. I'm known as the SA girl in the property community, and I've primarily initially grown my business via property. And we'll talk later about niche, and I'll tell you what my niche is. I'm a single mum of twin girls who are 6 years old. And as we're running this webinar, they are actually next to me, doing their own thing. So that's a great thing about social media, that you can do your work and be with your family and with your kids and do it pretty much anywhere in a country, in the world. I'm now an owner of multiple six-figure companies, but only in 2017. And in fact, at the end of 2017, I have started from nothing. And when I say nothing, not just nothing, but significant debt, which I'll tell you about. I'll give you my story a bit later. So this is a proof that you don't have to have a lot of money. You don't have to have many followers. You don't have to have a super special skill or talent to grow a lot of, to grow a good business and a brand and have success. I'm an ex-midwife, so whilst I've been building my businesses, I was still working in the NHS until 2018, actually. And via social media, I have developed multiple businesses, brands, and income streams at nearly 7-figure turnover. So that's not been very long, and I've only used social media properly, like really, really focused on it for, I would say, the last year and a half. Okay, so let's get started. I hope that you've got your pens and paper ready. Take as many notes as possible. Ask any questions that you want to ask as we go through this. Just post your questions in the feed so you don't forget, and get started. So the main purpose of this webinar today, 2 seconds, someone froze. I hope this is working. By the way, is this working okay? Because I've got a live video open here, someone saying that it's frozen. So could you let me know if it's working? You can see me okay in the slides. But the main strategy of today is maximizing digital platforms. Fab, I've just got a message saying it's working fine. So social media gives you the power to reach hundreds, thousands, and even millions of people, but you need to know how to reach them in the best way. Like I said, you can post as much as you like, but if you don't know how to structure your content properly, how to build your posts correctly for your audience. Gary talked this morning about finding your ideal customer. So knowing what your customer is and when they hang out, what they want to talk about. That's very, very important, because you've got to figure out what your niche is. What is your thing? So what's worked really me over the last 2.5 years is, I've been in property for 12 years. For the last 2.5 years, I have focused on one strategy alone initially, one thing, and that's service accommodation. And I just focused on that one thing, made sure that I grew it into a successful business before I started looking at other things, before I started implementing other strategies, before I started teaching other things as well. So the reason I'm known as the SA girl, because I lived and breathed that strategy alone for 2.5 years and nothing else until very recently. And that's what the trick is for you. What is your niche? Rather than doing property as a whole, because property is just so wide, and so I think it's just not. You need something smaller. Focus on your niche. What do you do? What do you want to specialize in? For me, it was service accommodation, and actually, I even super niched within that, because it was rent to service accommodation, which is like a property rather than ownership, is a property control strategy, which I'm not going to bore you with. So niche, super niche, grow through your niche, and then start branching out, which is exactly what I'm doing now. So what is an influencer? Let's get started with that. So as I said to you before, gone are the days where influencer is somebody that's a celebrity, got millions of followers and is a millionaire and has got this incredible lifestyle, and that's the only reason people follow them, because they've got this reach. You can become an influencer without any of that. When I started utilizing Facebook, I think I had like 200 friends. I didn't have thousands of friends. I didn't have this big platform. I had 200 friends. I didn't really use my social media profile for much other than, sharing bits and pieces about my family, because I was in a NHS role. I was a professional, and we were restricted on what we were allowed to share. So I'll tell you later how I grew, the reason I grew in groups, kind of organically without meaning to. But you don't have to have this huge following. You can become an influencer yourself. So an influencer is a user of social media who has established credibility in a specific industry. Someone who has access to a large audience and has a specialized knowledge. So this is where niching comes from. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to close my live video whilst we're here, and the guys can join us on there. All right. I'm with you. We're good to go. So someone who has access to a large audience, but that gets built up with time. So that doesn't happen straight away. That's something you can develop. Specialized knowledge is about niche. So like I said, pick one thing. So what are you good at? So for example, we had a talk from Gary earlier today, and Gary is a mortgage broker, but not just that, he niches. He's a mortgage broker for self-employed people and entrepreneurs. That's his specialism. That's part of the reason I became Gary's client, because I'm an entrepreneur and I'm self-employed. And I felt that he would understand me better than any other mortgage broker. So Gary niched and then super niched. And Gary now teaches and helps other business owners and with their own mortgage brokerages or mortgage advisors looking to grow a brokerage to how to grow and scale their business like he did. So he's super niched, and you'd think, well, that's so limited. So how would that work? But it does work, because you super niche, you grow out. So then you do other things later, but initially you need that laser focus. A good friend of mine, Gordon Bertram, he's a martial arts trainer. So he's an instructor. He's a world champion, and he's got a franchise now, but he had a sort of training facility. And then he niched. He provides training to other martial arts school owners on how to grow and scale their businesses. And you'd think that's a super niche. That is crazy. How could anyone make that success? Guess what? He's got a very successful 6-figure business off the back of that. And where do you think that he grows his following, and where do you think he gets his business from? Social media. So niching is really important here. So if you're with me today and you're thinking, well, what do I talk about? What's my thing? Pick that one thing. To give you an example, I niche, super niche with service accommodation. What I'm doing now is, I'm purchasing a lot of property using a buy, refurbish, refinance strategy. So I started teaching that, because that's what I do. And I've got experience, and I've got something to tell people. So that's my next niche. So I'm now going into an umbrella of the property girl. So talking about other things, but initially it starts with one thing, and then you just add another thing. And that way you have so much more clarity, and it will enable you to grow much more successfully. So specialized knowledge, it just means focusing on one thing that you do really well. You've heard from Sam earlier. Sam is a social media expert, but what does she focus on? LinkedIn for businesses. That's her specialism, and Sam makes multi-6 figures. I hope that she told you, but she's extremely successful. Rebuilt her business from scratch after some very upsetting things happened in her previous business of a joint venture partner. Multi 6 figures. Incredible lady. Authority. So influence is someone of authority. When you say authority is somebody that people, I guess, look up to or listen to. And this you can build up. You don't have to be an authority now. So if you're thinking, well, I don't have this at the moment, I don't think that I'm this expert. You build it up over time. And how you build it up is by showing people what you do and showing people who you are and how you grow and develop. So was I an authority in my niche of service accommodation when I got started? Absolutely not. And I never lied about it. So this is really, really important. I think people are getting sick and tired of self-proclaimed gurus going out there saying, I'm this, I'm that, I'm the other. I don't believe in that at all. And I don't think that's a good strategy to take on board. When it comes to growing your brand, I believe that honesty is the best way. So when I got started, people knew that I was new to it. people knew that I was learning. But as I was learning, I was sharing. And as I was learning more, I was developing my specialized knowledge and sharing it. And with time, I have become an authority in my area. I'm one of the most demanded speakers for service accommodation in the country now. You know, I'm one of the most known trainers when it comes to service accommodation. It's only been 2.5 years, but what I've done is I've been very honest. Here's me, I'm starting, and here's my journey. So whatever anyone says to me online, that you this and you that and the other, they can say whatever they want, because actually I've documented my whole journey on social media. And I'll show you later when I started to step by step where I am now. And I've become an authority by just building this trust and credibility. So you then become a launchpad for other brands in search of credibility. So when you become an influencer, you know, other people who haven't got your credibility or reach will come to you and ask to work with you. So whether it's other brands or whether it's other people or trainers or individuals or businesses, you can combine your you can establish joint venture relationships and help each other grow. And that's really, really important. And initially, don't distract yourself too much of trying to do everything with everybody else. I personally believe focus on yourself and where you need to go. And then once you've got that established, the only way to grow is to go into the joint venture partnerships to get wider reach. But for now, you just focus on yourself and what you can do, because there's so much that you can do to become an influencer. And an influencer can persuade others by virtue of their authenticity and reach. I am Polish, by the way, so apologies if I don't say things right every now and then. Sometimes things just come out of my mouth that are not meant to come out that way, but here we are. So being authentic, we'll cover that a little bit more, but I honestly do believe that the best way to grow is by telling people who you really are. And Gary talked about that. So Gary mentioned something earlier, actually, and I wanted to go back to it. So he said that he doesn't get trolled a lot. And I'm really jealous because I get trolled more. I mean, I don't get trolled that much, really. Like, I just remember it really clearly when I do. But getting trolled is something that depends on what you are. If your brand is a very strong brand, if you're somebody that stands out from the crowd, then expect to get the negativity. Because you get more positivity, you get more people come to you because you're visible. But you being visible and present and they're in everybody's face, it's going to piss some people off. So it's easy to accept that. And my mentor, Rob Moore, said to me over and over and over again, Camilla, if you're not getting haters and critics, then you are not making enough noise out there. So if you're not doing that, then you need to up what you're doing. And what we'll talk about today is how to get yourself noticed and teach you the strategies to deal with anything that may come with it. But it's mainly positivity. But we're people, so we're bound to focus on the negative things, unfortunately. Okay, so I like this quote, which is by Seth Godin, and it's selling to people who actually want to hear from you is more effective than interrupting strangers who don't. This is so important for any of you who use social media already, or who maybe don't use social media but see others do it. This is what puts you off from doing it yourself, because there's so many people who do it wrong and they don't even know that they're doing it wrong, but they're getting it so wrong. So there's a difference between allowing somebody to build trust with you, to get to know you, and then to offer your services to them, and you know, to you shoving something down people's throats. And how many of you have, you know, someone added you as a friend and literally 2 seconds later you get an invitation to like their page, or you on LinkedIn you accept somebody's request and you get flooded with a message saying, hey, buy my shit. Or, you know, somebody just private messages you on Facebook or into messengers again, like buy my shit or sign up to this, or there's an event. Even worse, you know, you're on WhatsApp groups and people scrape your telephone number and they contact you directly to sell you shit, or even call you. I had someone call me. They took my number from a WhatsApp group and they tried to sell to me. That is so wrong. And that not only puts people off ever working with you, if that's what you do, or people who watch this happening, it puts you off from wanting to use social media because you think you have to do that to grow a following. That could not be any further from the truth. I hate that. And I'll give you a little bit of a story. So I actually, I've got a background of retail banking. So I worked in retail banking since 17 to 20. So 2007 to 2010, I worked for a large retail bank. I was on quite a quick career progression, and so it's sales. Very young, very sort of influenced at the time, easily influenced, and I did very well in my job, just pre the financial crash of 2008 and during the financial crash of 2008. And I've seen so many poor selling practices and mis-selling that's put me off so much that I decided to leave my well-paid job at 20 years old as a trainee mortgage broker and go to university to become a midwife. And you think, whoa, how the hell? It's because I was so burned by these poor practices and selling things to people that they didn't need, that I decided that I want to offer my services and to help people for free. So the way to do it is to work in the NHS. So off I went and spent the next 7 years working in the NHS as a midwife until I've returned into the world of social media and business, which involves selling in the last 2.5, 3 years. So for me, when I came back into this world, I very much knew that what I didn't like. So I didn't like this push selling. I didn't want like forcing people. In fact, I still tell you to this day, I don't like selling. And people laugh at me because you might have seen my results. And my training company alone, which is a very niche property training company, has made approximately £320,000 in revenue since November 2018. And people say, well, like, you don't like selling, but you've made 320 grand in however long. And I say, yes, but I don't sell directly. There's a difference. And there's a difference. And that's why you should, when it comes to social media, there's a good way to do it and a wrong way to do it. So you should push away anybody who tells you that you need to jump in other people's DMs or you should be selling directly. What I believe a much better way is to build content marketing and let people get to know you and allow people to get a taste of you, and then choose when you offer your services, they come to you rather than you come to them. It works the same way. So I don't know if is there any property people in the room, by the way, say hello if you are. It's the same way when it comes to selling your products or services and raising finance. I've raised £600,000 of finance for my property purchases in the last few months, just for the deals that I needed. So I've not raised any excess because I didn't need it. And guess what? A lot of it, I've not been asking. I might have asked a question once they've come to me. What I did is I shared what I do. I shared my story and what I'm wanting to do and let people come to me and approach me, because you're much more likely to do business with people who have found you, who have built their trust in you, they like you and they want to work with you, which is what I'm going to be encouraging you here to do. And if you choose to work with me, then it's something I'll help you. I believe that I've got that figured out quite right. And by the way, that's the only way that I've made any success in this world, because I still tell you now, I don't like selling. So I have to find ways that I know that I'm giving good value and I'm giving a lot of content and that people come to me and I don't come chase them. Okay, so the secret to getting noticed online. Wonder what it is. Can anybody guess, before I go any further, what is the secret of getting noticed online? What do you think I'm talking about? I'll give you a little bit of time. Post it in the comments, whether you're watching on Facebook or whether you're watching on a webinar. Let us know in the comments and we'll see who gets it right. I'll give you a couple more seconds. I'll have a drink and then we'll go. I bet you're not going to know this. Girls, don't type so loud, please. Sorry, kids in the background. Okay, so I bet you didn't guess that right. It's content repurposing. The way to get noticed online is by content repurposing. Get yourself heard and get yourself noticed. So it's something that used to tickle me, and it still does in a way, is whenever I went to physical events and people knew me from social media, and they would see me, if I met them for the first time, they'd always be like, for God's sake, you are always on my timeline. Whenever I wake up, there's just Camilla and a Camilla and a Camilla and another video and another post. And it used to really piss me off. But like now it's just like, that's what I like about you, that you're just so persistent and consistent and you're always there. So, people learn to love you or really not like you. So Gary was saying earlier that, people will add you as a friend or follow you and then unfollow you. And I used to think to myself, it's like little shits. It's like, they add me as a friend and I accept them. And then they fucking remove themselves. They take me out as their friend. It's like, well, who do they think they are? But he is right. Gary said that's a good thing. It is a good thing because you are automatically, organically filtering your audience, because people who have added you, maybe they heard something about you. But then when they joined your social media, when you are persistent and consistent and you post a lot of content, they get to know you. And if they don't like you, they'll go. And that's good because they would have never bought from you. And if they did, you probably wouldn't have a very good client relationship together. So let them go and go somewhere else. That's a natural filter. So by posting regularly and consistency and repurposing your content, you go into get on people's nerves, but that's the only way to grow. And people who like you will absolutely love you, and you're going to build super fans. Another thing to mention, let me just check my messages 2 seconds. Okay, it's all working fine. So most of you will think, I'll go on here. Most of you will think that you have to have so much time in order to make this work. It's not true. I'm going to show you examples of how you can cut one piece of content into multiple. I had a call with a client recently and he was saying to me, I'm tired, I'm exhausted, I'm creating all this content and posts and I just don't seem to, I just can't do it anymore. And I asked him what he did and then I worked it out. He just creates brand new posts for every single platform and everything that he does. So he's just feeling like he's running out of things to say. The trick here is repurposing. So what is content repurposing? By the way, how are you finding it? Am I doing okay? Is my debut okay for you? Am I not too bad? Let me know. I'd love to hear your honest feedback. So what is content repurposing? So content repurposing is changing the format or the target audience. So the format could be cutting up the post that you've got or using the same post and going into different groups. So to give you an example, the way I do it, so I'll give you what I do and you could utilize it, for yourself and do a similar thing. So I believe in focusing on one group, 1 or 2 groups. That's where my main focus is. So right now, my group, and it has been for a long time, is Progressive Property Community. That's the group I focused in and I remain focused in that group. I do a lot less content than I used to there because I do a lot more on my own profile and page now. But that's my baby. So that's my group that I really cherish and I look after. And you only see me posting brand new content in that group. You will never see me repurposing any content into that group. That's my baby. That's where I grew. That's where I post a lot. That's where people know me. And that I will continue to cherish it and to feed it. So my rule is that group gets original posts. Then what I do is I take the original posts that perform well. So you can do it yourself. You can employ a VA, which, by the way, if you join me and Gary, we'll teach you how to do that. You can get a VA for $2-3 an hour who's going to be able to repurpose content for you and do it on your behalf. So what I would do is go into Progressive Property, search for my name, pick up the best performing posts and feed them into other groups. And I saw somebody ask somewhere within the questions, I think when Gary was running, how do you make sure that you don't annoy people with the amount of content that you put out there? Well, I don't post the same thing in multiple groups at the same time, which is what I see people do wrong all the time. Because what happens when someone posts exactly the same thing in multiple groups, you just get it like one under one. I don't know if you've seen it. It's like tile under tile, saying this person posted in 3 groups. And that's just lazy. That's just bad form. I just think that's disrespectful, that it shows that you can't be bothered, and I don't like doing that. So for example, on a Monday, I would take that post and put it into this group. On a Tuesday, I go and put this post, I change it up a little bit, put it in that group. Also, whilst I'm posting to Facebook, I could be, so let's say I'm doing it on my Facebook page. So I'll post to Facebook page, at the same time I post to LinkedIn, and at the same time I'll do a post for Instagram. This is one piece of content. All you are doing is just putting it on different platforms. Again, me and Gary can teach you this, but there are softwares that you can use where you can schedule all of this, so you don't have to do it yourself. So what I do is, Gary's much better at scheduling than me. I'm not going to lie. I'm probably the wild card. I like things to be raw and honest and just thrown in there. When I wake up at like 11 o'clock at night or whatever, or no, I don't wake up then. I don't even go to bed then. Anyway, it's 11 o'clock at night and I think, oh, I feel like saying this. And I just say it. I like doing that. But I've been getting better at scheduling stuff. So you can schedule your post to come out, to go to LinkedIn at this time, to go to Facebook page at this time, to go to Instagram at this time. You can change how they look, what's in them, etc. So you've got one piece of content. It goes into original group, which is Progressive Property. Then I would post it on LinkedIn. I would post it on my Facebook profile. I would post on my Facebook page. I would post it on Instagram. I would then post it in, I'm not going to give you the names of the groups, but there's about 4 other property related groups that I would post it in. That's 9 alone. And that's just the same piece. So I'm just changing the audience. I'm not even changing the format. I'm just changing the audience. And I've got 9 pieces there already over multiple days. That's probably a week worth of content that you've created of one post. And change the format. You can cut things up. You don't need to say the same thing. You could, change the format and make it into multiple posts. Let's say you do a video and you've got a good video. Well, you can get your VA to cut up your video into multiple things, or you could do a post with a video. You could do a post with a photo. You could just do a post with an infographic, whatever you like. It's really easy to repurpose when you know how to. But most people overthink social media. They think that they constantly have to come up with new things. I've just given you so many ways to use one piece of content. Facebook Live, did you know that you can download your Facebook Live as a video file, and then you could post that anywhere? You could get your VA or do it yourself and edit the video and put it on YouTube. I bet you didn't even know that. And there's a way to download that. And again, me and Gary we can show you exactly how to do that. So time is precious and you don't want to waste it. I certainly, so with me, I know Gary was saying earlier that he's got a team. So he's got a team that do everything for him. I'm not going to lie, I've got a team in my property business. When it comes to my training business and my social media, it's just me. I'm not very good at employing people. I have lost PAs and VAs, and it's just me. So I do not have time, and I've got just 2 kids that you may hear in the background tapping on the bloody computer. So I do not have time to be wasting. So I need to be clever with it, and you can do the same because we all have 24 hours in a day. So we got to make sure that we know how to utilize it best. Additional opportunities. So, anything else. So things like you could spot opportunities from news hacking, news jacking. That's another thing. It's just doing a content piece of the back of a news article that came out, and they get really good reach a lot of the time. Asking a question, starting a discussion, there's so many ways to create content that don't involve you sitting there for hours scratching your head and what to say. Reach a new audience, because you can. So for example, with me, I was primarily property based until, very recently. And right now I'm reaching an audience of business owners who want to use social media for their growth. So my second group of choice, so I told you about Progressive Property, my second group of choice for growth is Disruptive Entrepreneur Community, which is full of entrepreneurs. And I've been posting in there regularly and getting myself known, and I'm getting really good reach in that group now, and that's business owners. So 2 different types of groups. I know it's the same owner, but then you expand that and you go into something similar and grow. Watch, read, and listen. So some people like to watch videos. So when it comes to videos, there's 2 types as well. There's a live video on Facebook, on Instagram, or on LinkedIn. There's a pre-recorded video. And by the way, like I said, you can download a Facebook Live video and do it as a pre-record. So some people like to do that. Some people like to read, so doing the nice post with, a lot of content in there. People like that, and other people like to listen as well. So when it comes to, videos or having a podcast, so whether doing videos or having a podcast, they could put you in their ear. That's really helpful. So you got to think, how do people like taking in content? Also, when it comes to videos, doing the subtitles at the bottom, will ensure that more people, you capture more people's attentions, because not everyone wants to click on a video and hear it. Some people just want to read. Old content, so like I said, you can literally go in through, if you post in a group, you can go in a group, search for your name, and get loads of content. What I did today, actually, before coming here, I looked for my content from 2017 until now. And it was quite funny, actually. I was like, wow, can't believe that was me. And so you kind of put your journey together. But you've got all of that stuff that you could get your VA to just pull out. You want to probably change it up a little bit, and then she's got content forever to go and repurpose in other groups. And you make new content and evergreen. So content where it doesn't have any date stamps, or it doesn't talk about a specific event that happened right now. Something that can be used for anywhere, anytime. And that's really useful because, you know, there's normally, I don't know if you heard about marketers talking about the 3-month repurpose kind of break. So after 3 months, most people will forget about what you said pretty much. So if you did something 3 months ago, then you could use that again. So you could have a cycle of repurposing the same information and the same content. Because like with service accommodation, I've been talking about it for 2.5 years. So do you think that I come up with brand new content every day for 2.5 years? I had to talk about the same stuff, but guess what? People still want to hear the same stuff. And you amend it slightly and you make it more interesting and better because you learn and you grow. But ultimately, you're talking about the same things over and over and over again, just with a different twist or change it up slightly. And if you've got this evergreen content, it's going to be useful forever because you get new followers, you get people who are new fans that have never heard you say that 3 years ago, for example. So honestly, you can create so much content by repurposing rather than thinking, you know, I've got to sit there for hours every single day coming up with all this interesting information. Like, it's not the case anymore. And again, me and Gary can show you how. So this is something to share with you that you might find interesting, and it's average shares by content type. So you've got all content lists, infographic, how-to articles, what posts, why posts, and videos, and it's done in 1,000 shares. So the most shares, as you can see, is the infographic? Infographic, you know what I mean? So, which is the visual with the interesting kind of data on it. So people like that. I mean, people tend to like visual anyway. So you could create something, you know, with good information on it that's quick to grasp and captures attention. That's the most shared content type. And again, by people sharing your content, you get in better reach. So you want to think about the types of posts that talk about you and you specifically in your journey and stuff that can relate to your group, but also other posts which can be used widely that people can share and apply to themselves and not just about you. They'll be more likely to share when it's something generic about your area of expertise. And then your what posts. So what do you do? Why post? Why do you do it? Videos do really well as well. How-to articles and lists. So people love lists. So, you know, get making lists, creating visuals. I honestly believe that that's the way forward. Okay, so this is your diversified reach. So this is where you should be repurposing your content, by the way. So if you think, where do I do it? So when I said to you that I grew my businesses, via Facebook groups and pretty much one Facebook group. And only recently I've got my Facebook page now. I've been posting on my profile for ages. My mentor's been telling me, get off your profile, set up a page, because I ran out of 5,000 friends. And I just didn't like to do it because, you know what it's like, you get above an ego. So I get good reach on my profile. So, you know, on my live video, I'd get 50 people watching, you know, 60 people sometimes watching. And I'd go to a page and I get 20. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to do it. But you have to. It's the consistency. It's because I always post on my profile. So that's where people expect to see me. And so what I've started to do is to post more on my page. And what happens is, as you're consistent on your page, that grows. And the good thing is your page's got much more scope to grow because you're not restricted to 5,000 friends, and you also appear and you can see the analytics of it. So you can see how many people you reach, how many people engage with your content, etc. And by having a Facebook page, you may be invited to have stars and Facebook supporter and other things. So you want to grow a strong Facebook page as soon as you can. So you've got a Facebook profile, Facebook page, multiple Facebook groups. So this is why I'm saying you should be focusing majority of your content based on me and my specialism. Facebook groups and Facebook page, focus, and Facebook profile. So that takes majority of your percentage because that's what I'm good at, and honestly it's worked so well for my business. It might be slightly different depending on what your type of business is. So you just got to move the percentage slightly. Then 10% to Instagram. You've got Instagram stories as well, which are fed into the 10% overall. LinkedIn, YouTube. So you've got stories, blog, and a website. You should have a blog on your website because your blog keeps your website fresh and high on the SEO. And CRM. You should be building a database of your clients with their email addresses and telephone numbers, because people want to hear from you. So keep them engaged and entertained. And when it comes to CRM, it shouldn't just be about selling to them via email. It should be about keeping them updated. So it's news, content, keep it interesting. If all you do on CRM is sell, then people are going to unsubscribe and not going to read your emails. If you give them emails with content and things that they're going to find useful and interesting, then that's going to be hugely helpful for them. And they're going to keep reading. So what I would do is focus in one main group, as I said to you earlier, your profile and your page. So if you're starting from scratch and you're thinking, well, that just sounds way too much work, focus your attention in one group, your profile and your page. That's all. So it's just Facebook. Then what you do is you repurpose to other channels. So new content shared to multiple platforms at appropriate times. It's good for you to read and find out. And again, me and Gary can help you with that. And what's the best times to post on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, because these platforms have different algorithms and different times of postings are important. So you can schedule these posts in advance to make sure you reach the peak times for those platforms. They have slightly different audiences and algorithms, like I said. And then you want to pick your best performing posts and repurpose them to other groups. And you have content for weeks and months from just doing that. So if you want me to make it simple, I'm making it really simple for you now. Okay, so this is a little bit of my story, because some of you think, I can't do it, it sounds complicated, or is good for her because she's got a good reach and following now. So I went through my Facebook post in a group, like I said to you. So I started posting progressive property community. And the reason I did that, because I was an NHS midwife. I came out with a 10-year relationship. It was a fairly bad breakup in a way that we're both left in significant debt after losing the property portfolio. Had to go back to work full time, moved out from my beautiful home. I was on the verge of bankruptcy at 27, and I really didn't know what the hell I was going to do with myself. The only thing I knew is that I didn't have time to learn and spend ages going through Google and figuring out things by myself. I needed to get things moving quickly. So I paid for courses. My last money on my credit cards, I paid for courses on one thing that I wanted to do, which was service accommodation. So this was October 2017, 21st of October. And it says, who got the first keys? So these were the first sets of keys for my first service accommodation unit. That was October 2017. That's where I started. And to be honest with you, that to find money to get this property furnished, I was buying everything secondhand. Honestly, you don't want to know how much work that was, but I just found it somewhere and done it on a budget. That was the start of it for me. I wasn't posting on social media much. I wasn't present. I wasn't there. I focused in a group, and I had a business partner at the time. By the way, don't go into business partnership with someone you just start dating. That didn't work very well, but hey ho, that's no longer a joint venture partnership. That lasted a few months. Anyway, so that's when I started, and I didn't have the presence. I wasn't known at the time. Like I said, I had maybe 200-300 friends. That's about it. And I just posted in a group. So I became known in a group. Before I started posting, I was commenting on everybody's stuff. I was responding to any comments and any questions that people had, and I just grew my support network via that group. So that's October 2017. No money, skinned, thinking, what the hell am I going to do, and trying to find my way. This is June 2018. So from me being full-time midwife, trying to work out my business, zero following on social media, anything like that, not really knowing what the hell I'm doing. Not even a year later, so that's June 2018. Guess what? I have just only gone and handed in my notice at work. My goal was September 2018, and my goal actually was set in 2016 when I was still my ex-partner, to leave work. So I met that goal from having to restart again, because we grew a property portfolio from 2016, sold it and made a significant loss on it all because of the timescale in 2017, started again, and I still made my deadline. So big thank you to Progressive Property. Always appreciate people who have helped you. I've always given a credit to anyone who have helped me. I've always given a credit to anyone who has taught me. That's really important. There's way too many people that get taught by someone and get this person to invest a lot of energy in them. And you know what, I feel, which is fine. but then they pretend like they've done it all themselves. I think you have to, it's all about being respectful to people and being grateful. Gratefulness is a really great, it's an amazing thing. I'm so grateful for every opportunity I've been given, every person that's helped me on my way, and I'll forever be paying their praises, because without them, I wouldn't be so quickly where I am today. And people like that too, and it shows the type of person that you are. And so there you go, 281 likes and 44 comments. I still wasn't posting that much on social media then, but I was posting a lot in that one group. And then my best performing post, so this is May 2019, so it's last year. And this was a post, so when I talked to Rob, he says, what you're good at, Camilla, is these honest posts, raw, honest posts. That's what I do well. And that's this content that works well for me. So what you've done, how you've done, works really well. Big changes or events in your life, how people can learn from what you've done and how they can do the same. Are the raw and honest, and your story. People like that. So this was, you can't see more. You can see the swear words, that's kind of me. This was about my story. So the fact that in 2017, I was on the verge of bankruptcy and went through all of this, and here I'm with my kids and I'm able to have, all these nice things. I think that's when I picked up my Porsche, and I was like, I was a bit tearful because I don't really treat myself. And I was like, I feel like I deserve it now. And I always say it's a 2-seater. I've got twins. They never go in there. And so that's the best thing about that car. And that post says in a group. So bear in mind, this is a closed group. So there's a restricted reach. So when I started in Progressive Property Community, it was probably about 20,000 people. Now it's 30,000. So to get to 1,000 likes and 471 comments on a post within a closed group that's got restricted reach, that's a lot. And what I did is I just grew in that group. Because what happens when you grow in a group, I don't go and add everyone as a friend. Bad practice. Don't just go in a group and immediately scrape everyone as friends and then sell them into their direct message. Do not do that. I mean, if you like their content and their stuff, by all means add them as a friend. If you think, you're learning from them and they can learn from you, by all means add them as a friend. You're growing your support network. But with time, I let people come to me. So if they like my stuff, they can add me as a friend. I'm not going to force them to. They can come to me. And that's so much more powerful because they have chosen to come to you and to learn from you and to be there on this journey with you. So it's just a lot more powerful. So people will follow you. They'll go to your page and they'll go to your profile, and you take them out of the group, and they're your followers after all. You haven't broken any rules. You haven't broken any guidelines. Another thing that I'd like to cover, so going away from my story and talking about what we're here for, which is content, is when you post in groups, that's something I can really help you with because I'm good at growing in Facebook groups. It's extremely important to know the rules of that group. Every group has different rules, and the best thing to do is to abide by them, to get to know the group owners, get friendly with them, and to read and follow the guidelines. If you go into the group, you don't read their rules and you just post whatever, that's disrespectful. That's not going to get you very far. In fact, that'll get your post removed and eventually get you banned. Most Facebook group owners are very good, and they want people to come and post in their group because that makes their group better and bigger. If people share content in their group, that saves them work. So they encourage that. There's only a few that I know that don't like that because they feel threatened, but generally it's a very supportive community. But you have to stick and abide by their rules. There's no point raving about the fact that my post got deleted. Well, at the end of the day, it's their fucking group. They grew it. Progressive Property Community, Rob and Mark grew that community to 30,000 people. And I didn't, they did. So if they want to tell me that I can't do something, unfortunately, no matter how much I want to scream and shout about it, they've got the right to. It's their fucking group. If I don't like it, I should leave and go somewhere else. It's called Progressive. And you should really be mindful of that, because when we sat in the Facebook group and it's all warm and cozy and we feel like we're part of it, and we are part of it as a community, and sometimes we maybe overlook the fact that there are reasons, there are rules. A, to keep that community safe for you. B, because this is a company's group. They're entitled to sell their products and services within their group, but not want you to sell yours because it's their company. So you just got to think about it that way, and how can you work with them, not against them. So I grew in progressive property community. Now, bear in mind, I have a property education business that's niche that they also do. I have never sold in that group. I've broken a few rules by mistake. I always apologize, and I rewritten my post, and I've done it again. Sometimes, those rules get updated as well and guidelines, so make sure you check them. And, I would go to the admins, find out why, and then I would learn for the next time. So when people break the rules in many ways now, straight away I know what it is. I never sold. What I just did a lot of content. So I did a lot of content. I answered questions. I helped people at Facebook Lives, Q&As, whatever I could. And if they liked me, they could choose to follow me to my page and my profile. And that's where I offer my products and my services. And by the way, that's not the only thing that I do there. I make sure that I share a lot of content on my page and profile. Part of brand building, let's see where we are on slides. So I've got some examples. So part of brand building is how I find it. Some people don't like this, but part of my brand is being honest and transparent and authentic. And I'm just me, and I just tell you whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. Like, I don't really hide things. So that means I share a lot about my life. I share about my struggles. I share about the challenges I face. My dark moments. When I make a mistake, I'll share that. And sometimes it feels really uncomfortable sharing it, but I can show people how that it happens. Business is not about, social media is not just about getting it right every single time. I'm showing you all these great posts, but you haven't seen tens of posts that got a few comments and a few likes. It's just what happens. You just got to keep testing and keep putting things out there. Or you didn't see the videos that completely just went wrong and I had to delete. So we tend to focus on just the good stuff and not talk about the challenges. So in my business journey, I wanted to make sure that I talk about the good and the bad. When someone annoyed me, so the rants, they're good content. Someone annoyed me. In fact, I've got one from yesterday. I've got it saved in my notes. I was too nervous about today to do a rant in the morning. I forgot about it. It just reminded me. I've got a rant saved from something I watched on Facebook yesterday, and I've seen someone say, and I was like, that's it. Ow. And it's not aimed at them. It's just what they were covering the subject. I was like, I'm going to talk about that. Last rant I did, I actually haven't pulled it up here, but last rant that I did was about somebody giving me their opinion when I was a bit triggered anyway. And on my own profile, we got 1,500 views, which for a profile, and 90 odd comments and hundreds of likes. And it was just me ranting about how I'm annoyed because somebody was giving me their opinion where I didn't want it. And actually, it was a friend of mine. I ended up apologizing to him because I overreacted, but I was feeling really stressed. So raw, honest content does really well. And, that's part of my brand. That's who I am. If that's not who you are, you don't have to do the same. But what I find, people like that. People like to see my life and what it's like. People like to see me, day to day and how I work things out. Because when someone sees you, it can put bits of your life together. They can kind of follow your journey a bit more. Sometimes when you see someone doing something there, you just think, how the hell do I get there? I just don't understand. That's why I like to share everything. So people have this step by step, I still have a normal life. I have challenges like everyone else. I've got kids at home that need to be homeschooled. I'm in between house moves, and my move has fallen through, and I'm in a short-term accommodation for a few weeks. I feel down, I feel up. I have relationship problems. I have everything that everyone else has, cash flow problems in my business. I went through the stages of it, because when you make money, people think that you just sit on a mountain of gold, where the fact is, to grow your business, you got to keep reinvesting that money. I share all of these challenges, and it's important. And I think that honesty builds a really strong brand, and you should do the same. So let me just check my notes quickly here. So cool, we've got time. I'm checking my timing because I'm known for running over on stuff. So this is an example of a few posts I did. So how to repurpose content, I'll show you how. So this is, as you can see, search result. So you literally go, I went into progressive community, I typed my name, and it comes up with posts. You can do it by date, so you can go back. So what you would do here is you'd pull that out and put it for your VA to use. So I like visuals. So when it comes, what I like to do is I like to do a text post with a video and text post with a photo that suits that particular thing you're talking about. So I'm not particular. So you see, I do selfies and all that kind of stuff. But if I talk about something relating to my business or something on topic, I'm not just going to go and do my face and like, hey, it's me. I think that's a bit weird. And I've seen a few of those. I'm like, that's weird. Sometimes I do an expression if I'm saying like I'm excited or something like that. So think about the content you're putting in text and link it to the photo. I think that's what I'm trying to say. And that really works. So like here, so the first post is I popped into the course. So whenever I live in Peterborough now, so every other week, but back then I was traveling up and down, and whenever I was in Peterborough, I would just pop into Progressive HQ and pop in and see all my trainers, who they're all my friends now, but I've developed that. I've been always so grateful and appreciative of them. So whenever I was in Peterborough, I would just pop in, they'll be running a course, and I'd say, hey, I'm here. And I would never ask for anything, but what happened is I would arrive and say hi, and they'd say, do you mind if we put you on stage and use you as a testimonial, so, for the course? So I'd be like, yeah, sure. So this is one of those times, the first post, where I just popped in, sat at the back, took a photo, and then took a photo of my face, and just said, hey, I sneaked into this room, and I'm here to share my story. This stuff works, keep going. Just showing my thoughts and feelings. So people who are in that room, that's where I sat like a year before. I sat in exactly the same room. So I want to say to them, it's like, hey, these guys are great. If you follow these steps, it's going to work for you. And by the way, it's worth sticking at because it's stressful. And guess what? 140 likes, 71 comments. People like that kind of stuff. It helps them. The second one, that was my first ever Q&A live video. So October, the reason I pulled this one up, because October 2018 is when I started doing live videos. I haven't done any before. And since that's probably when my growth has gone, and it's just through the roof. People like video, especially live, because they feel like they get to know you. You don't have to do it straight away. As you can see, it's taken me a year to do live videos. And I've built up, I guess people knew me by then. So I've built up some of that credibility and trust with people. But people like to see you on video because they can ask you questions. It's good to engage and interact with people. So yeah, really, really important in your growth, I believe. Pre-record is not quite the same because it feels more structured and scheduled and polished. And so I never liked pre-recorded anyway, because I never look right on video. I never sound right. Anyways, I can never get it right. I've recorded it like 20 times and it would never feel right anyway. So I think, well, on live video, at least I get to engage with everybody. I get to answer questions. And actually, what a good thing about a live video is that you can come with 3 points and just, so if you think, what am I going to talk about? If you do a Q&A, the Q&As are great. So if you think, I don't know what to talk about, do a Q&A, so question and answer session. So you do a title. So like I did a title here saying I'm talking about my example deals and Q&A. Join in. Anyone interested how I made that much profit per month per property? It's the first time I've admitted to. So I'm talking about service accommodation. I'm showing you examples of deals. If you want to know how to make this kind of money in service accommodation, come and join and ask your questions. So people know exactly what they're going in for. And then what I would have, and I would encourage you to do, don't just go in and say, hey, ask me questions, because you're going to feel really stupid. It takes a little while for people to warm up to you. So they're not going to be talking to you straight away. So you ideally want to have a few things to talk about before they start asking you questions. And what happens is you don't have to have a load of content, because they ask you questions and you reply them. And your content goes off, swears off on 1, 2, and 3. So they're really, really great. And you honestly have 3 things I'm going to talk about, and then off you go. And before you know it, you talk for an hour, which was the case here. 153 comments, 150 likes. That's had, I couldn't get the views up here, but that's now had, I think, 6,000 views. And again, that's a closed group. So that's fairly good reach. So again, live videos, post, talking about what and why. So what you've done, why you've done it, how. That's the top one. More examples. So there are different ones with different dates on there. So you've got the one, what? So example of a what post at the bottom. So top left, no, bottom left, not top left. So that's more recent. That's April, 22nd of April. So that's pretty much like around last month. So it's a property I'm buying. And what I did, so photo of what it is. So it's a photo of the actual auction purchase. So it's almost like a proof. It says at the top that you can't see, it's like you won this auction for 155,000. And then what I did is I've given the numbers. So it's kind of like an infographic, but on Facebook. So what it is, so the type of property, the cost, the estimated refurb or the purchasing cost, the estimated GDV, which is the development value. And then I talked about the story of this purchase because there was a story to it. And the reason it's got so many comments because it was a bit controversial because I ended up outbidding somebody who offered on this property who had a sale agreed, but they just haven't followed through with a few things. And in order to secure it, I had to go for this creative process. Anyway, I described it also. It was a little bit controversial, hence it attracted more comments. And, some people were saying to me that that's bad business. But, I just take their opinion on board and it encourages conversation. So really good. You've got at the top there. So what I did there, so the top post on the right, service accommodation and deal packaging step by step. Next week, I'm turning 29. My race to 30 begins. So what I did last year, I'm 30 now, but last year I had my race to 30. So I themed a lot of my content that I'm on this accelerating path to grow my business significantly. I want you to come with me. So I posted this in the group. Bear in mind, I'm not selling anything. I'm not selling my products, but people would be like, okay, what is she doing? Well, that's interesting. There's a theme to it. A lot of them will follow me out, and on my own profile and page, I will be then offering my products. And I had a big launch for my 29th birthday. Actually, when was that? That was the second time I sold my one-to-one mentorship services, and I sold out in 48 hours. So when it comes to launches, I know that Gary covered the launch systems with you and process. And again, if you think, what have I got to offer? When I started, I just knew I had my knowledge and experience, and I was still fairly new to it, so I never lied about it. Remember, you don't have to be the self-proclaimed guru. Just be you. You have some expertise, and you say, be honest. So when I launched my services for the first time, I launched one-to-one mentorships. I didn't need venues and clever slides and whatever. It was just me. And I said to people, I am doing this for the first time. I've never mentored anyone. So I'm going to do a special offer, and I'm inviting 5 people to be mentored by me, and we'll work it out together. I charged £3,500 for 6 months. I sold within 24 hours, I sold out. And they were my first 5 mentees. So February was the second time I launched my mentorship. It was £5,000 for 5 people, and I sold out within 48 hours. No products, no funky things, whatever. It's just me offering my service, and you can do the same. And at the back of that, you can start creating other products. Another example. So appreciation posts, they do really well. So the top post is a happy birthday post to Mark Homer. Again, Progressive Property, he's one of the owners of the group, saying, it was quite controversial, this post, because I called people keyboard warriors and wankers, I think there. So it got me a little bit of hate, but hey, I was prepared for that. I actually got a troll at the back of that post. 520 likes, 111 comments, and that got a lot of exposure. And that was a thank you post. That was a positive post, but it had a few strong words in there which some people didn't like. It triggered them. And at the bottom, again, visuals do really, really well, and especially if you're in property or people like visuals. So this was literally my professional photos came back from my service accommodation setup, and I posted them, and I just did like it's just, a funny post about calling myself Mark Homer of the SA setup because he's good with saving money. And there you go, the really, really good reach. So all of those posts, I hope it gives you a few ideas on what you can do. So, right. Gosh, we're doing loads of content here. We're still good on time, by the way. How are you finding it? I hope it's going okay. I'm telling you more than I was expecting. So Gary has mentioned this already. So we're doing something like that on mine is application only. So we're doing a 3-month social media online mastermind, and it's brand new. It's not something we've done before, and it's online. So it's weekly sessions rather than monthly meetups as normally. So it's a trial on 3 months. So there's a special price for it that we're doing this for, because it's both me and Gary running with our own expertise. It's by application only. So if you are interested, like I said, we're not going to take on everybody because we want to make sure it's for the right person. So if you're interested, please say, if you leave your details in the comments and say, yes, I'm interested, the team will contact you after, and we can send you the applications to go through that. But what I think is really important to note is you could post on Facebook. Of course, you can go to Facebook and social media and start posting tomorrow, but you're not going to be able to. You might be, but what I found is when I get mentored by Rob Moore, which was around, what was it, 2018, end of 2018, is my reach has increased significantly because he guided me on how to do the content better. So I was doing a few things by testing a lot of things, but it's taken me a while, where he directed me and he told me what to do and what not to do and what things mean. Because when you post on social media a lot, sometimes you need the emotional support and mental support as much as just the physical stuff. So with the mastermind, what I like about the mastermind setup is the fact that you've got a group of people who are doing the same thing as you, similar thing. We're all trying to grow your social media presence, and you bounce off each other. You're in it together. You go through the same challenges together. So not only you've got your mentors, so like me and Gary, but you also have the peers who really lift you and support you. So we're running this brand new online social media mastermind. If you're interested, please say, and we would love to have you on board. I've never done anything like this before. So I would like to make it a great success, and let us know. But back to content. Before we go back to content. So, okay, what does it involve? So we've got themed months filled with actions. I forgot that I was telling you more about it. So every month we're going to theme it, and you're going to focus on a particular platform or particular thing, and you're going to have steps to do every month. So rather than thinking like, I don't know what to do and I just turn up to a mastermind, you're going to have very clear process to follow for the duration of the mastermind. You have the weekly online sessions with Gary and myself. So you can learn from both of us. Like I said, we've got very unique skills, both me and Gary, and we're good at different things. So I think you've got a really good mix. You've got me, who's a bit more chaotic and spontaneous and a bit crazy with my stuff. And Gary's really prolific and is really organized and structured. He's got a good team. So you can learn a lot from both of us. Support and accountability, and like I said, so much learning. I'm a part of Mastermind. I run my own masterminds in my training company, and they are hugely beneficial. So back to why should you be using video to amplify your business? So this is just going to be a short one. So people like to consume different types of content. And like I said before, the videos allow your audience to get to know you better. So they like to get to know your quirks and your isms and all the things about you. And the video will really help them do that, because on a Facebook post, they don't really get that. On a video, people ask you questions. Sometimes there's assholes that ask you questions and you get triggered. So people see how you react to negative comments, which is as important as how you react to positive comments. How do you react to a conflict? Some people don't follow me because they feel like I'm a bit straight to the point, and they don't like that. But again, they wouldn't have been my normal type of audience, because when it comes to working with me one-on-one or in a group, you get me just telling you how it is and giving you a kick up the backside. I'm not very good with excuses. So if you're looking for somebody who let you have excuses and just polish your ego and go, yeah, there, keep going, but you're not doing things, I'm not the right person for you. So I'd rather them see it, and they can see that on video. They can't really see it on posts so much. So videos are really strong in your brand growing. And in case you didn't know why to use video, 70% of consumers are influenced by social media. 85% of users enjoy video. 87% of marketers use video. 88% more time is spent on a website with video. 8 out of 10 people have purchased after a video. Internet users spend 6 hours, 48 minutes per week on video. Hopefully not just cat videos. I'm sometimes guilty of that one. 2022, 82% of global internet traffic will be from video. So what's happening? Because everything's moving to real life, to raw, real content. The social media has changed so much. It's not putting all this perfect image out there. It's real life, real people, and following them and their stories. And that's what you get by video. You get the real and the raw, and that's what people love. They love to hear you. Like my stupid accent. Some people think it's a nice thing about me. how the emotions that come into it. It's like you can't see that on a post, the excitement, the energy. You're not going to get that on text. So you should be using videos, and starting, you don't have to do live straight away. Although if you come join me and Gary, we'll help you. Honestly, like we both do them all the time. So we'll just help you to do it correctly, so you don't feel like you're doing it for the sake of it and therefore not expanding your reach. So your brand is our priority. And we are helping you. We want to help you to acquire passionate fans, not just people who follow you and scroll past. We want to help you to acquire people who are passionate about the stuff that you do, which means attracting the right type of client and the right type of audience for you. I'll cover this really, really quickly because I'm running out of time as there's more content than I expected. It's charisma and personality in brand building. So I've kind of explained it already, but get people to understand your quirks, exaggerating the unique parts of you. So don't hide who you are. We are all different. And that's what's exciting about life in general, that we are all different. What if we're all the same? How boring would that be? So you don't want to be like me. You don't want to be like somebody else. You want to be you. What's the unique part of you? What is it? It doesn't have to, like for me, it's probably my rawness and my honesty and my authenticity. Like that's what's about me. Not being afraid to put myself out there. So Rob always says to me, you should exaggerate that. You shouldn't hide that, because there are moments that I thought, I'm attracting a little bit of criticism because people think that I'm just in their face all the time. He said, that's good about you. It's like you should do it bigger. They say you annoy them more because you're doing things well. People who follow you, they love you. People who don't like you, they just don't like you and they go somewhere else. So exaggerate the unique parts of you. Emotion and passion is really important. If I went on this webinar and I just went, we're going to talk about charisma and personality and brand building, you just wouldn't listen. You just wouldn't want to listen to me. Like, I don't know if you can see my face actually, because I can't see my face, but if you watch my live videos, I'm like, my hands go everywhere and my facial expressions change. The body language, the emotion and the passion is there. I'm excited about what I do. Why would I be talking about it if I wasn't excited about it? There's no point. So I talk about the things that I love because I love them and I'm excited about them, and it shows. And when you have the emotion and passion behind you, people want to join you because they want to feel like that about something that they do. They don't want to sit at home thinking like, oh yeah, this sounds great. They're so passionate. Not. They want to be like, oh my God, like they love what they do. I want to feel the same way about that. So what is your image? What is your image? My image is crazy hair, normally red lipstick, although it's in my car somewhere, and mouthy, outspoken. That's me. That's my image. Just me. And what is your image? You got to think about that. Brand matching content. So your brand matching your content. So if this is me, so then my language is a bit, challenging. I use some swear words, etc. But that's part of my brand and who I am. I'm not going to cut that out because that's me. If someone doesn't like it, they can walk away. But that's me. I'm not putting it on for show. It's just who I am. So I build engagement. When I do my live videos, etc., I engage with you guys, and I talk to you guys and respond. I always comment back on anyone that people say. So the rules of relationship building is like, don't just ask people to give something to you. Give back, comment on their posts, reply to their comments, engage in conversations. You got to apply the psychology to it. It's like people are much more likely to be interested in you and what you got to say if you're interested in them. If you're not, they're not going to bother. You're not building a relationship. You're just singing your own hymns. And people get sick and tired of that. So this is about relationship building, and that's what you got to remember. Social media is building relationships. Those meaningful long-term relationships of fans and clients who want to stay with you and be loyal. So, I'm super excited because I hope you enjoyed the content. And by the way, stay till the end because I've got something really special at the end that you'll be shocked when you see it, because I'm a bit shocked myself. They're so good. But I've got something for you, so stay. So social media influencers. So we have put together. So you've seen Gary's social media accelerator, which, for any of you who have signed up, congratulations, by the way, that's fantastic. We have set up a part 2. So this is a more advanced version of the social media accelerator. So it's like a step up. So we're doing a special launch offer because this is a brand new course that we haven't done before. So the Accelerator is a brand new course, and Social Media Influence is a brand new course itself too. So live online sessions for the first and only time. So normally this would be a 2-day course, but because of the lockdown, we don't want to delay that for you. So you are getting all the content online. And as a special launch offer, the normal price is about £3,000 plus VAT. And as a special launch offer, we're doing £1,400, so £1,495 plus VAT. The link is there, so save the link, but stay with me because I'm going to tell you exactly what you get for that. So content, what will you learn? We will learn 8 ways to monetize social media. We'll talk about brand growth and collaborations, because we'll teach with this. So if you've joined the Gary's Accelerator, you get the basics. With me, we'll go a little bit further and we'll talk about further growth. So in order to take your reach further out, you've got to collaborate with other people and reach their audiences as well. That's the way to grow, which is exactly what I'm doing with Progressive Success, with Progressive Property. I'm collaborating with these guys to give me better reach. Long term, I've got plans to collaborate with other people there. I've got some joint venture partnership lined up to take me to their audiences and vice versa. So we'll help you to become an influencer in your field, not the influencer like, I don't know, Cristiano Ronaldo or whatever. I mean, yeah, that'd be nice, but I can't quite do that for you. But become an influencer in your field, in your niche. So someone with authority in your niche, and anyone can do that. Understanding analytics. So this is really important because it's more advanced. Because when it comes to growth, you've got to figure out which content works best and what way, at what time, how. And most people don't understand the advanced analytics. So when it comes to Facebook, you've got Facebook Studio, where you get the analytics of your content. So you get to analyze all the data and how people view and see your stuff. So you can create even better content depending on your market. So we'll help you to understand them better. What you actually get as part of the Social Media Accelerator is you get sessions with Harry and Kieran. So Kieran specializes in Instagram. So you get a session with Kieran to talk to you about the more advanced Instagram data. And you get sessions with Harry, who will help you to understand the analytics of YouTube and growing your channels that way as well. And then you've got myself and Gary to help you with Facebook analytics, etc. So you've got all bases covered in order to grow better and not to waste your time on the wrong things. So we'll basically help you. I'll basically help you to stop wasting your time. We'll help you grow your following, so increase your reach by making very slight changes in your social media strategy. So if you're posting already and you think, I'm just not getting anywhere, why did he get there? Why is he getting that, but I'm not? Why is she getting that, but I'm not? So a lot of the time it's very small things, it's very small changes. And if you don't know what they are, then you're going to struggle to, play around. It might take you a while to play around and keep changing things and swapping before you get there. So a team of us, you have a whole bloody team on this. That's incredible, by the way. We'll help you to make these changes to help to grow your reach. You just got to listen to us and follow. You've got to listen to us. That's something I've got to say. If you join this Accelerator, if you join the Social Media Influencer, you've got to take action. I am not one for someone who's going to sit there and do nothing. I want action takers. If you're an action taker, then you've got to sign up for this. I'm looking for a group of action takers. I want to take you to the next step and I want to help you grow. I'm really excited about this. Advanced content creation. So teaching you how to create and repurpose content. All the things I was talking about earlier, we'll show you and teach you how to do it, how to use software to repurpose your content, how to cut up your content, how to employ VAs and how to train them and teach them. In fact, only yesterday I was recording videos on how to teach my VAs to do all of these things. So we'll share that with you on how you can instruct a virtual assistant to repurpose the content on your behalf, to even take all of that work off you. And growing your following in your niche groups. So you don't want to just post and hope for the best. You want to be applying your specific content depending on a group. And every group is slightly different. So for example, if I post in Progressive Property Community, content-based posts work very well. If I go to another property group, for example, that I use now, they're more of a show kind of why and how do better. So rather than content pieces, they're like I've done this, yay. So whilst I prefer the content, then that group, that type of stuff works better. So I post that to get better reach and following. So you've got to understand these things about these groups. So we'll help you to analyze them and to focus the better content for you, depending on what you want to achieve. So what will you learn? You will learn how to create lead magnets and use stories to grow your following and build your business. You learn how to collaborate with influencers to increase your reach. 8 ways to monetize social media, a few thousand a month to 7 figures, which, by the way, all of us, majority of us teaching you have achieved or on a way up to. And certainly, Rob Moore, I'm sure that we could get Rob to do a session on something for you there as well. Don't tell him that I told you. How to be a content machine. 10 content models you can plug in and play. So like different models where you can just again, repurposing, creating content, make it really, really easy so you don't have to worry about it. Let us help you do that. Becoming an influencer, so 14 ways to boost your engagement and get people to take notice of you. So I've just covered a few today. There's so much more that you can learn. Obviously, I don't have the time to go through it all. And understanding your post analytics to optimize your engagement and results. Rather than posting the same thing and not getting anywhere, will help you to use the more advanced features of all the platforms to grow your brand and your following and grow your business pages to take that further. Then more, right, so this is exciting. I did put that in there, we did get it agreed, so okay, that's fine. So YouTube, run by a specialist, and that's run by Harry, who's gonna tell you all the more advanced stuff with YouTube, so like the I don't even know myself what they're called, the keywords and how to get traction to your video, how to edit your videos, how often you've got to be posting it, how your page's got to look. He'll teach you everything you need to know. Instagram, so those of you who are on Social Media Challenge, you might have heard Kieran speak. Kieran's going to run Instagram sessions. He's got so much knowledge on that platform and he's going to run sessions for you to teach you, again, how to take Instagram to the next level. Facebook, run by myself. You've got, and then Monetization Advanced, run by Rob Moore. So we have managed to get Rob on board and he's going to do a session for you as well to help you to monetize. He's the master of monetization, from Facebook groups to Facebook profiles to Facebook stars and supporters and YouTube channel and podcast. He's built so much trickle-down revenue, millions of trickle-down revenue to his business off the back of organic social media and paid social media. And he's going to be coming to teach you how. So how to use an edit video to get thousands of views, growing your brand via collaborations, best titles, graphics, subtitles, content, depending on the platform. So it's advanced growing strategies. There is a lot more, but I could be here for a whole day talking about exactly what's covered. It would have been 2 days of content physically, where you're having it online instead, and the sessions are going to start within the next 2 weeks, really, really quickly. So you get the full course recordings that you can watch anytime, again and again. So this is important to note. This is the only time that you're going to get these sessions live, because they're brand new courses. What's going to happen, we're going to run them live for you, and they're going to get recorded. So for anyone who purchases in the future, they'll have a recorded online course, and you are the only ones that will get this live. So you don't want to miss out, because you'll never have this opportunity again to have this course live with you, to let you guide us and what content you want as well, and to make it even better. And not just that, but you get the recordings for free and you get them forever. So you can watch them back over and over and over and over again without, so if you think, well, I've forgotten something, I don't know how to do that, you can go back and watch it as much as you like and you get them straight away. You also get this bonuses. So, I was 1495 is the launch price. So you get the 6-stage elegant sales process. So how to launch and sell on social media naturally and effortlessly, which is by Rob. It's something that I followed through all of my launches. And like I said, that's led to launches. I mean, the last time I've done a launch and a sale, within 2 weeks, I think I made sales of approximately £70,000, I believe. And I always follow his launch process. That I'm a one-to-one client, so I access him for that. But you get, that's normally £1,997 plus VAT. You'll get that included as free as a bonus with the Social Media Accelerate Influencer. Lifetime access to social media engagement group. So that's priceless. So we put you in a WhatsApp group, we connect everyone together so you can help support each other. So it's not just about you. You get other people to promote you, to like your posts. You can interact together to get your reach better and more. So this is never sold before, but as some of you may know, Rob Moore's got a Facebook accounts manager, which is actually impossible to get for anybody. But his work, again, Rob is known for being prolific and just putting so much out there that his page got noticed. So he's got, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of followers and likes on his page. And, he's got a huge reach. However, there's people who have more. So why does Rob have an accounts manager? Is because his content is prolific, because he's got an engaged audience, etc. He's been allocated a Facebook accounts manager, which is impossible to get. And so he's got some secrets from his accounts manager that we've never sold before, but you get that for free, because this is really important, because it's the more advanced stuff to take you to the next level with things like, I'm not even going to tell you, it's all secret, but it's pretty amazing. So you get that added to the influencer course. Right, bonus. So I've given this out, so I'm pimping myself out. So for the first 5 people only. So if you're quick, so make sure that you're quick. You had that link earlier, be prepared. I'm going to give you the link again. For the first 5 people, you also get the 30-minute one-to-one strategy call with me. So this is to work individually with you to find out what your challenges are and to help you strategize better on how to take you for the next step and to help you plan and, structure, organize yourself better. For the first 5 people, you get that with me completely free. So be ready to use that link and to book your course so you don't miss out. So let's put it all together. Social media influencer course online live is £1,495 plus VAT is our launch price. So actually the normal price is £3,000. I'm using that here. You get lifetime access to all course recording, which normally is going to be sold separately and is £1,495 plus VAT. Lifetime access to engagement group, which is priceless. Secrets from Rob Moore's Facebook groups manager, which we don't know even what to put on that because it's never been sold before. Right, get this. So whilst you've done your online course, once the lockdown is over, you also get to attend the 2-day course in person. That's a typo because I should have been 2,995. But the 2-day course that's sold separately, because this is an online package that we're selling that's brand new, you're going to get to attend for free. So get this, you get to learn online with us now, pretty much immediately in Influence. And then we meet together and we go through it again to give you another boost and another push and more momentum to get you going. And you get to spend 2 days with me in person, with Harry and Kieran and Gary and Rob for free as well. 6-stage elegant sales process, 1,997 plus VAT. So the total value is £7,477 plus VAT. And the launch price is 1,495 plus VAT. But of course, I'm going to give you something better because come on, I want as many of you as possible to join me. Like this is the first time I'm running course for progressive success. So come on, like you want to join the team. I'm so excited. I want to make this huge. I want to take this to another level. I want to have a group of people who are going to be rising stars on social media. So 895 plus VAT. Instead of £7,477. So for the first 5 people, you get the one-to-one time with me as well. So go now. Don't forget to grab your spot. Don't be late. We're building a team, of passionate and people who are just wanting to go to the next level. So social media influencer is the one for you. 895 plus VAT. That's an incredible offer. So for that, if we go back. Social media influencer course online, live. This is the only time you're going to have it live. On top of that, you get the recordings for all the courses for free and forever, not just to watch over the next few months, forever. On top of that, you get the physical course in person, the 2-day course that worth £3,000 plus VAT. Once the lockdown is over, you get to book that anytime. So there's going to be multiple dates. So you can book that for free and spend 2 days in Peterborough with me, Gary, Kieran and Harry teaching you all the advanced strategies. That is absolutely crazy. You get a 30-minute call with me for the first 5 people. Elegant sales process formula worth £2,000 from Rob, access to the engagement group. What else have I missed out on? And secrets from Rob Moore's Facebook account manager, that is crazy. So the link is here. Like, go and get it now. You don't want to miss out. It's incredible. Right, so social media to money. So we're going to teach you and help you how to raise investor funds. This is not just for you if you're a business owner, if you want to build a business. If you're a property person who wants to raise investor funds, I've done money very quickly. I'll show you and help you how to, because I know exactly how to do it. So helping you to find investor funding for your property purchases. Building a brand, so helping you to grow an audience and followers and establishing paid content streams. And building databases of customers, selling your products and services on social media. So not just building your brand and putting yourself out there, but actually getting access to your customers' email addresses and phone numbers so you can grow that database, because growing those databases, you don't want to rely on one platform. So what we're going to teach you is how to utilize Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, all the other platforms, YouTube, to build your brand, but then not to rely on that platform alone. So to take your customers' details and to be able to have it held in your CRM system. So if anything happens to Facebook, God forbid, one day, then you've got your clients still there. They're not just gone. We'll teach you how to protect yourself. And like I said, not just be reliant on social media platforms alone. That's why we're taking you out and spreading you onto so many different accounts, etc. And valuable brand exposure to attract opportunities. So opportunities such as speaking on stages, at events, collaborations, because by having brand exposure, people will notice you and people will want to feature you. People want to promote you. People want to interview you. People would like to have you at events, because when your exposure grows, you're going to attract people to their events. So you benefiting from reaching their audience, they're benefiting from reaching your audience. We're going to show you how to do all of that. So 895 plus VAT, the link is there. Grab it now before it's too late. Be quick. I'm really, really excited, by the way, to have all of you on board. I can't believe that it's finally happening. Me and Gary, we are so motivated to make this one of the best courses, like to make those the best courses that are out there in Progressive Success, by the way. Just saying, for anyone watching, we're the new dream team, and honestly, and we need you guys, because without you getting results, we can't get to where we want to be, because we need to have you, we want to use you as testimonials. If you do well, we want to feature you to our audiences, because it helps to promote you, but it helps to promote us as well. So we want you to be the best students, the best mentees, the success stories from our course. So join it. I'm so excited. But I told you, so you've stayed with us till the end. There's the best till the end. So right, wait for this. Drum roll. Okay. So what if I told you that we have created a package of social media influencer online course live with me, the lifetime access to the recordings with me. We put in together Gary's course. We added that as well. So if you bought it before, if you were interested and now you wanted to buy, we'll throw that in as well. So you get Social Media Accelerator Online, lifetime access to those recordings too. You've got the engagement group, secrets from Rob Moore's Facebook account manager. You get the live 2-day course in person, 6-stage elegant sales process, and the 30-minute call with myself. So the total value of £12,062, and today only £1,195 plus VAT. So that is absolutely crazy, incredible offer that is never going to happen again, because I actually didn't want it to be that. I wanted it to be higher, but we have talked together, and Rob also wants this to be one of the best courses. So we decided that we want to get a big group of motivated people to help them get results. So it will help us to grow this course into a better one. So we want to make this accessible for everybody, and we want everyone to succeed. And we believe by getting the fundamentals and the advanced, we can really help you succeed. So you get both. Gary's was 995 plus VAT, mine is 895 plus VAT. At the discount, you get it for 1195 plus VAT. So if that's what you're interested in. If you've bought Gary's course already, and then call the team, or if you can't get through to the team, then put your details in the comments with your name, your email, and your telephone number, and the team will get back to you. But call the team and they'll be able to change the order for you. If you've bought my advanced, the social media influencer course, again, you can call the team, they'll arrange that for you. If you haven't bought either, but you're interested in this, then you can get hold of the team on the telephone number, which I'll find out for you if it's not already there. Or again, post your name, your email, and telephone number in the comments, and we'll get the team to get hold of you. But guess what? You know that one is to be the best thing ever. So, you know, I told you that we talk an application only 3-month social media mastermind, and Gary was doing the same. You're going to get 6 months online social media mastermind worth, well, it's worth more than that because 3 months is $4,995. But you're going to get it for free. So it's not 3 months, it's 6 months, and there's no money for it. It's weekly sessions, it's themed months, support from myself and Gary Das, completely free when you purchase the package. So for $1,195, you get not only online course with me, online course with Gary, all the recordings, physical course once the lockdown is over, all the extras I've talked about. You also get the 6 months online social media mastermind with ourselves. I mean, that's the bargain. Like personally, I charge for my own company £7,000 plus VAT for 6 months, one-to-one with me. My masterminds are £5,500 plus VAT for 6 months. You've never get me this cheap. I'm literally pimping myself out for free here, but it's because this is a new thing and we want to grow it and make it better. And like I said, we want to get a group of motivated people who want to come on this journey with us. So the total value is £17,057, and today only for £1,195 plus VAT. So the link is there to my social media package. So the social media influencer. So what you can do is you can purchase that and then contact the team after, and they'll just amend the order. And if you've bought Gary's package before, contact the team, they'll amend the order for you. Or you can just post your details. If you can't get through to them, then name, address, name, email address, and telephone number in the comments, and they'll get hold of you. But this offer is only valid for this webinar, and I guarantee you're not going to get that offer again. That's the only time we're doing this, and we are actually pretty much pimping ourselves out for free, but it's to help you, and that will help us as well. And we want to grow this into an incredible course, and we want you guys to be examples for us of success stories. So join the team, 1195, and thank you so much for listening, and I'm all yours for questions. So right, let me come out of this. Oh, there's even more. Oh, there's more. So you know the promise. You get full accountability, unparalleled creativity, and authenticity from both of us. And this is your team. Me, Gary Das, and your innovation team. So Harry and Kieran, you get all of us. And I didn't throw Rob in there because, you know, we're the lead trainers. Who needs to know about Rob more, who's going to give you sessions as well. But yeah, you get all of that. It's an incredible offer, and you'd be crazy to miss out on that, because it's not going to happen again. And this is to celebrate the new partnership with myself and Gary and Progressive Success. 1195 for pretty much everything, and 6 months of coaching and masterminding with us. So thank you for listening. There you go. Do not miss out. Let's work together. And I'm all yours for questions. So I'm going to get rid of the screen so I can talk to you. 2 seconds. How do I do that? There you go. Stop sharing screen. If I go back to you. Wait a minute. I'm with you. There you go. Awesome. Right. I'm all yours. So I've got some questions here. So I'm going to answer some questions. So bear with me. I got sent loads of them. Okay, so there's a question from John. What is a mastermind like? So good question, John. So mastermind, so it's weekly sessions on Zoom, so online mastermind, 2 hours. So I believe the sessions will be run in the evening, 8 till 10. So we meet in a group. So we all have you can have your picture, you don't have to have your picture. And we talk to each other. So in the mastermind setting, you ask questions, and we'll go through the questions so everyone can benefit from listening to your questions and your answers and our answers. Group can add. So it's a really nice feel. I mean, that's how I run all of my masterminds for all of my clients at the moment, because obviously you can't physically meet. Weekly, so accountability from us on a weekly basis for 6 months. That's loads, and we pretty much cover anything that you like to cover, any challenges. Don't forget that you also have themed months. So whilst we cover, you get the content of the course, you get the mastermind for support, and you get themes via the mastermind. You get the themes. So we'll give you action plans every month on what to do. So when we meet, we can have updates on how you guys get on, what you're struggling with, and to help you correct. So you're not just going to be thrown in and say, hey, ask your questions. Let's say 1 month we may focus on Facebook. So growing for your growth in Facebook groups, Facebook profile, Facebook page, analytics of Facebook. So the mastermind might be based primarily around that, but you can ask any questions. So that's what it looks like. Hope that helps. I'm running out of time, by the way, so I'll be quick. I'm just looking for the questions. See what I've got. 5 minutes. Thank you for the lovely comments, by the way. So Flora is asking, hey Camilla, is the business page for your company page, or is your business page your company page, or an extension of your private? So it depends what your product is and what your service is, Flora. So for mine is my personal brand that kind of carries all the other businesses with it. So I don't have a business page as such. I tend to use, so my profile is for a lot of the personal journey, but actually what I'm doing is I'm moving a lot of the personal content onto the page as well, because it's becoming my personal brand. Initially, I was going to use it as a business. So when I was, SA girl, so it was pretty much service accommodation content. So I focus my content in there, and that's what you can do. So you can have a page, multiple pages as well. So you can have a page that's SA girl, let's say, and that's just service accommodation content, or whatever business type you are. You can have a Camilla Schollex, like myself, my page, and that's just more my personal stuff. But when it comes to profile, you just get to 5,000 friends and your reach closes at that. With a page, you can grow it further. So if you're planning to grow it, there's a difference between a business brand and a personal brand, and you should have both. So you could start with one and then grow it out to others. You don't have to open multiple at once, because it's very easy to get confused. Okay, loads of people are asking, saying they want to upgrade. So they will be called back, or they can call. So the number is 01733 898 557. I'll see if I can put it in the chat here for you. So it's better to call because it's going to be quick and you don't want to miss out on the bonuses. 557. Oh, it's on the screen. They've done it. I've done it as well. There you go. It's all done for me. It's like magic with these webinars here. So the number is on the screen. So if you want to upgrade, if you purchase the accelerator or the influencer package and you want to upgrade to the incredible offer, then call the team on a number there, and they're going to call you back. If keep calling, or they will call you back. There you go. So I think I'm pretty much. Am I out of time? Am I still good? Have I got a couple more minutes? I'm checking my messages. Like, I have to behave here. So by the way, how are you guys finding that? I hope it was enjoyable. 2 minutes, right? One question. Right, so Barry, with my work schedule, I'll miss some live sessions. Even if I have access to the recordings, I'm bound to still have questions. Will I be able to get these answered even though the session has passed? Absolutely. So Barry, we also get the WhatsApp group. It's best for communicating. So if you ever have questions on an ongoing basis, as part of the mastermind, we go in a WhatsApp group together. So if you've got any questions in between the sessions or after sessions, etc., then you can ask them anytime via that. You've got access to me and Gary. So absolutely. So right, we're going to wrap up. So guys, for those of you who haven't haven't used this offer yet, or you've not taken advantage of it, it's 1195 plus VAT. You get the service accommodation accelerator, service accommodation influencer, 6-month mastermind with me and Gary Das, 6 months weekly sessions, and a physical course in person, 2-day course once the lockdown is over, for 1195 plus VAT. We will never do that offer again. It's incredible. It's not going to happen again. And like I said, it's to celebrate the new partnership and to say thank you for trusting in us. I hope you enjoyed the content. And the link and the number will remain on the screen for the next 15 minutes. That's it. This offer is only valid for today. If you call the team after today, it's gone. It's not there anymore. So you don't want to miss out. So make sure you grab your spot. And I'm really excited to see you there, and for me and Gary to support you and to help you grow, and for you to be the next success stories of progressive success. So thanks for listening.
And we are off. Thank you very much indeed. Camilla, amazing. It's so good to be partnered with Camilla, having done Social Media Influencer Masterclass for 12 months now. You know, having worked with Camilla on part of Rob Moore's mastermind for over 6 months, we know that we are completely different individuals. I am quite structured, systemized, organized. Camilla, by her own admission, is quite chaotic. But the advantage is we both take action. We both get things done. We both get results. I've got a completely outsourced, self-employed team who are able to assist me. We've got direct access to Rob. So getting the both of us is absolutely getting the best of both worlds when it comes to building your social media presence online, from the beginner through to the experience, to make sure that you can get the results that you want. So I look forward to welcoming every single one of you onto the Social Media Accelerator and Influencer, and building your social media profiles. And I started in 2016, and it's really been kicking off over the course of the last 12 months. You're going to be able to get the fast track results by working from us, and it won't take you anywhere near the same amount of time, providing you take the required amount of action. So look forward to working with you. And now we have our next speaker ready for you, Paul O'Mahony, social media expert. I've seen him live at Progressive Towers many, many times. He's an entrepreneur, author, public speaker, specializes in digital marketing, mindset, wealth management, even a columnist in the Sunday Independent. And he's grown his business through social media, written a best-selling book that teaches you how to monetize social media. So hopefully Paul is there, ready in the waiting. Hey, Paul, how are you?
I'm very good, Gary. How are you doing?
Yeah, very well indeed. Thank you very much indeed. Enjoying lockdown?
I am today, 23 degrees, sweating my nads off in an office. Yes. This is the first time ever I'm presenting in a t-shirt to I don't think any of you have ever seen me out of my uniform, so this is probably a bit strange for you all.
Yeah. Have you had your logo redone as well?
No, I think I'm just looking more handsome. It just looks narrower. It's not out.
Excellent.
Right, Gary, I better get going.
I'll see you live. Say again?
I better get going because I'm up against a hard deadline here.
Go for it. I'll leave you with it.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks so much, Gary. And thank you, everybody, for being here. Really, really excited to have you here. Please feel free to start typing into the chat if I ask you specific questions, because I want as much engagement from you guys as possible. The more energy you put into this, the more you're going to remember it, and the better the experience will be for every single one of us. First thing I'm going to ask you is, if you think it's difficult to make money online, type in yes right now. And I know that the vast majority of your answers are going to be yes, definitely, because most people do think it's difficult, for them at least, right? However, interesting thing is, and I'd really be more interested in this, is type into the chat right now. I'm just having a look at the answers here. Type into the chat right now, how many days is it since you last purchased something online, right? So type in 0, for example. Type in 0 if it was today. Type in 1 if it was yesterday. Okay, just let me know. Okay, type in 0 if it was today, 1 if it was yesterday, 5 if it was 5 days ago. Let's have a look. Okay. Well, that's interesting, because it really looks like a lot of you have been busy making money on the internet over the last few days, right? And I have to say that doesn't come as a surprise to me, because really, if you think about it, you've already proven that you are an expert making money online. It just happens that you are making that money online for somebody else, right? So what we got to figure out is, how do we switch this around? That you are not just busy making money for somebody else, but that you're actually busy making money for others, right? Which is already what you're doing. How do you stop that? And how do you turn it around so that you start to be the person benefiting from the making money online? So let me pull up my screen here today, right now, to show you exactly what we're going to be going through here. because I want you to stop wasting time and start earning money. You saw in Rob's email that the average person now is spending 6 hours per day online, which is absolutely insane. If you think about that, it's absolutely crazy, right? So how do we turn this around and take this device, your smartphone, which right now is a liability for you, more than likely? What do I mean by that? Well, a liability is anything that takes money out of your pocket and takes time out of your life, while an asset is anything that puts money into your pocket and injects time back into your life. So most people have this. Type in guilty right now if you have one of these within 12 inches of you, right? Type in guilty if you have one of these within 12 inches of you, right? Most of us do, right? And guess what? Guess what? You are not waiting for yourself to call you. You're not waiting for a WhatsApp message from yourself. It's somebody else looking for your time, your energy, your focus, your attention, and quite possibly your money. And as long as you keep that device near you, you are waiting to respond to somebody else and pass your money over to them ultimately, or your time, which is even worse. So what we got to figure out is, how do we switch this around? Because this is the addiction of society. People all over the world are fixated around these devices. Gary, do you mind muting yourself if that's okay? I think it's you, Gary, that I can hear in the background there. This is the addiction of people all over the world. We use it to wake us up in the morning. We carry it around with us all day. We even bring it into the bathroom, and we make sure at nighttime we plug in and charge our phone. We couldn't care less if our partner is charged first thing in the morning, but we absolutely care that our phone is charged first thing in the morning. That is incredible. People wouldn't even know how we survived without it 5 years ago, and now it has become the center point of our life. And this can set you free financially, provided you stop using it as a liability and turn it into an asset. And that's what this training is about. When everybody else is panicking right now, I want to show you what I've been doing with social media and online in the last couple of days. Today, for example, so far $114,000. The last 7 days, 161,000. Last 4 weeks, 484 in this account. In this account, 4,400, 107,000 the last 7 days, 548,000 in the last 4 weeks. In this account, 60,000 last 7 days. This account, 290,000 last 4 weeks. This account, the last 7 days, 98,000. This account, same account, last 4 weeks, 408,000. May, 263,000. April, 493,000. February, 329,000. Type in yes, please, if you want to learn how to turn social media into this monster in terms of what you're seeing right now, right? Okay, fantastic. You are in the right place. So if you own your own business, you know you need it. I know you mightn't want to use it, but you know you need it. And believe me, by the time we're finished today, you are going to see why we absolutely need this in your business, okay? Secondly, maybe you're an influencer, right? Just like Camilla talked about there. You want to get your message out there. You have a message that you want to share. You're comfortable in front of the camera-ish. You might be a little bit nervous, but you're okay. You know that's the next step with whatever it is that you're going to do. You're one of those crazy people, right? Then absolutely, you know you need to use this. If you want to be a speaker, if you want to be a coach, if you want to be an author, right? It's not how well you speak or coach or write. It's all about how much following you have on social media. But I'm willing to bet, even though you're on a social media summit, that most of you fall into this bracket. You don't even like social media. Ben, can you do me a favor and just check who is not muted, if that's okay? Because I hear an echo, if you don't mind, Ben. Thank you. I bet you're in this camp, the side income. You probably don't even like social media. You're on it, but you don't say much on it. In fact, you like being hidden in the background. You don't know why people share their hobbies or take selfies of themselves or pictures of their kids and they're having pizza on a Friday. It drives you nuts maybe a bit, but you definitely would like to make money from it, but just not have anybody know that it's you, right? Type in, oh yes, if that is you that we're talking about, right? Type in, oh yes, if that is you we're talking about right now, okay? Because, okay, 1 second here. Because that is exactly what I started off as. I wasn't a fan of social media, actually no interest in it whatsoever, but it's amazing what you can fall in love with even if you don't like it. I started with, just so you're clear, no business background, no entrepreneurial bug in the family, the product of 2 teachers, no products, no services, was from a corporate working a job, 9 to 5, I wish it was more like 9 to 7, for 9 years, and never believed that the internet would possibly be for me. Didn't like social media, didn't have a Twitter account, only used Facebook rarely, right? That was how it all started. That's what I look like, in case you were wondering. But I'm very lucky today that my life has completely changed forever, completely, because I worked for 9 years in the corporate world. I was doing what most people would tell you is the right thing to do, following the corporate ladder. Despite that, I still seem to be getting deeper and deeper into debt. I was nervous about doing the internet because A, I just didn't believe it. I thought it was a scam. B, I thought you needed to be technical. C, I thought you needed to want to own a business. D, I thought you need a product or a service. And E, I thought you would be isolated at home and you'd really need to like sitting in front of computers, which all of the above, I don't like. The good news is I'm not here to teach you how to get a new job for yourself today. I am here to show you how you can actually outsource this, right? How you can get somebody else to do this for you for as little as £2.50 an hour, believe it or not. And they're more qualified to do it. It's incredible what's possible in today's world. Now, I came across this entire world in a very similar way to you. I went to a summit, to a workshop in Dublin, in Ireland. In fact, there's a picture of me at that event back in, oh, sorry, wrong picture. There it is. Back in 2009. Where I'm sitting there, and I always think I look like a rabbit in the headlights because I called in sick for the first day in 9 years at work. I borrowed my work laptop, which I must give back. But I'm listening to these Americans, high school dropouts, college dropouts, all claiming they're making millions on the internet, doing stuff I'd never heard of, doing the opposite of what I was doing. They were all very whoop, whoop, American, very high five, everything is awesome type of thing, which I'm not a huge fan of, or definitely wasn't back then. And I'd say half the crowd had left after the second speaker. One guy stood up and said, like, we were Irish, obviously. We're the most skeptical people on the planet. He clearly didn't know that. He said, stand up, turn to the person next to you and massage their shoulders. In Ireland, we don't touch our own family. If you've been to Ireland, you would think we have been doing social distancing for years, right? We do it naturally, right? There's a nice 2 meter difference between us all. We don't like getting too close to each other, right? We don't drink because we enjoy it. We drink because we need to procreate, right? We're not into this stuff. We're definitely not into awesome and any of that kind of stuff. Goals are not for Irish people would be another kind of saying that you'd hear. So that was my starting point. The internet's a scam. But then one speaker came up and said, hey, look, because my question was, look, if this is so great, why isn't everybody else doing it? But one guy pointed out, well, why do we look at what broke? Now, broke is probably the wrong word, but why do we look at people who are struggling for money, for guidance about what to do? Why do we ask ourselves that question? But if it was that easy, why wouldn't everybody else be doing it? Why do we always refer back to what are people who don't have money doing? It seems like a crazy question, right? Because surely it should be, what are the wealthy doing and how do we replicate that? But one guy came in and he nailed it. He said, look, I'm going to tell you that there's a big problem here, right? You may all be in the same boat, but you are literally brainwashed. You believe that life is formed of three parts: the learning cycle, the earning cycle, and the retirement cycle. He said, first of all, the first cycle, the learning cycle, you are brainwashed to believe that the first 21 years of your life is all about getting qualifications, getting letters after your name. He said, I have found that a better measure of wealth, rather than letters after your name, are numbers in your bank account. And I remember that hurt. That really hurt, because I'd never heard that before. And it questioned everything I had been doing up until that point. And that's not really what you like to hear when you're 30 years going in the wrong direction at speed. And he said, what happens is you spend the first 21 years learning, which doesn't set you up for years of earning. You don't earn what you need in the earning time. You end up going into debt. So then you can't retire when you need to choose to retire. So he said that model is broken. You're just completely brainwashed to believe it's okay because everybody else is doing it. It's okay because everybody else is in the same boat. It just happens to be that boat is the Titanic. And we're going deeper and deeper in debt with every year that passes. And we look around, we see the water coming up to our waist, metaphorically, but we see that everybody else's water is coming up to their waist. So we say, it's okay. It's okay that at 25, I am worse off financially than I was as a 5-year-old. It's okay because everybody else is in the same boat. The problem is, guys, if we live in a madhouse surrounded by mad people, nobody thinks they're crazy. As Einstein says, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Most people could describe our lives as insanity. You needing a device to wake us up because we're not ready to get up. Putting on clothes we don't want to wear. Putting on makeup we'd rather not wear. Getting into a car that we don't even own or don't even like. To sit in traffic we'd prefer not to be in. To go to a job where we barely like what we're doing and we definitely don't like most of the people we're working with. Why? So we can afford to sleep in a house that we barely own 1 bedroom in and we've got another 30 years to pay off, right? But if enough people do it, we call it normal, right? I would argue that it's insanity, right? And it leads to the top 3 or top 4 killers, which are all related to stress. People rushing in the wrong direction. This is important, guys. This isn't just about social media. This is about making a crucial decision that the path that you may be on is not the path to where you want to go as a destination. You're running a race, all right, but it might be the wrong race, right? But if we actually look at the reality with the internet, instead of thinking of it as a scam, the wealthiest people in the world primarily derive their earnings from the internet right now. Jeff Bezos, the richest man in the world, you know you're doing well when you get divorced and you still have $100 billion left over, right? Imagine, who would have thought the richest man in the world would own a bookshop, right? Now, I'm going to give you a brief background of my own story. I'm from Limerick in Ireland. This is me back in the 80s. There's no need to laugh, but you might think, wow, time wasn't very kind to Paul. You're right, it wasn't, but I followed my passion, right, as you were meant to do. So alcohol got in the way. So for most of my 90s, this is where I spent the time. But I got lucky because beside my trolley one day, somebody left a laptop with a Wi-Fi connection, and I went on to make millions on the internet, right? That's kind of the classic story that you're expecting to hear. But mine couldn't be any more different. Both my parents are teachers, both of them. Imagine having that blessing, right? You're running out of school each day, and as you're halfway home, you say, what's the point? There's 2 more waiting for me, right? Every summer, they were still there. Everything was about doing well in exams, getting yourself a permanent job, and live off of a pension. Turns out that plan is over. It doesn't work anymore, and this is the first ever generation that if we do what our parents did, we're going to end up worse off than our parents. However, this is the bad news. The good news is social media, the internet, the access to the tools that they didn't have, which allow you to make more than your salary in 6 months than it took you than it took your entire life to accumulate over an entire lifetime to get to where you are today. You can get to matching that within a few months. It's absolutely incredible, but most people won't do it because they're afraid. So the internet's a scam. It's hard to make money on the internet. And literally 5 seconds later, on they go to the internet and book a flight with Ryanair, making money for somebody else. Not understanding that it's the exact same process. If you can buy something on the internet, you can sell something on the internet. So I worked at my job for 9 years. Then I'm so grateful that I went to this conference. And I'll tell you why, because everything changed for me. It completely changed my mindset. I had to sit back and let my ego take the hit. I had been following the wrong directions for 30 years. My family, my friends, etc., my colleagues at work, they were all doing the same thing. So I decided not to tell them. I just stayed quiet because these guys were rich. Everyone around me was not. That was my ultimate decision point. I can guarantee you, you are surrounded by people that are less well off than you, that are advising you around money. That only ends one way. You go backwards in your financial situation. You cannot move forwards in your financial situation until you're being advised by people with significantly more income than you, right? If you're paying free advice or getting free advice, you're getting every penny's worth, right? So you got to be careful who you listen to around this stuff. But I do want to thank Rob, and I'd love if you guys thanked Rob in the chat, and Mark and Abby and Gary and all of the team, because all we had to do today was show up. Like I literally walked out the back of my house to speak with you, but this is your moment. This is your chance this could be your before picture, and grab your phone right now and take a selfie of yourself. This is the tipping point. This is the day, 28th of May, 2020, the year when people finally got 2020 vision. They saw that the path that they've been following was led up the garden path. They decided to take responsibility, take ownership, and they started to get out of their comfort zone because they wanted to get out of their income zone. It is an amazing time to be alive. You have an amazing opportunity right in front of you. You just got to grasp it with both hands and just commit to making it happen. Type in right now, I commit, right? You're going to commit to making this happen. You are going to at least match your salary, and then you can do whatever you want moving forward. You can grow it and grow it and grow it again. Now, I did end up going to a motivational seminar as part of my journey to see this guy, Tony Robbins. I ended up investing back here in 3 programs. I stuck 10,000 euros. Actually, courses were a lot more expensive back then than they are today. I stuck 10,000 euros on a credit card that I didn't have. I had the credit card, I didn't have the money, on 3 different courses. And basically my justification was this: I can't lose money whatsoever with this, because I'm purchasing an education. I'm learning how to sell anything at any time to anybody around the world. If I put it into the stock market, I could lose it. If I could put it into property, I could lose it. But if I put it into an education about how to sell whatever people want, It's going to be difficult to lose that. You genuinely can't lose it. But as part of those workshops that I went to in Ireland in 2009, somewhere in Ireland, somewhere in London, this guy's name kept coming up over and over again, Tony Robbins. And let's just say it was an interesting experience because it was all these people jumping around and hyped up. And I was literally going to walk out the door until he kind of said that, you know what, if his exact words were, if you don't jump around, you're going to burn tonight. Something like that, right? And I said, oh, so I better jump around a little bit here and get involved like everybody else. And this is actually me up the front saying, please, Tony, please touch me, touch me. And we touched. It was definitely God. My leprosy was cured instantly. He just touched me in a way that it was difficult to put my finger on. I just felt we had a different connection to most people. And I ended up quitting my job that night. I texted my boss and said his services would no longer be required. So what are you going to do? He said, I'm going to go live with passion. He said, okay. He said, what else? I said, I'm going to fake it till you make it. I said, right. He said, well, you know where you are. You know where we are when you inevitably need to come back and get yourself a job again, right? He said, you know, this is the second biggest recession in Ireland since the famine. I said, yeah, I'm aware of that. But there's a problem with an Irish person at a motivational event. You can eventually get us hyped up. However, we don't like sales. We don't like the idea of spending money in education or goals or any of that stuff. It's just not our thing. So I tried to figure this out in an easier way than the internet. I tried the stock market, and 3 months later, I had lost all the money I'd saved in 9 years in my job. I'd lost 30,000 euros in 9 years in my job that I'd saved between April 09 and July 09. Because I was dangerous enough to know how to buy a stock, how to sell a stock. I just wouldn't pay for the coaching to show me when to do it at the right time. But that was why I went back to the internet business. Set up a Twitter account. I got coaching. I got mentoring. I started focusing on how to use social media. This is 2009, not the picture, but when I started, 09. Opened a Twitter account, 30,000 followers in 30 days. Within 4 months, $10,000 in a month. Next month, $20,000. Next month, $40,000. Next month, $80,000. Right, back in 2009. I still wasn't sure if I should have left my job or not. Now I get to travel the world. I fly over 100 times a year. I get to share stages with some of the most famous people in the world, including US presidents, UK prime ministers. And I just find it's incredible what you can do when you grasp the opportunity in front of you. Some of you would get a nosebleed at even the thought of stepping on a stage, let alone speaking. And I get that. I never intended to be a speaker. However, at the same time, you can do all of this, get all of the influence, make all of the money without ever showing your face. Think about Costa, think about Starbucks, think about Google, think about Facebook. They're brands, they're not personal brands. So regardless of what you decide to do, put me out there or keep me hidden in the background, this will work for you. And I got to meet quite a few interesting people. Jack Dorsey, the founder of Twitter. When we met, I was making more money from Twitter than he was. That was an interesting conversation that we had. That's John Assaraf from The Secret, who I've become very good friends with. We've toured Australia and New Zealand and done tours together, and lots of the cast from The Secret have become friends. I'm only putting that in there because I remember looking at them like, wow, like unbelievable. The big thing I didn't realize was they just knew how to market themselves. Yes, they had a message, but they knew how to market themselves, and they now know how to use social media very well. Robert Kiyosaki from Rich Dad Poor Dad, Tony Robbins himself, and we met a few years later. We met a couple of times actually because we speak on the same stages, etc. But ladies, you've already spotted this. But guys, look at the size of his hand. Let's just say I don't compete in his niche of how to have long-term passionate relationships. I think he has a not so hidden advantage over some of the rest of us mere mortals. But in fairness, the first time I got to speak with him nearly 5 years ago on stage, now the marketing guy did their best to make my hand look as big as possible on Photoshop there. But within just over a year from starting from scratch with no business, no experience, just got a coach, learned this stuff, knew nothing about it, not technical, still don't like computers, we'd made our first $1 million. And this was when things were a lot harder. Things have never been easier than they are today. There was no such thing as Facebook ads, Twitter ads, Instagram didn't exist, Snapchat didn't exist, TikTok didn't exist, right? You are starting at the most perfect time, the most perfect storm of things that have just are happening right at this very moment. Number one, there's never been more money spent online. Number two, ads are on sale right now. And number three, people are looking for options. People are starting to spend money on information products, which gives you the chance to jump out there and get going immediately. And I have multiple awards for, by the way, I've made just shy of $40 million at this point in the last 10 years, primarily through online, through social media, $40 million from a 10 grand investment that I made right at the very start in 3 courses. So I'm here to tell you that this is 100% possible for you to replace your salary, to replace your income, and then you decide what level you want to scale this to. That's kind of the big thing that I want you to be aware of, right? I'm over a decade at it, and I feel like I'm just getting started. So I'm almost envious of you that you're starting right now, especially if you're starting with me, because you are going to catapult to success. You've got 11 years of experience with me behind you to make sure that it happens. And my goal right now, as I enter into my 2nd decade of this, is to empower ordinary people to lead extraordinary lives by giving them the tools to rethink. And I've got multiple books like Rethink Social Media, Rethink Time Management, and Rethink Money for Children and Teens. I'm helping all generations. I've got a company called Financial Freedom, where I've invested over £500,000 into animated trainings for children and teens about how to become money smart, how to set up small businesses from home that can out-earn their parents within literally 2 to 3 months of starting. I mean, that is what we're doing. We're teaching them how to be financially free before they leave school. We launched it last June in Johannesburg, South Africa, and we had 55,000 teenagers at our first event. And this is where I am moving to. This is what inspires me. I want to help the next generation, to teach them the tools they need to be empowered, to be successful in life. And I want to show you the 4-step process to this, because if you get the steps, if you understand how straightforward this is, and you see that, okay, social media is just one particular part of it, you are halfway there, right? You are halfway there to understanding that the power is completely in your hands. And we start off, but this is the system, right? It's a 4-step process. Make this easy on yourself, right? I'm going to say this probably disagrees with what some speakers may have said earlier, but I'm going to tell you because I know it is the truth for me, at least, right? I would not start with, what do you want? What do you want out of life? Or what's your passion? And what's the thing you want to get out there? I don't believe that that's the right place to start. I believe if your objective right now is to get rid of financial constraints, to take the pressure off, to get some money in, you need to focus on others first. Figure out what they want. What you want is secondary. In fact, you can get what you want if you give them what they want, right? Sounds like a tongue twister, but it's true. So what we do is we pick a niche where people have problems and are spending money every day. Then we find those people on social media. That's where social media fits into this element, right? It's only one part of it. Then we invite people to leave social media, because social media is noisy, and we get them into our list, our email database. And then we follow up by selling either our products if you have a business, or other people's products if you don't, or what I would suggest is both, right? You can absolutely sell both. So with niche, let's go and follow Zig Ziglar's advice in terms of finding your niche. He says you can have everything in life you want if you would just help enough other people get what they want. Please memorize that, because that is the key to success in life. You can have everything in life you want if you'll just help enough other people get what they want, and put in brackets after that, and charge for it. Don't be afraid to charge for it. I'm not talking about a mom that's spending her life giving their kids what they want, because you'll never get what you want. You need to charge for it too. Or the Dalai Lama says our prime purpose in this life is to help others, and if you can't help them, at least don't hurt them. So let's go to the 3 addictions of society: health, wealth, happiness. Start there. Millions of dollars is spent every single day in these niches. $345 million is spent per day. Let me say that again into the mic. $345 million per day is spent on information products. That is soon going to be $500 million. This means no physical products. This means literally digital products, online books, MP3s, MP4s. This is where it's happening. $500 million a day. That's bigger than most economies all over the world right now, right? So what does that mean for us? We need to figure out, how do we sell products that make people healthier, wealthier, and happier? Because that's where they're spending their money. That's where they have their problems. That's where they had their problems 3 months ago. Now, in the biggest shift in the world since World War II, this is still the main problems that people have. So focus on these areas. The products exist, the websites exist, the services exist. Step out of your own way. Let the money flow. You do not have to be the roadblock. Ironically, people that want to be the influencer and step out and do that often become the roadblock in the way of the money. Let the money flow through you. You do not have to be the person solving. You do not have to be the person creating. You do not have to be the person coming up with all of the content. It's tiresome. It really is tiresome if that's the route you're going to go down. And if it inspires you, it's great. But for most people, it's a no-go. They'll start, but they'll stop. So what we got to figure out is, let's just get into an area where people are spending millions, and let's just jump into the river of money rather than trying to find a tributary and dipping our toe in. So then we go to social media, and that's where we use social media to find people with a specific problem. The reason I love this business over any other business model is because it's based in certainties. It's based on things that will never change, when the rest of what every other business model I've seen is based on things that change. So let's look at the person on the left-hand side with the green jigsaw puzzle here. They are representative of a normal person. And one thing that will never change with normal people is quite simply this: they will never stop having problems. People will never stop having problems, and that's never going to change. So that's a great business to get into, solving people's problems. Second thing that will never change is that people are wired to spend their money. They're going to spend their money solving their problems. So now you're really backing up and stacking the odds in your favor, because you are going to solve the problems for people who are going to get rid of their money. The third thing that will never change are traditional business owners have a 96% chance of failure, and that isn't going to change anytime soon. Even look at Hertz. If you were offered Hertz rental cars, USA and Canada, last week for free, you would have tripped over your own kids to take up on that offer. This week it'd be bankrupt, right? That model, the old traditional model of buying cars, renting them out, it's just so old school, so old fashioned, so outdated, and it can all be killed by just one specific thing: if people can't physically come in. Those days are over, right? We really got to grasp the fact that traditional business, 96% chance of failure. By the way, that's why you go to college, to have a 4% chance of success in business, right? I mean, if we think the internet's a scam, we should really take a closer look at college, but that's another day story. But why I'm suggesting this is, well, why don't we become the matchmakers? Why don't we introduce the best products that exist in the world, or yours, to the people looking for them? Keep it simple. Keep it absolutely simple. And if you, before, I can almost hear the gremlins in your head saying, but Paul, if it was that easy, wouldn't everybody else be doing it? And then you'll remember, oh, Paul said not to say that. He said, well, if it's that easy, let's see, is that what the wealthiest companies in the world are doing? Let's see if that's the fastest growing companies in the world are doing. Well, turns out when Hertz rental car is going bankrupt, Uber, the world's largest taxi company, doesn't own any cars. Lyft, the world's second largest taxi company, doesn't own any cars. Facebook, the world's largest content sharer, doesn't create any. Alibaba, the world's largest store, doesn't have any inventory. Airbnb, the world's largest accommodation provider, doesn't own any real estate. Booking.com, Trivago.com, Expedia.com, Hotels.com, ironically, they don't own any hotels. Amazon.com doesn't write a single book. eBay doesn't create a single product. Banks, who have survived for millennia, they don't print money. They sell your money to somebody else. They match make money and charge interest for it. It's so close to us, sometimes we can't see the wood from the trees. It is the perfect business model. It's the fastest growing businesses in the world, and they are internet based. But of course, remember what your friends and family will say about the internet just before they spend more money on it. Speaking about scams, let's talk about this for a second. Right now, we hear a lot in the media about $1 trillion packages, especially when it comes to the US. They have a $2 trillion rescue package and a new $3 trillion rescue package coming up. But we lose sight of how big a trillion is when we use dollars. But let's put it in a different currency, in time, to give you a comparison. 1 million seconds is 12 days. 1 billion seconds is 32.8 years. 1 trillion seconds is 32,800 years. So if your partner says, look, I'm going now, but I'll be back in 1 million seconds, it's okay. If they're coming back in 1 trillion seconds, there will be an ice age or two in the meantime, right? There's a significant difference here. This number is $1.6 trillion. The US government's number one asset, what is it? Outstanding student loan debt. Yes, you heard me right. The average student graduates the same numbers in the UK right now that I'm about to share. They get a qualification and they get a $37,000 debt that goes with it. The only loan you cannot declare bankruptcy on, believe it or not, is a student loan. Hence why banks are tripping up over each other to get kids to take them out. Parents push their kids into college. Why? Because they say you need to get a job that exchanges time for money. Why? Because that's what everybody else does. Why? Well, because on average, we spend $600,000 on interest on debt in a lifetime. That, I'm afraid, is the report card on the educational system. It's absolute insanity. It's madness. But the problem is with madness is that if you're surrounded with it, you don't recognize it. You call it sanity, right? And that's the truth of the educational system that we're in right now. It's a complete scam. We're teaching things that were in vogue back in the Industrial Revolution. We have to move on. Forget setting money aside for college for kids and tens of thousands of dollars or pounds. It's nuts. We're setting them up for a lifetime of debt and failure. What's a mortgage stand for? Mortgage stands for mortir. Mortir is the word which means to die. Mortgage means debt until death. So as soon as your kids are in their mid-20s, they've got their college loans, now they're 27, 28, they've met their partner, we force them to go get themselves a house because now they're growing up. Now they're taking responsibility. We'll even help them by giving them a little deposit towards getting on the property ladder, which means their first home, really. And now they've got debt until death. And we're delighted because for us, job is done. For them, they're now chugging down a road which has a more than a 50% chance of divorce in their 40s because they've overstretched. Financial reasons is the #1 cause for divorce. And nobody questions it because it's too uncomfortable. But it's all because we are running. There's only one thing worse than running the wrong race, and that's running the wrong race at speed. And that is what most of the planet are doing. And I'm asking you just to rethink this with a little bit of an open mind, because the internet can completely change your results in an instant. You just got to make a decision today to say, today is the day. That picture that you took, save it to your favorites. This is going to be the start of a new life for you, right? 10 years ago, I wouldn't have believed this in a million years, right? That this would have been possible. Today, it's a completely new world for me, my family. $40 million, I would have had to work over 800 years in my job to get to that point. Add in the coronavirus and stop on top, and then you'll see why you could not be starting at a better time. $2 trillion of a rescue package, right? Sounds good, but that's debt for the next generation. In 2 weeks in March, 10 million jobs disappeared in the US. It's now 35 million. 6.6 million people filed for unemployment in 1 week alone in March. Just to give you perspective, the second worst week ever was 38 years ago when there was 695,000. So we've got 10 times worse in 40 years, 10 times backwards financially in 40 years. It's time to be aware that the old system is broken. The people that are telling you it's risky to look outside of a job are the people at the biggest risk, right? So it's frightening things are only scary if you don't have a plan to get out of them, right? If you don't understand it. It's false expectation appearing real, fear. However, when you have a plan that you put in place, which is this sets you free. You decide how much money you want to make to begin with to match your salary. Let's say you want to make £5,000 a month, right? It's not a huge amount, £5,000 a month. Well, you build an email list to match your expectations. And it's a 1-for-1 ratio. By that, I mean, on average, you should be making about £1 per person per email address per month. So £1 per email address per month. So if you want to make £10,000 per month, you get 10,000 people in your database. And that's what the purpose of this training is to show you how to do that. Right? That's what social media is about, is we want to move people from there into our list. So let's say it costs you $1 or £1 to get an email address. And if you're making $1 or £1 on average per person per month, that means you spend £1 to make 12. That's an 1,100% return on investment. You try asking for that in the bank, right? They'll tell you where to go, all right? They'll say there's an asylum up the road for you, right? It is incredible, the returns that we're talking about here. And these are conservatively based numbers. So don't lose sight of what social media is for. Yes, it helps you with branding and getting a message out there, but ultimately for me, it's all about the bottom line. If you're not making money from it, you're doing something wrong. If you're using it to get branding, you're getting what you don't want, right? We want to get ultimately an income, money. We want to change our lives as a result of this. So we use social media to build our lists, and that is where the money emanates from. That's the critical thing that we want, ultimately, helping other people out. Your income is a direct outcome of the amount of people that you help. And I've helped tens of thousands of students all over the world. We've had success stories from people as young as 11 years of age to well into their 80s, because all you're doing is giving people what they want, finding people and giving them what they're looking for. They're wired to spend it anyway. They're going to spend it anyway. We all know the money hasn't left the planet, whether we're going into a recession or not. It's still there, and people are still spending it. Runa here, for example, made £100,000 in 4 hours. And I'll be sharing with you examples of how the guys did this. But let's just be clear on one thing. Full disclosure, any success story that I share with you, they are people who have done my online training program and been to workshops that we do, either a 2-day or a 3-day workshop that myself or my coaches have delivered over the past few years. What's unique about my training is that we teach you before the workshop. You get all of your training in advance. In fact, The great news for you is we are starting tomorrow night. We start tomorrow night at 7, just checking the time, at 7 p.m., right? We start tomorrow night at 7 p.m. No hanging about. You cannot start at a better time because of all the things that are going on around right now. So I'm not going to delay. We start tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. Yes, it's live, and I'm giving up my Friday evening because it's so important for you to get started straight away. No hanging about. And then we build up. We start straight away, get your business up and running right away. If you do go to my website, you will see that the workshops are sold out. They're 4,997 plus VAT. We have a massive waiting list because hotels have been closed for quite a while, and our coaches have a backlog of people to do in those workshops. But don't worry about that for now. I let you know you can start learning online though from tomorrow. Janet, what an amazing story. She spent $12 on her first Facebook ad, which was actually £8 at the time with the currency conversion. £8, and it turned into $2,100. Now, if I time to play the video, you'd hear what she says. And Janet says, I turned it off. In 12 hours, she made this. Said, I turned it off. I thought it was illegal. Said, this can't be legal, that you can make money that fast legally, right? That just shows us how ingrained we are with the idea of time and money, right? You must work longer to make more money when your income is actually an outcome of the amount of people you help, nothing to do with time when you set yourself free. Alison, I'm showing you these examples not because they're the best, but because they're people who you know are not technical. They're not gurus on the internet. They start with zero before the course. Alison, a 63-year-old grandmother of 3 grandkids in her care, was working double shifts in an off license to support them. She said, Paul, I think of it like a cookbook recipe book. She said, you might know the ingredients and you might know you need an oven. But if you don't know how to mix the ingredients with the right amount and the time and temperature to put them in the oven, it goes in a mess, it comes out a mess. And she said it's the exact same with the internet. You know the ingredients, and if you mix them in the wrong way, you spend money. If you mix them in the right way, someone else spends their money on you. And she's 100% correct. She went on to make over £10,500 per month as a 63-year-old with her online business. So this is absolutely for you. No excuses whatsoever. If you can press buttons to buy something, you can press buttons to sell something. If you wanted to get a new body in the gym, you'd have to join the gym, you'd have to get new clothes, you'd have to go through torture, you'd have to get up in machines, you'd have to sweat all day long for months. To do this, you don't even have to leave your bedroom. You can actually stay in your pajamas. You just got to press buttons. So if you're saying to yourself right now, I'm not sure if this is for me, you need to have a proper talk with yourself. Because you don't need to leave your bedroom. You just open the computer and you start pressing buttons. You know you can do it. You're already capable of doing that. You've proven you know the skill set of how to use a credit card to spend. Now it's the same in terms of just the other side, how to make it. And that's the practical lesson you need to start to believe right now. As Alison used to say, Paul, if someone else can do it, then so can I. And that's all we need you to believe in. So please take a picture of this if you don't mind. This is a picture of what we cover in these workshops when they're ran. Because I'm not going to spend time today talking about it, but I do want you to have the information at hand. These are the 9 areas that we cover off, all primarily focused on how you make money. We show you how you can make up to $6,400 from a single email address. We show you how to use social media without putting out lots of content, without having to write any of your own material, without having to create any videos of your own. I am like the anti-social media guy. Right? It's like, let's do the minimal possible and let's maximize our income coming in. Type in yes if that sounds good, right? Because I love the people that are willing to go out there and do it every day, but for, you know what? I know that's not for everybody. We want the baby without the baby pains, right? Without the birth pains. And I get that's exactly what we're delivering here. Oh, that's a good pun, right? If you can excuse it. But that's what I want. I want the money without having to be up there every day. Jesus, showing people me getting up and drinking my coffee and doing this. I don't do any of that, right? And I've still managed to make tens of millions from it. So that is the great news for you guys. So it's a quick summary of what we said so far. We pick a niche where the money is at and the people who are ready to spend. Then we build our database. Then we automate the process of making money. And the critical part to all of this is getting help. Be willing to ask for it and be willing to spend and invest in yourself. You didn't learn how to read without help. You didn't learn how to write without a coach. You didn't learn how to walk without help. You didn't learn how to cycle without help. You didn't learn how to do anything meaningful without help. But sometimes as adults we say, oh, I'll figure it out by myself. That's not how it works, right? If you want the fast track, if you want to get it done now and be selling now while more money is spent on the internet than ever before, this is your time. Now, some of my clients you'll have heard of already: Johnson & Johnson, Booking.com. Booking.com are the world's largest spender on Google Ads. Right? Google Ads, they spend $2 million a day on Google Ads. They make $5 million back. Right? Now that's 2 into 5 every day. $2 into $5, 2 million into 5 million. Right? Every day. Now I told you I was being conservative when I said you spend £1 to make 12, 1100% ROI. Right? So this is what's totally possible for anybody willing to have an open mind and willing to press the buttons in the right order, because this is the most valuable skill you can learn right now in the world, business skill. Not social media, but how to make money from it. When I started in 2010 consulting, my hourly rate was €30. Today, my one-to-one mentoring is £85,000 plus VAT. It's completely booked up for 17 months. There are 0 spaces in it. It's fully booked up. I allot 2 days per month for my one-to-ones, and that's it. I have 2 young daughters, a 9-month-old who's sitting out in the pool there at the back, and I have a 3-year-old who's in there in the kitchen, and I want to spend my time with them, right? It's like when money is taken care of, your values truly kick in and you can actually get to do the things that you want to do. But what else could you learn? Where in 3 months from now, you will be in the top 1% of the most knowledgeable people on the planet in online marketing in just 3 months, right? You spent a lifetime getting to your salary today. In 3 months, you can have the skill sets of the top 1% most knowledgeable people in the world and start charging like that, right? So this is how close you are to the finish line. Right? You just need to start a new race, new finish line, and a new coach on the side shouting at you to get this done, and also have fun while doing it. So if we actually look at this and why it works, this is kind of an eye-opener for people because they really start to get it. We go to Google with a problem. We type in the problem like, I want to lose weight. What shows up? Multiple websites trying to sell us weight loss products, right? And we say, yeah, but that's what Google does. But what if there was an amazing free website that if you typed in the problem, it didn't give you websites that were trying to sell you stuff. It actually gave you people who have just said they have that problem. Might that help a little bit in your business? Of course it would. And I'm going to show you this with the social network you'd least expect to work in business, with Twitter. You can type in the same problem. If you're looking at your screen right now, I want to lose weight, and look what shows up. People, complete strangers, saying the following: Carla, I want to lose weight. Linda, I'm watching the Meerkat Manor. I want the same metabolism as a meerkat. They lose 5% of their body weight overnight and need to eat lots. There you go, in case you thought you'd learn nothing today. Caitlin, I only want 2 things: to lose weight and to eat. Denise Lee, I only want 2 things: to lose weight and to eat. Those 2 should meet. Next slide. There's hundreds more people saying the exact same stuff, right? You can scroll down. All these people are saying they need to lose weight. Now, if you were with your friends, you would say exactly why I don't use social media, and specifically Twitter, because it's full of lunatics, right? And that's what you would say. I get it. But remember, I'm here to have you not think social media. It's rethink social media. We're not thinking about it the way the mass is thinking about it. We're rethinking it and going, if these people are willing to share with 350 million strangers that they have a weight loss problem, might they just be ready to do something about it? Of course. But Paul, hang on now, that sounds amazing, but I don't have any weight loss solutions. I'm not a business in weight loss. Either am I. But I know where Weight Watchers is, weightwatchers.com. I can sign up for free to sell their stuff. They'll ask me for their bank account, for my bank account details so they can pay me. They'll give me my unique link, my unique website link. And if anybody buys through that link, I get paid a commission, even though I didn't create the product. I didn't come up with the idea. I've got nothing to do with Weight Watchers, but they pay me one-way traffic, right? Absolutely incredible. You can type in any problem statement here. I want to get fitter. I want to get healthier. How do I have a better relationship? How do I get a new job? How do I interview better? How do I create a better CV? How do I trade the stock market? How do I find a property in Yorkshire? How do I find investors for property? How do I write a book? How do I trade cryptocurrency? Any problem you want, up the people pop, and you can get straight in front of them immediately with your product or somebody else's. Now, my question would be, if I was you, but am I a little bit late on the Twitter train? Because it's been around for a while, as far as I know. You could not be starting at a better time. And let me show you why. Let's go back to our friend Tony. Tony has 3 million followers on Twitter, right? Now, if you click on those, you can actually see who they all are. You could literally reach out to them individually. I wouldn't recommend that. That's old school. That's what you might have done 9 years ago. Today, you use Twitter ads. And just look at the magic that's about to ensue here. You can get Twitter to put your message in front of whoever you like and they will deliver clicks to your website. Now, don't worry if you're completely new to this. It's not, when we think website, we think technical, we think difficult. We're talking about a simple one-page website where someone enters their details, presses the button submit, and they get a free gift. Just like how you showed up on today's training, right? It takes about 10, 15 minutes to create one of those, and then you have it. So it gives you the clicks directly to your page, straight from whoever you want. Conversions is even better, where it says our conversions. That means you only pay when you collect an email address. So if you know you're going to make £1 per person per month, right? And you're paying £1 and you only pay that £1 after you get the email, you are in a crazy place, right? If you're sending people to a sales page and you set up a conversion ad, you only pay Twitter after you get paid. Let me repeat that. You only pay Twitter after you get paid. That's why my accountant says, Paul, you don't teach business, you teach magic. He said, what you do, that's not what business is. Business is about taking risks. Business is about getting bank loans. Business is about hoping that you'll break even after a few years. What do you think he stopped doing? He stopped selling time for money. He started creating information products for entrepreneurs. He started to sign up for all of the softwares he's been recommending for years, like Xero, like Sage software, accountancy softwares, and gets paid a commission by all of his users, his clients, every single month, right? When the accountant is convinced, you know you don't need to do much more convincing because emotion has nothing to do with it, right? So as he said, I've had 600 clients, or 600 to 700 clients, and 550 of them have either gone out of business or very close to going out of business. He said, that's just normal. He said, it's at the end of the year, they're in profit, they have a drink. If they made a loss, they have 2 drinks, and they keep going until they run out of steam. He said, well, what you're teaching, you're making profit before you even spend. I said, yes. Next question, why isn't everybody else doing it? Because business owners are too busy to put their head above the water, and they're looking around at every other business owner who's also struggling, and goes back to the standard answer, well, we're all in the same boat together, right? Entrepreneurs are the only people I know that work 80 hours a week to avoid a 40-hour-a-week job to only have a 4% chance of success. It's crazy, guys. We have to rethink it, because there's no reason to do things the hard way when you can do them magically. Type in magic right now if you're starting to get this, if you're really starting to warm to this idea that you are missing out big time in your business right now, because I'm going to guess that you probably are. But it gets better and better. You can type in keywords, anything related to your problem that you solve, and Twitter will put your message in front of anybody that says it from now on. So if you're looking for business investors, property investors, looking for tenants, looking for people that want to lose weight, invest, write books, create a podcast, whatever it is, it will put your message in front of them when they show up next on Twitter. Television targeting. You can target people that are watching a specific television show right now. Let's say they're watching Grand Designs and you're into architecture, or you help self-build people, or you just want to sell the leads of self-build people to architects. So you could literally have an ongoing evergreen ad running that says, are you watching Grand Designs right now? What a beautiful build. Would you like to download the free report on the top 5 mistakes that every self-build owner wishes they knew before they started, right? Boom, building a list of people with money ready to self-build that you can either sell on to others, other businesses, or if they're useful to you, you can do that. And you can do that in thousands of different ways. This next one is so good, it should be illegal. Add followers. It's not like what it sounds like. It sounds like you're paying for followers. No, it's much better than that. You type in the name of any Twitter account that's already active, and you type in, I want to get in front of their followers. So let's take the example we had already, Tony Robbins. You type in his username, you not only get your message in front of his followers, they put them in front of a look-alike audience. People just look like Tony's people. I mean, how incredible is that? He's done all the work. You rock up on the 28th of May, 2020 and say, thanks, Tony. You're a good guy. I am now going to advertise to your people. Now, you might think, will Tony get angry with that? Well, it depends. I don't think so, because whose stuff do you think you should sell to Tony's people? Type into the chat right now. Whose stuff do you sell to Tony's people? Let me tell you who it's not. Yours. Don't sell your stuff. They don't know who you are, right? You sell Tony's stuff to Tony's people. If you're thinking about writing a book, stop. Get money in first. Sell Richard Branson books to Richard Branson's followers. Sell Deepak Chopra books to Deepak Chopra's followers. Sell Oprah's books to Oprah's followers. Tupac Shakur CDs to Tupac's listeners, right? You do not need to get in the way. Step back. Let people buy what they want. Let people who love Donald Trump buy his t-shirts. Let people who hate Donald Trump buy the hate Trump t-shirts. Let people who love Boris and Donald buy the love Donald and Boris t-shirts. The people who hate them both buy their t-shirts. You don't need to create any of them. They already exist. You just need to matchmake. I can almost hear the light bulbs going off from hundreds of miles away where people are like, holy whatever you just said, right? You have been doing things the hard way. Whether that you're running a traditional business or if you're in a job. Because why would you get up to go to work in the morning when the only question you have to ask yourself is, whose stuff do I sell to their people today at a profit? And they're delighted because you are making more sales for them. They wouldn't let you sign up to sell their stuff if they didn't want you to sell their stuff. It's a complete win-win. You never will run out of products ever. It gives you the certainty for the rest of your life that you have a winning formula. You don't care what happens in the market, in the economy, because all you do is solve people's problems with the latest best-selling products over and over again. And if your business isn't doing this, it's toast. It's over. By the way, type into the chat right now, please help, if you think I just might be able to help you a little bit with what you're doing right now in your business, right? Just type in, please help right now so I can get a feel for where you're at around this, okay? Because I know I absolutely can. And of course, if you ask, I'll be willing to help, right? So for my next trick, right, let's just go a bit deeper. You can actually target just wealthy people if you like. We can go onto Twitter. You can target people based on the type of house that they have, whether they own a home or rent a home, whether they're in the market for a home, the value of their home, the type of pets that they have, the credit history, excellent, 11.6 million. When you run out of those people, very good credit worthiness, 6.2 million. How much discretionary money do they have at the end of the month? How are they segmented in the economic spectrum? What is the value of their house? What is their net worth? 100K to a million plus, a million to 2 million. How affluent are they? What type of credit cards do they have? Affluent parents, 3.5 million. Ladies, if you learn nothing else all day, affluent single men, 768,000. Men who are single, do not have children, have over 75 grand salary, and over a net worth of $250,000. Ladies, good news. Close down those Tinder accounts. No more swipe left. No more swipe right, straight into Twitter, find your soulmate right in there, right? It's incredible what is in there. Type in right now if you need this. Say, I need this now, right? Type in, I need this now, because I absolutely know you do. And let's just look at Facebook and what you can do with that, because I'm sure you know there's plenty that can be done with Facebook. We're not going to spend time on it, very little time, I should say. You can target people by where they live, their postcode, their interests, their likes, when they have a birthday coming up, when they have an anniversary coming up, the age of their children within a year, parents, all sorts of things. Incredible, where people work, the level of job that they have in a company. You can target people that pressed on the button shop now in the past week, called engaged shoppers. 384 million people who clicked on the button shop now in a week on Facebook. This is the level that you can get to. You can target people based on the income that they're in their homes, right? In the top 5% of US incomes, top 10% of US incomes. Facebook are so good that to get people into your list, they don't even have to type their email addresses. They just click a button twice, like this example. Click the button once, learn more. They automatically put the name and email in. You click the button again, boom, job done. $1, £1 per person per month, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You're not posting yourself. You're not putting videos out there yourself. You're not writing content. You're not spending days and days writing stuff that nobody cares about. Nobody cares about your opinions until you get to a certain level, until you are a perceived success at a certain level, right? That's how I started. Nobody knew who I was, but I learned how to get followers. And that's exactly what I want to share with you, is the perception of value, is the perception of credibility is what you start off with, and then the money just starts to roll in. That type of ad, by the way, is called a lead generation ad, in case you haven't seen it before, a lead generation ad. And I do have a Twitter ads and a Facebook ads course for sale online, which I'll talk about in a moment. But the best news really of the two greatest things that we're talking about today is in no time in the history of humankind has more money been spent on the internet than right now. And secondly, ads are on sale. It is Christmas time. It's not even Christmas. It's the after Christmas sales. It's the January sales. Why? Because small businesses are closed. Their front doors are closed. So they stopped running Facebook ads because they've nowhere to drive their business to, which is amazing news for you, because you can get started with a 30% discount on your ads. Absolutely incredible. This is the course that I spoke about. It's online for $2,997 plus VAT. The people buying it are making 10x, 20x, up to 50 times a return on their investment, because I've just shown you a couple of ads there. There are, of course, multiple different types of ads that you can run. The thing about ads is, guys, it gives you certainty. Sometimes people say, I do this without ads. And what's amazing about this is that I don't do ads. Anything that doesn't involve spending in ads is uncertain. It's not consistent. It's up and down. And I know this because I've been there, done that. And believe me, I didn't want to spend. But you get instant results. You get instant feedback. While you might take 10 years to fail in a business, with social media, the best news is you fail in 3 days. Try, test, didn't work, test. Try, test, change. Try, test, change. That's it, right? You get successful so much faster. There's no risk. How much can you lose if you can run an ad for 90p? Yes, you can run an ad today for less than £1 on Facebook. You can run an ad on Twitter today for a penny. There isn't a smaller form of currency. I'm telling you, people 5 years from now will have this conversation and someone will say, I think I heard back in 2020, you could run an ad on Facebook for less than £1 and an ad on Twitter for a penny. And the other person is going to say, come on now, don't be talking crazy. Because if it was that cheap, sure, everybody would have been doing it. That is exactly what they will be saying, right? People only talk about opportunities when they're over. This is your chance. And of course, with Instagram, like the fastest growing network right now, Jake, teacher from Manchester, should I say ex-teacher from Manchester, quit his job after my workshop, made 26,000, that should say pounds, in a single hour from Instagram. Facebook Messenger, I'm sure many of you are using that. Vishal, common theme here, quit his job after coming to my workshop. He made $55,000 in 3 hours from Facebook Messenger. You either get used by the tools or you use the tools to change your financial welfare for the rest of your life. Your choice, your decision. Money will be spent, millions will be spent every hour on the internet for the next few years, whether you decide to take some or not. I'm inviting you to come in and take some. There is almost zero competition compared to the size of the amount of money flowing on the internet right now. And the best bit, the best of the best, is that this is based around people with a busy life already, based around people busy in business, busy with a job. Alfred here had a 60-hour-a-week job. He sent a message after starting the program to say he was up to $200 a day. When he came to the workshop, he was at $350 a day. That's 127 grand a year, and he was selling other people's products, right? Other people's products. He worked in a hospital, right? 127 grand per year on the side. James here started in November 18. This is a WhatsApp conversation that we had. He is now over 2.2 million pounds since November 18, since he started this program, right? These results are absolutely incredible if you compare them to getting a job and hoping that someday things get better. If that's your backup plan, it's not good enough, especially if you want to get wealthy. You have to change lanes. And the beauty of this is there's going to be no college fees required, no college loans required, no 40 grand investment that you need to put into somebody to go to college for 4 years. This is what we're going to be talking about today is absolutely incredible. Less than what it would cost you for a cup of coffee per day. That's what we're talking about here, right? So who wants these results in their lives? Type into the chat right now. I can see people are getting super excited. I want this now. Let's see. Type into the chat right now. I want this now. Okay, amazing. Right. Okay, lots of capital letters, lots of all caps. Fantastic. Okay. Amazing. Now, again, the workshop that I talked about, 3-day workshop in London, fully booked out. However, we're going to start you in advance of that. We start this Friday, 7 o'clock. It will be recorded, by the way, if you cannot make it live. If you have a life and you can't be there on Friday at 7, unlike me, I will be there for you because this needs to happen tomorrow. You're starting straight away. And we'll talk about the workshop in a little bit. So that nails down 2 of the critical factors, niche and social media. Building the list is actually very straightforward. Simple website builder will do this for you. We show you how to do this in our list building programs. And all you're doing is offering something in exchange for somebody's contact details. You do it every day, or most days, I should say, but the other way around. You're leaving your details, like when you signed up here today. However, we'll be showing you how to switch sides, how to come to the dark side, so to speak. So that when you start in the morning, you don't care what other people are saying on social media. You're checking how many sales you made. So that's the process here now. Step 3 is we want to automate that sales machine. Right? We want to automate the process of selling people what they want, your stuff or somebody else's stuff. It doesn't matter. So the question is, but how do I sell other businesses' products? You go to their websites, you sign up for free, they ask you for your contact details, how to pay you, whether you want to be paid by check or by bank wire or by PayPal, and they give you a link. So anything that you can buy on Amazon at this very second, at 4:17 on the 28th of May 2020, anything you could buy on Amazon right now, you could literally be selling that exact same thing. Right? You don't have to buy the products, you don't have to move storage, you don't have to drop shipping, none of that. Anything that's there right now, you could be selling it. Same with eBay. Any of the world's best training courses. That, of course, means you could be making money if you were buying on Amazon. You could be making money if you are buying on eBay. In fact, you will save more money than you will invest today in the next 6 months by just changing your behaviors online, because you'll start to see when you're spending, you should be making. If you're booking a holiday, you should be getting a percentage of it back. I booked a cruise last year and I got an email to say, you have just sold 3 cruise tickets. I was like, oh, I wonder who that was, right? So you start to make hundreds of pounds even from your own purchases. And of course, we're not here just to save, we're here to make so much more money. And of course, you can also create your own products later as well, or sell your own products. But to begin with, what's so exciting about today's world is you can promote other people's products called high profit products, where you could make $600 a sale, $1,800 a sale, even $4,000 a sale. If you're listing in the UK right now and saying, why is he using dollars? Because dollars is the kind of the international internet currency that people refer to. If you're selling globally, you'll always sell in US dollars, because no matter where you live in the world, you know your conversion rate from whether it's rand to dollar or yen to dollar or pound to dollar, right? So that's why we use dollars a lot, and you will too when you're online, because everybody, no matter where they are, euros, Eurozone or otherwise, they all know what their conversion rate is with dollars. But you could make up to $6,400 per sale selling other people's products. You might think, how? That's just by promoting me. That's literally just by promoting me. In fact, when you're on my program, we have a training program to help you promote my stuff if you wish, but it feels very congruent when you're doing it that you can also make money by promoting my stuff, because you're enjoying it and you're making money from what you're doing and learning and applying in your own business, right? So when I start in the morning, I don't check other people's social media. I check how many sales I made last night. So I have a training program. It's a membership site. It's got no live interaction. It's just login details, so membership site, and that's it. Totally hands off from our team. Each of these is a sale for $997, $997, $997, $997, $997, $997, $997, $997, $997, $997, $997, $997. You never get tired of saying $997, $997. 3 payments of $397, $19, $997, $997, $997, $997, $997, $997, $997, $997, $997, $997, $997, $997, $997, $997, $997, $997. And you might be thinking, well, Paul, I don't have a product for $997. Who cares? Why don't you sell one that you can make $997 from? You need to start thinking differently, right? And as I showed you, last 7 days, 107K in this account, 548. Another account, we had 100K today, and a couple more 60 grand today. It's last 7 days, 290 the last 4 weeks, 98,000 last week, 408,000 the last 4 weeks in that one. This one in May, 263,000 today. This one, $500,000 in April, right? Who would like to start their mornings like this each day? Type in, show me the money, right? Type in, show me the money right now if this is how you would like your days to begin, because this is how your days should be beginning, right? But remember now, the internet is an SCAM, a systemized cash accumulation machine. So if anybody says it to you anymore from now on, you agree, you smile, and you go, I know exactly what they mean. They mean that the internet is a systemized cash accumulation machine, and I need it in my life. And let me tell you one thing, you all have heard about the value of multiple streams of income. You can have as many streams of income as you wish by learning this one skill set, multiple streams of income forever. That is probably even better than the news that ads are on sale, is that you don't have to go off and become an expert in all these other things. You just get good at this matchmaking and you are made forever, right? You like cryptocurrency, for example, right? I know nothing about it. What did I do? I invited a guest on. I did a webinar with them. We made £80,000 in 2 hours. I took my £40,000 and I invested in Bitcoin, and I removed the app from my phone, right? So when you learn this skill, you can still benefit from all the other things. But this, for me, is the umbrella skill. This is the one where you can have multiple streams of income across the board at any time for life. For life. This isn't about getting rich tonight. It's about building an evergreen, ever-growing wealth growth business for you. And you can use the income for whatever you like. You can use it to grow your investments. You can use it to invest in more education. You can use it as your full-time salary. It is completely up to you. right? But the beauty of it is you're having options. You're bringing options into your life. But what you need to succeed in it, it ultimately comes down to this. It comes down to getting support, getting help, right? As I mentioned earlier, anything in life of meaning that you've been able to do, you were able to do it because you got assistance, you got shown how, you got feedback, you got help on how to do it. And that is exactly what you now need to get to the next level, right? So many of us are like a child that we're telling to go on, read chapter 1 there, but we've never taught them letters, the alphabet, or any of those things. Yet we're trying desperately to make money, to save money, to live a life of our dreams. And that's not happening. But the thing is, it's not your fault. You've never been taught it. So how could you do it? The plan you're on, you have executed perfectly, and you've got the results as expected, deeper and deeper into debt over time, right? And we keep running around, chasing desperately, trying to get off that wheel, but it doesn't seem to be working. It's okay, we got to change lanes. What you're earning today is a direct result of what you know right now, but what you start learning from today is going to change everything. Because if you keep doing what you always did, you're going to keep getting what you always got. So we got to change that around. We got to switch it up. And it all comes down to one simple thing. The secret to success in business or in sport is one thing: getting a coach, getting a show on how. Find somebody who gives you a different perspective, somebody who can elevate you so you're not looking from the ground level, that you can see it from their positioning, so that you can see multiple steps ahead than rather than being the smartest person in the room. That is how you make progress. And if there's ever been a time to make progress fast, it's now, because there's never been more time spent on the internet, never been more money spent on the internet, been more eyes on social media. So this is how we can help some of you today. We do coaching, we do mentoring, and amazing news for you guys. We are running a 4-day workshop from home. No traveling, no flying, no hotels, no eating out in restaurants, from home. I don't do our live workshops anymore. My coaches do them. I am doing this one because it's literally 7 foot from my kitchen, right? So I am actually going to be running this 4-day workshop live with you guys, taking your hand all the way through the process. Now, remember, we started training. The coaching begins tomorrow at 7 o'clock live. We get you access to the membership site from the day after, and off we go. We're up and running. You're building your business in advance of coming. So when you come to the workshop, you can already have your business up and running and making money and asking questions as to how do you get to the next level? How do you make more? If you're up at 1,000 a month, how do you get to 5,000 a month, etc., and continuing to grow from there. So the picture you took earlier has now become a 4-day workshop, and it's exclusively with me. I am actually delivering it. By the way, I'm also going to include today, when you decide to join my program and come on my workshop, my Mindset Mastery training. It's online for $1,497. This is going to be included with you today in your package when you pay in full, right? You're going to be getting access to this. And as soon as I put up the link in a little bit, please be ready to jump on it straight away, because it's going to be first come, first serve, right? I've been teaching this stuff for 10 years. We have tens of thousands of success stories. There's nothing left up to chance. We've done this thousands of times. We know exactly what you need to do step by step. And all you need to do is follow our process. Doesn't matter what age you are. If you can press the buttons on your computer to be here today, you can make this happen. Luke, another amazing success story. He, Paul, just started 5 months ago. I've been rigidly sticking to your actions. I earned $7,000 last week. It's going to be over $8,000 for the first time next week. Who would have thought this was possible just a few months ago? I've already paid my parents back for the loan. They think I am selling drugs, LOL. I just love that. It just shows the generational difference. He sent me a Facebook message saying, hey, Paul, made just over $26,000 last week. In a week. That was more than he was making in a year in his job. He sent an email saying, hey, Paul, made over $100,000 worth of sales in a day 6 weeks ago. Loving the journey. We had a chat on WhatsApp 2 months ago. He made $2.3 million last year. He told me on that call for the first time that he slept in a camper van outside the hotel when he was at the workshop. That is where he was, because he couldn't afford a hotel room. So whatever your excuse, and if you're very eagle-eyed, you'll have noticed the subject line, which says, hey, brother, how do I do an email like yours? He's not technical. He emails to ask, how do you add an attachment to an email? That was literally why he sent the email, right? How do you add an attachment? But he doesn't inspire me as much as Salman, the 13-year-old who came with his dad to the workshop by accident because the babysitter cancelled. And he basically said, Salman, here's the iPad, play your games or do whatever, stay quiet, don't get in my way, play your games. Salman was listening intently to what I said. Put up his hand. He said, Paul, can I share something? I said, please. He said, I just made £150. I said, Salman, how long did that take you? He said, 11 minutes. Every adult in the room had the same look on their face, and it was this: you little shit. How dare you prove to us that this actually works? What did you do? Exactly what he said. Oh no, right? Because thank God you learned how to walk as a child. Because if you waited till you were in your 30s, right, you try and step up once, you'd fall over, you say, oh, I tried walking once, didn't work out for me, I'm going to crawl for the rest of my life, right? That we're so afraid of what other people think. We're so afraid of failing, rather than just getting up, getting on with it, figuring it out, putting on armbands if we need to, putting safety nets in place so there's no risk around what you're doing. It just involves pressing buttons on a computer. This 11-year-old won our competition. This guy, I had to stop giving away bottles of alcohol as the prize. He won it, and then he had to give it he sold it to the person next to him, actually. His dad calls him first name pension, second name plan now. Kiane has the new record as a child in our adult workshop at 13 years of age. This is last October. He made $13,000 in 2 days. What is stopping you? Your mindset. That's it. That's it. That's all it can be. It's the voices, the BS, the belief systems that we have. Put them in the past. The past is over. It's history. Don't keep dragging it up in today. Don't let it ruin what you have today towards the rest of your life. Time is ticking quickly, and you got to decide how fast are you going to solve this problem of money. Because the sooner it's solved, the quicker you can get on with living your life and living to the dreams and the hopes that you once upon a time wanted, right? Let's figure this money thing out. It's not difficult. It's very straightforward. I'm actually a qualified financial advisor as well, because I know people are not just doing my course because of social media. That's the vehicle. They're there because they want to make more money. I don't just share with you how to make more. I show you how to keep more, how to grow more, because ultimately, I don't want you to make more money. I want you to have more money. It's not what you make, it's what you keep is more important. So I give you the entire thing all as part of my workshop. So it's a complete workout for you. Make more, keep more, grow more. And this is what I help your kids do as well with our foundation and our company, Financial Freedom. But the big question is, who is ready to take this step? It's a tiny little step today. It just involves pressing a button, but it means you are joining me on the journey to financial independence, right? You got to decide if today is the day. I know it is. I know it is the day for lots of you, that no more looking back. There's never been a better chance. Cheap ads, more money spent online than ever before, and $350 million a day been spent in the information industry. Welcome to your invitation to come and work with me and my team. We are starting, number 1, tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, live with me. It will be recorded. There are 4 more web classes that will be drip fed to you in advance of the workshop, but we start immediately. I really want you to get this. You learn from now. The workshop is like the icing at the end. You're now starting immediately, right? You'll have access over the weekend. We're making this happen. We want to get you going as quickly as possible. Step 2, the workshop. You took pictures already. You know the dates, July 28th to 31st. If you have a funeral on those dates, cancel it. This is much more important than life or than death. This is much more important, right? It's £4,997 plus VAT online on my website. You'll be able to find it. You won't be able to pay though, because it's fully booked up, right? So the only way you can get access to this right now is through my online one, and the only way you can get access to that is through an online summit like this that I do with Progressive Success, because I've been working with Rob and Mark for, God, it must be 4 years now. Since we set up our social media academy together, dating back to those times, because I've been doing this now for 11 years, right? Number 3, in case you feel a little bit technically challenged, we build out your squeeze page or your opt-in page, as it's called, for you. But more importantly, we're going to teach you how to do this. Don't underestimate your ability. Doesn't matter if you're not technical. Doesn't matter if you don't have a Facebook account. Doesn't matter if you don't have a Twitter account. At least half of you don't have a Twitter account. Doesn't matter. We take you from the start, from scratch, hold your hand step by step. Our help center then is there to address any questions that you have. You need support. You need your hand held. Any questions that you have, we have a 97% customer satisfaction rating. Our average client is 52 years of age. Just to give you an idea, it's not full of teens and kids that are using social media. It's people who are desperate to start getting some income into their lives, and they're willing to resort to social media of all things. I get it, but we will show you through that process. And that's all it is. It's a process. It's a step. And we'll hold your hands through the process every step of the way. An entire year support, $3,997 value in our help center. We have 10 people in our help center. This isn't one person manning an email inbox. This is 10 people working full time because I want to make sure your questions are all answered. Number 5, you have lifetime access to all of our trainings: Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, blogging, list building, Instagram, how to build your list to match your salary, how to choose the products to sell, how to grow your own business, how to outsource and find somebody else to do all of this for you for as little as £3, £2.50, £3 an hour, right? I want you to learn it and then hand it away. Give it to somebody else. I don't want you to create a new job for yourself. You're already busy, right? We want to pass this over to somebody else to do this for you, just like I've done. It's like your reward, because then you can do it as many times as you want, build as many incomes in as many niches as you want. By the way, we are picking your niche for you tomorrow night. We don't leave anything up to guesswork. Your niche will be chosen by 7:30 tomorrow night. You are good to go. You know what niche you're in, so you know what solution you're solving, and you will know exactly what you are doing, right? You know exactly what you're doing. Tomorrow, niche chosen for you. Number 6, by the way, lifetime access to that. Number 6, I am going to include the Facebook and Twitter ads training. It's online for $3K. We sell it every day. You are getting that as part of the membership site. I'm also going to include a webinar training. My webinar training has shown people like Nick here how to make $300,000 in 90 minutes, $500,000 in 90 minutes, $100,000 in 90 minutes. He says, Paul, I tell everyone about that chat that you gave me and how I went from one sale on a webinar to $100,000 the next day. You changed my life, man. Other than that, business is great. I am running out of time here, and if I wasn't, I would spend much more time talking about this. But just so you know, that's $900,000 in 6 hours. The average family in the UK spends £900 a year on lottery tickets, up to £1,000 a year in lottery tickets, with hope as the strategy. The difference between a dream and a goal is having a plan. Let's put a plan together. Let's make this real. Let's make these kind of numbers possible, right? It's going to take some time to get to that level, but you can certainly match your salary very, very soon in just a few months. 900K in 6 hours. I have a webinar training to show you how you can make a fortune from webinars, whether you want to do them or somebody else to do them for you. This alone is worth more than the entire program. I don't sell it online. It's only available to students of my Rethink Social Media program to give you the added benefit of how to use social media to fill them, and then how to be able to create an offer that sells. Number 8, I'm so certain about this working. All I got to do is get you to do it. So we're going to do 3 coaching live calls with you, right? Making sure that your hand is held, no such thing as a silly question, one-to-one question opportunities, live interactions. I will be on these calls. My head coach, Martin, will be on these calls. You are going to love them. All of your questions answered. We're making sure that you do this. Our entire goal is not for you to buy this. Our goal is for you to follow through and turn this into a 10x, 20x, 50x, 100x, 1000x return on your investment today. And for your children and teens, we have a half-day online training that they can access from next Monday, which shows them how to set up saving systems from a young age, how to take advantage of compounding so they can have saved literally millions by just following a process, right? By just following a process, starting immediately, right? Literally just by following this process. We will show them how to set up a business in 24 hours that will be making money in 48 hours from this Monday. That's how quickly we can get this up and running for your kids, right? Because they're a little bit more savvy than you are. You can obviously work with them and support them on this. This is life-changing education. This isn't the theory of how to teach children about money. This is teaching your children how to start earning money from next week, from home, without ever leaving the house. It is incredibly powerful. We have a ridiculously conservative value of 997 on this. That kind of gives you an idea of how conservative these values are. Change your entire next generation's opportunities by joining me today on your journey to financial independence using the internet, using social media. So you have the live webinar, 4 more drip fed to you, the 4-day workshop in July, opt-in created for you, access to the Help Center for a year, lifetime access to all of our trainings. You invest today, you have it forever. Facebook and Twitter ads training, which you could spend thousands on separately. 3 live calls, webinar wizardry training, just thrown in casually as a bonus. And that could be an entire program in itself for $3K. And the half-day online for your kids and teens. Total value is $29,973 if you add them up separately, but there's really no point in doing that because nobody would buy them separately. For me, the real value is what this package was when we sold it first. It was a 2-day workshop in Heathrow, London, and we did it for months at $7,497 plus $99 per month. 7497 plus VAT plus 99 per month. However, for you today, it is going to be nothing like that. Why not? Because I don't have any of the costs. I don't have to fly there. I don't have to bring my coaches. I don't have to put them up in hotels. I don't have to stay in a hotel. I literally walk 7 feet. So I'm passing on all of the savings directly to you. Anybody that does this makes it work. Any single person that does it. So instead of it being 7497, I'm going to give you a significant discount today. Not 20%, not 40%. 60% would be an amazing discount. At 2997, I literally have sold thousands of products at 2997. Thousands at 2997, right? However, today, I'm going to make this an absolute no-brainer. Not even 70% off, not even 80, 85% discount. You get everything I talked about for $997. When you pay in full, you get my Mindset Mastery. But the problem is you are up against everybody else at home right now. It is first come, first serve. We've only limited spaces in the workshop, first and foremost. bit.ly/rethink, and today's date, 2805. The reason why you need to go instantly, this is what the page will look like. The reason why you need to go instantly is this. Because if you get in right now, right, and you pay your $997, I am going to reward you very, very handsomely indeed, because I want you to fast track your results, right? You will have the opportunity to upgrade and pay for a half-day session with me. It'll be $4,997, and you can book a session. Right? As soon as you signed up, you can book a session for $4,997. You can have a think about that if you would like to do that, because I can help you make 10 times to 20 times that with your business by working one-to-one with you, right? And that's what it costs to get me for half a day. It's $10K for the full day. However, you don't even need to think about it, because if you get in right now, it's not going to be $4,997 to book that session, to upgrade, to have a call with me. It's actually going to be completely free. You get a one-to-one call with me, no time expiry. Once the workshop is over, we can get this booked in at any time that you wish that suits us both. It can be this year, next year, the year after. It never expires. I will honor this forever. Whenever you need it, we'll do it. Whenever you need it in your business, I'll be there to help you with it. It's completely free, but you have to pay in full. You have to pay in full right now, which is the only option I believe that's available right now when you go to bit.ly/rethink 2805. So when you book right now, basically for $997, you are getting me included for free. And that's not all. That fast track your results. What I'm also going to do is this. Right? If you're not sure, if you're still on the fence, I don't know why, but I'm going to make this a complete no-brainer. Why? Because you are going to be able to bring a second person with you to the summit for free. You can bring a second person for free, a family member, business partner, somebody who can support you on your journey. Now, they may be able to, if they want to, they can do a separate niche to you. That's okay. But somebody that you know, somebody like ideally a family member, a business partner, both of you come to the summit. And that is not all. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do something crazy here. I don't even think I have it written on this. I'm going to do this. I am going to, if you're in already, you've got this, and congratulations, right? And well done for typing so quickly. If not, if you get in right now, both of you get the entire training. Both of you get the entire training. 2 for 1. $997 for 2 of you. Yes, you heard me right. $997 for both of you to get the entire training. 2 for 1. That makes it $499 each for both of you, right? As soon as you get in, by the way, and pay successfully, there's a link to register for tomorrow night's web class. Don't miss that. Make sure you register there, and that confirms your place. Bonus 3, as if you needed it. Now it's 2 for 1, and you get me. Bonus 3, Warren Buffett says the #1 rule in investing is never lose money. So I am going to take away all your risk. What if there was no risk at all here? That you could get all of your money back if you just did one thing. Wouldn't that be amazing? Of course it would be. Sounds good, right? Well, I'm going to show you how you can get all of your money back by doing one simple thing. You refer 2 people to our team. We'll talk about this tomorrow. You just refer 2 people that need this course, right? You know, I'm sure at least 10 people, business owners or people who are on furlough or people who are worried about their jobs that need to start doing this. They can get today's program at $997. They won't get to one-to-one with me. That's yours only. But you can offer to them for $997. We will do the selling. Just 2 of them, we give you all of your money back. All of your money back. same price point. You get all your money back. Why would I do that? Because it's a money back guarantee. That's all you need to do, and you get your course for free, right? Completely for free. But I want to reward you for matchmaking. I want you to be encouraged to make that decision, that it's an absolute no-brainer, that just by promoting this, that you get all of your money back. All of your money back, 2 sales, and we do the selling for you. And Warren also says that investing in yourself is the most important investment you'll ever make in your life. You're about to find out how much you love yourself. Are you willing to put £1.37 per day into you? Are you worth the £1.37? Are you worth less than a cup of coffee? That's what this works out for the two of you for a year. If you're a business owner, it's a write-off against your company. It's cheaper than the coffee that you buy for the office, right? It's cheaper than the toners that you buy for the office to get teachings and education on how to be financially free, and recommend 2 people, and you get your money back and you get everything for free anyway, right? I could not make this any better for you. And the reason I do this is because I was the student in the audience. I was the skeptic. I was the person that would say, yeah, sure. If it was this easy, everybody else would be doing it. It is that easy, but everybody else isn't doing it. And forget about them. We got to focus on you. Let your actions speak louder than words. This is your chance. This is your opportunity. Grasp it with both hands. It is £1.37 per day for a year between the two of you. It is a no-brainer. If you're not willing to invest that in yourself, nothing's going to change. You absolutely need to, right? And recommend 2 people, you get your money back. $997 for everything, including me, the Mindset Mastery. There's the link again. If you want a payment plan, if you need a payment plan and need to extend it out over 3 days, there's a second link there below for you. Rethink 1604 part. 1604 part. I'm going to leave that up there for a second for those of you that want to get in. You won't get the one-to-one with me, but you won't get the Mindset Mastery. But guess what? You get up and running, right? You'll have this paid off before the workshop in July. If you start implementing the program, you'll have it paid off by the program before July, right? So just follow the system, implement it step by step. It's super easy and it's fun. You're already spending this time on the internet. It's designed around people that are busy already. It's designed around people that have jobs already. We're only talking about a tiny amount of time per day, right? To get this set up, to get it going. You don't need to have a business. But if you do have a business, that's also fine. You don't need to have a product. But if you do, that's also fine. You don't need to be social media savvy. You don't need a Facebook account or a Twitter account. But if you do, that's also fine. We designed it around both sets. For the business owner, the influencer, or the person who just wants to make money from this and wants to be hidden in the background. It works for you all. This is a list of everything you are getting for less than $1,000. In fact, less than 500, because 2 of you are getting this. 2 for 1. 997 plus VAT. bit.ly/rethink 2805. If you've seen me speak at Progressive Social Media Summit before, you know I've never sold at a summit on social media for less than $1,000 ever. The only reason I can is because I'm passing on my savings of not booking hotels, flights, trains, planes, and automobiles and hotels for my team, because I can do it from home by myself, right? You are reaping the rewards of that. The pay in full again. The link is there. Congratulations, by the way, to those of you that are already in. I'm really excited to see you tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. Remember, when you get in, immediately register for that. Look out for emails from us too. And if you want to get started on the payment plan, you're more than welcome to. And there's an email there at the bottom if you're stuck or if you can't get in. Or, of course, you can ring Progressive Success. They also have their links up there as well in the chat. Thank you so much for having me on today. I'm going to spend about 2 to 3 minutes on questions only. The reason why I have to cut it short is I am actually running another live seminar at the same time. But I'm so happy I had the chance to jump in and speak to you guys, because honestly, this was a last minute thing. And if it wasn't for Abby and Rob, you would not have been able to join this today. They had to convince me to get in on this because I was on break from something else, but it's all good. Yes, Claire, payment plan. There you go. Chris, how fast can we get the one booked in? Chris, as soon as you've done the workshop in July, because the first question I'll be asking you is, have you done the training? Because it's going to be a complete waste of your time if I am saying to you, right, okay, you need to go back and watch this, or you need to do this. So once you've got through that, anytime from July 31st on, forever, you can book me, right? But I do need you to do the training, because otherwise I can't help you as much as I'd like to, because I'll say, you'll need to do this, you'll need to do that. Have you done this? Okay. So as soon as that workshop happens, Chris, whenever you like. How can I afford? Oh, Jane, I love the honesty of the question. how can I afford to sell all that for $9.97? And she signed up. Do you know what, Jane? Do you know how much profit margin we make on this? I'm really afraid to tell you. £100. £100 profit margin out of the 1,000, right? The only reason we can afford to is because of volume, right? That's the only reason, being perfectly honest with you. But the reason we still do it is because of the success stories. Because with every success story, somebody else's life has changed. They will inspire 10 more other people to do the same. I love helping change people's lives. I don't need to be doing these things, but I love it. I absolutely love it. I mean, who in their right mind would go and help kids and teens make money? Nobody likes kids and teens, right? But I love teaching so much. I love helping change people's lives. I'm happy to do it even at that level of £100 profit, right? Because it will change your life completely, right? For me, it makes no iota of a difference, right? But it does in terms of my fulfillment, right? That is 100% honest truth of exactly why we do this. It's not for the profitability on it. It's to make sure that you guys in the time of need aren't concerned, aren't anxious, aren't stressed. You're excited, you're enthusiastic. No such thing as wanting to go back to pre-corona. We're not going back. We're leaping forward into the new you, the new worlds, the new opportunities, and your new financial situation. Okay. Let me see. So Claire, thank you, Claire. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Jane. Aaron, Paul, in regards to doing affiliate marketing using Twitter ads, how much does it cost to do it? Aaron, it depends. But we're not going to do affiliate marketing through ads. You're going to build your list. You build your list first. Remember the slide that said social media, build your list, and the money is made there. We don't send any links. We don't piss anybody off on social media. We're inviting them into our database, and then we sell in private. We market in public, we sell in private. Great question. How old do my kids need to be to do the training? 7 to 17, Ryan, or anybody above 7. This book behind me, the kids book, the amount of parents that have said it has changed their financial destiny, because we don't know this. Adults don't know this stuff, right? But it's going to be an amazing journey with you and your kids. I tell you, I get so inspired just talking about it. I'm literally about to jump on a call talking about it to 350 people about that program for kids, because the world is going nuts for it. Like, you're going to hear about it in the news and in the media and all this kind of stuff over the next few years. But this is your chance to get started straight away with a 3.5 hour training for your kids from next week. Paul, Victor, how has the compliance with GDPR, effectiveness of opt-ins and billing, is it now more difficult to build lists? Victor, great question. It's actually just cleaned it up more. Now when you set up an opt-in page, you just make sure there's a link to compliant terms and conditions that are compliant with GDPR. Okay, it was like the millennium bug. Everybody was afraid their computers would stop working. So May 25th, whatever, 2 years ago, everyone was waiting to the world to collapse. And then it didn't. The compliance became quite simple. You just put basic terms and conditions in place. And it hasn't impacted on. If anything, it just leads to less spam, which is great for everybody. So congratulations, guys, to all of you that got in. And thank you for all the amazing comments. It is even better than I say. And I mean that, honestly. You are going to be completely changed as a human for the better in terms of your mindset and your money set after our 4-day workshop. Life will never be the same. It is incredibly cheap at the investment that you're making. But £1.37 per day, less than a cup of coffee. Come on, guys, you deserve this. You deserve £1.37 to be invested in you. You put in a hard graft up until now, and you deserve at least that, right? You deserve at least one less cup of tea or coffee a day to set aside for your financial freedom for the rest of your life, and your kids, your grandkids, your nephews, and your nieces. Thank you so much, guys, for having me. I really appreciate you having me on. I cannot wait to see you tomorrow night. Please get in. What I'm going to do is I'm going to keep it open till 5 o'clock, guys. So get in the next 9 minutes, and I will assure you, you will get the one-to-one with me to fast track your results and the mindset mastery. Thank you again. Have a wonderful day. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you, Gary. And we will chat to you all very, very soon.
Hey, everybody. Hope you enjoyed that conversation with Paul. Really good content as always. The one thing I do disagree on is the fact that you can build a personal profile online without much of a following, and you can get fantastic results exactly as Camilla and I have done, and many, many others that I've trained on the Social Media Influencer Masterclass over the course of the last 12, 18 months. So always good though. Love the affiliate marketing side of things, building a database, putting people onto your list, bringing them into your world. Next up, we have got Mr. Rob Moore, the legend himself, coming to give you content around the 7 C's. He did this presentation for me at my Social Media Summit a few weeks ago. Not Social Media Summit, that's where we are now. At my Financial Pro Online Summit a couple of weeks ago. It's fantastic. It's going to give you more value around content marketing. It's going to take what Camilla and I spoke about this morning to the next level. It gives you even more of a clear indication as to what you get on the Social Media Accelerator and the Social Media Influencer courses that we are going to be working with lots of you on. So pleased and glad to see so many action takers looking to take their social media to the next level, which is what the whole purpose of today has been: how to monetize this free platform that we all have access to for marketing. So 5 quick minutes. We're just waiting for Mr. Moore to be ready, and then we will bring him on to finish off the day. Make sure you come back. You do not want to miss this. T's and We's. See you in 2. Hey, everybody. Hope you are well. Mr. Rob Moore is waiting in the wings, so we will bring him in now for the last presentation of the day, the 7 C's of building a vast personal brand. He needs no introduction other than the man, the myth, the legend that is my mentor, Mr. Rob Moore.
Hello. Thanks, Gary. You're a legend. Thanks, everyone.
Right, mate.
Thanks for staying to the end. I just want to say that I'm going to make it worth your time staying to the end. Now, I'm going to simultaneously live on one of my social media platforms because I think you're on a social media summit, and I think repurposing content and leveraging other social media channels is a really important part of that. So I'm going to be doing that. Now, I'm going to cover today the 7 C's building a vast personal brand. And I'm not going to tell you what they are. I'm just going to do them one by one. You'll have to wait and see. Hi, it's Rob Moore here, and I'm on a live stream on the Social Media Summit Live, and I'm covering the 7 C's of building a vast personal brand on social media, I might say. Although there is one C that you're not like, that you're going to have to deal with. And we all have the challenges of dealing with these C's. C's, not see you next Tuesdays. One of the C's, critics, and dealing with critics. And in reality, when you build a vast personal brand on social media, that is a reality that you have to face. You can't have millions of followers or thousands of followers. You know, you can't reach vast numbers of people and make a great difference in the world if you don't have critics. You simply can't do it. Critics are part of the process. So let me just get this. I'm really OCD when it comes to getting the screen perfectly straight. So I'll cover critics a bit later on. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but I know there's a lot of people that are not putting themselves out there on social media because they're scared of the critics, and they're worried about what people will say about them, and they're worried about putting themselves out there. They're worried about judgment, the fear, the ridicule. What if people find them out? What if they're not cool? What if other people know more than them? What if they get caught out? What if their security is breached? You know, there's all these fears, and these are real and legitimate fears, by the way, that people have, you know, using social media and building a personal brand, and I want to help you overcome those. Okay, so the first C, I got my notes here because I'm not a slide presentation kind of guy. The first C is content. Now, Gary, Camilla, Paul, I'm sure they've shared loads on content. So how can I share something that's different to what they've already shared? Okay, so I would find a media that works well for you. So Gary and Camilla might have given you some strategies of styles of posts, like this is what I did, this is what I learned, you know, and you sharing your journey and the highs and the lows. They probably talked about doing Facebook Lives, but I'm going to say, actually, if you want to start quickly and make it the least amount of friction possible for yourself, start with the type of content that you find most comfortable. So some people find live video quite easy. I personally just like to hit record, go live as I have here. No PowerPoint, no presentation, no notes of what my 7 C's are. and let's crack on. Let's do it. Let's talk. And I like that approach. Some people wouldn't have that confidence or that experience. So what you do is you could do pre-recorded videos and you could post them on YouTube and LinkedIn and on your Facebook page. People write really well. In that case, you could start by doing blogs and articles. Other people maybe would like to do a podcast, and you could have your little Zoom H1 here. And you could do audio, and of course, then if you feel like me, you've got a face for radio, then you may feel comfortable doing podcasts. So I would start with the content you're most comfortable with on the platform you're the most comfortable with, and get your routine up until you're consistent, and then you can start repurposing. So the only reason I'm not recording this on my Zoom H1 is I have actually done the series of building a podcast once before. A little while ago, a long while ago. But if I hadn't done that as an episode on my podcast, I'd be having my Zoom H1 on here, and I'd be live streaming on the social media summit there, and live streaming to my page here. So I could then start to repurpose my content. So I could, for example, also put this on LinkedIn. I could also put this on YouTube. So yesterday I interviewed a billionaire, Tim Draper. And we live streamed that on my Facebook page, which is there, my Facebook group, The Disruptive Entrepreneur, LinkedIn, and YouTube. And I believe coming soon, we will also be live streaming on Instagram. So that's 5 places live streamed. And then if we recorded it and then sliced up maybe the best 5 parts into videos from sub 10 minutes to 1 minute, then we've got Instagram posts, and then we've got LinkedIn videos, and we've got YouTube videos. And now some people say, oh, but Rob, didn't you do the live on LinkedIn and YouTube already? Yes, we did. Then when you take a next of it, one, that's a new piece of content because people won't remember that it was part of an interview. And here's the interesting thing. I originally did an interview with David Icke for my podcast, The Disruptive Entrepreneur. We went out to the Isle of Man, and we did a 2.5-hour interview. I think it was long, and we published it. Let's say we got 70,000 views on YouTube, something like that. It was good, but not great. Then Harry took a 5-minute excerpt out of that interview, republished it, and that got 250,000 views. Then he took another 5-minute excerpt of that, republished it, and that is now on 798,000 views. Content from content from content. So creating content and repurposing content and thinking about multi-platform, that is an effective strategy for you to increase your scale and your reach. Now, people often say to me and about me, oh, Rob's everywhere. He's a content machine. Well, I think the perception might be that I'm doing 10 pieces of content a day. I'm doing 1, maybe 2 pieces of content a day. And then it is being repurposed on different channels. And it is getting cut and edited. And that makes one piece of content become, what's all that noise? Is this my phone? Don't normally have the volume on. Yeah, sorry about that. All the invitations coming through for appointments for me. So yes, you can create the perception that you're on social media all day, every day, and you don't have any other life, when in reality you're doing 1 piece a day, maybe 2 pieces a day. Okay, so that's the first C, content. There's been a lot covered. The second C, this is huge, and it's probably been covered, but I don't care, and I'm going to bang this drum, is consistency. Consistency. When all is said and done, more is said than done. So if you Facebook Live every day for a week, and then you don't do one for a week, and then you come back for a week, and then you don't do one for a week, your reach, your engagement is going to be dramatically affected. The reality of all the social media channels is needle in the arm, needle in the arm, needle in the arm. You're on their channels all day, every day. They don't want you linking away from their channels. They don't want you on other channels. They want you on your channel. So they will reward for consistent content, and they will penalize you for a lack of consistency. So algorithms, number one, will reward consistency. Number two is when your audience sees you consistently, they trust. You know, he's not by night. He's not just coming and going. He doesn't just want to come in and do some pictures and bugger off. He's there all the time, regularly. So there's the know, the like, the trust. Second reason why consistency is important. The third thing is, you know, if you want to get more clients, if you want to get more reach, more engagement, and you want to build a personal brand, you need to keep at it. You need to have lots of content out there. Now, let's say that your average piece of content got 3,000 views and created 10 leads. Let's say 3,000 views, 10 leads. Now, the first thing that'll happen is that won't happen straight away. So let's say your video has 3,000 views and 10 leads in total. On day one, it might have 1,000 views and 3 leads. And then over a few weeks, you'll get to roughly 3,000 views and 10 leads. So if you do 2 videos, it's 6,000 views and 20 leads. If you do 10 videos, it's 30,000 views and 100 leads. And so it compounds and compounds and compounds and compounds. And the viewings compound and the reach compounds and the shares compound. And by the way, have you ever noticed when you scroll in your feed that you can find a post from 2 years ago? It's just popped out there randomly. So actually your videos and your content matures. So some of my videos, the Jordan Peterson one on YouTube and this big one for David Icke, they're like 18 months old now, and they are maturing like a fine wine. And both of those are going to hit 1 million views pretty soon. Now, with some social media platforms, you get a hit for a few days and then you get nothing ongoing. But for you know, if you do a good Facebook video, if you do a good YouTube video, that's going to mature and mature, and the viewership and the sharing and the reach is going to go up and up and up and up and up and up and up. So that's why consistency is important, to get that organic deep reach, like growing roots out everywhere. You know, like an ivy plant, the roots grow everywhere around over the side of the house. You know, let's say your average video gets 5 shares. Well, if you do 100 videos, you've got 500 shares. If you do 1,000 videos, you've got 5,000 shares. So again, you can see how consistency compounds. Cool. So that's the second C. The third C are channels. And I believe in multiple streams of leads, multiple streams of income, and therefore multiple channels to market. So right now I'm live streaming on StreamYard, I believe. And then this will be shown on my Facebook page in the Disruptive Entrepreneur Group. I'm not sure if we're live streaming it out to YouTube. We may be doing. And then I may share this video into a couple of my other groups. We may take the recording and make sure that we've got excerpts on Instagram, and we've got recordings on YouTube and LinkedIn, and the audio could go on podcast. And all of a sudden I'm on multiple channels. Now you can be on multiple channels simultaneously using something like StreamYard. StreamYard, I think, can multi-stream across pretty much all channels. Instagram's the one we haven't done yet, but we have done 4 channels simultaneously. Now, some people say to me, well, Rob, isn't it best just to focus on one social media channel? There's an argument for that. There's an argument to get really frickin' good at one channel, and I'm not going to deny that. But that's never been my play. Do you remember Vine? Remember MySpace? And if you do this because they're gone, and imagine if you just focused on Vine or MySpace and you put all your time and energy into those for years, and you built this great following, and then bang, they're gone overnight. Gone. Bye. No, you can't have your 8 million followers. No, you don't get any email addresses. No more revenue. Gone. And that's scary. And you don't own your followers on Facebook and LinkedIn and Instagram. You own your email data. You know, if someone email up to you, you own that email address. You own the contact, but you don't own the data on social media. So I think it's wise to be on multiple channels to de-risk that losing it all. And of course, when you're on multiple channels, you can make offers for people to opt into your email address, so you do get them on your email database. And you'll find as well, like your style, whether it's your style of your personal brand or whether it's your business model and niche, You'll find it suits a channel better than another channel. So you've got a really visual business, it might really suit Pinterest and Instagram. Let's say you bake and decorate cake, or you're a personal trainer. If you've got a really B2C businessy one, it might really suit LinkedIn. If it's all about you and your personal brand and monetizing yourself, it might suit Facebook and supporters. So different channels are going to suit different styles and different business models. And sometimes you'll be surprised that you think, oh, mine will work on Instagram, and it actually works really well on LinkedIn. I'd recommend any personal trainer, you should be using LinkedIn, because you think it's Instagram that's going to work for you. But if you think about it, LinkedIn's got quite a lot of high profile people and wealthy people, and you can search by job title. And so you've got a good demographic there. So I think it's important to have multiple channels to market. Now, there are lots of channels, and I've mentioned the social media ones, but of course there's Twitter, which is a big channel. But there's also Amazon. Amazon's probably the biggest channel. And so writing a book and having an audio book means you're on Audible and on Amazon, and then repurpose it onto Kindle and an ebook. And that means you're on amazon.co.uk, amazon.com, audible.co.uk, audible.com, Kindle, on ebook, on physical book. So there are multiple channels there. And then if you have a website, you rank on Google. So there are a lot of channels that you can leverage, and I would build these up over time. Now, of course, Camilla and Gary help you with leveraging all your social media and building your channels. So if you didn't jump on the investment with them, make sure you call our office, make sure you, get in touch and jump on those social media accelerator and social media influencer. Because here's the thing I found with social media. It's simple, but it's not easy. And everyone knows you can monetize social media. Everyone knows you can build a big following. Everyone knows that it's low cost and free marketing. Everyone knows that all your clients and everyone is on social media. Everyone knows there's massive social media groups. Everyone knows Facebook ads are huge. Everyone knows that you can do live videos. Everyone knows that you can, but virtually no one knows how. And most people are fucking around, scrolling, getting distracted, getting involved in arguments, discussions, debates. And then there's quite a lot of people actually putting a lot of content out there, but getting nothing for it. And that saddens me. People are putting content out every day, and they're hitting the sea of consistency, but they're getting 40, 50 views every video. They don't understand how to generate that as a lead or put clients into your ecosystem, your business ecosystem, to monetize it. So social media is like the easiest thing and the hardest thing simultaneously. You need proper training and proper education. It's not something most people know how to do themselves. Okay. The fourth C is community. So I'm not just a fan of building interest. I'm not just a fan of getting leads. And I'm not just a fan of getting clients. I'm a fan of building a community, a movement. So a community and a movement is a loyal, raving fan. Someone who will buy all your stuff, lifetime client value. Someone who's going to be loyal to you. They're not going to be your competitors. They've got massive goodwill with you. They've consumed all your stuff. They've bought all your stuff. They're waiting for you to launch and sell your next thing. That's what a community gives. It's a collective, a togetherness. We share values. We stand for something, in unison and commonality. And we're different from all them other people, and we're misunderstood, and they all think we're fucking crazy, us entrepreneurs. That's the feeling of a community. Now, you can do that with your personal brand and your message and how you inspire people and the style of your content, but you can also do that with Facebook groups. So this is a magic, this really is I don't like using the word hack. It's a bit of an Americanism. And I don't really like talking about shortcuts or get rich quick. But if I could say anything is a bit of a hack or a shortcut and really can help you make money without any input of finances from you, it is leveraging Facebook groups. So Camilla has done that really well. She was the previous Book One speaker before Paul O'Mahony. And I want to say thank you to Gary and Paul and Camilla, for partnering with great sports and guests and hosts and speakers. They're all very successful in their own right, social media in their different ways. Gary, in the mortgage and the FS financial services business, is pretty much the go-to guy. Camilla, now what she's done, and this is really clever, and this is why you absolutely need to learn from her on her social media influencer course, is She started in about 100 worth of debt as a midwife with no previous experience in property or social media. And she'd done training with a previous property company, and she'd got some benefit out of that. But what she always said, and she never criticized the training because she thought it was solid, but she always said there was never really any follow-up, and there was really any community, any ongoing support. And then she joined Progressive, and she did a couple of our more modern courses. And then she joined the Progressive Property Facebook group, our community, and she'd never really seen anything like it. She felt at home, she felt comfortable, she felt she could be herself, and she just went in and did videos. And she's big, she won't mind me saying, she's gregarious, she's brave, and she put herself out there, and she started doing content. And she didn't really overly analyze, like, oh, I've got to plan this content, I've got to spend weeks researching. What she learned, she shared. What she struggled with, she shared. What she figured out, she shared. Where she failed, she shared. Where she succeeded, she shared. She never pitched, never made one sale. She just shared content, mostly in Facebook Live. Quite a lot of Ask Me Anythings. And I was guiding her and mentoring her and supporting her to do this, but she did a lot of this off her own back as well. And she built her own following without promoting once. Without linking away, without telling you to sign up to an email address or buy this product or join this group. Because what happened was people saw her consistently posting. They saw that she had a style about her. So she had something memorable, which we all have something memorable. And she probably wouldn't even be able to articulate what it was. She was just being herself because she felt comfortable, because she was in a community where she felt safe. And then what happened would people would message her, follow her, like her, subscribe to her. And then she built not even 6,000 people who follow her on her page, and about 5,000 people that follow her on her profile. And then she's done hundreds of thousands of pounds in property training, and raised, I think, £600,000 and counting on social media for joint venture finance for buy-to-let and commercial property. And she built a service accommodation portfolio. And she did it all through the Progressive Property community, all. Now, of course, as she builds a reputation and a name, people will find her organically. So that will start to compound. And so she will teach you how to do exactly the same. And by the way, loads of people get it wrong. Classic what people get it wrong. They join a group and they have pre-prepared salesy posts, which they disguise as content marketing. And I can spot it a mile off because I have them in a load of groups, and they just get it all wrong, and it's obvious. They're copy-paste, they're not personal, they're clearly written, they're salesy, and it doesn't work. But what does work is think about content and value, not selling, posting consistently, finding your voice, doing content that's real and honest and that works, being yourself, and then building up a brand and a reputation. Like Camilla's got a way bigger brand and reputation in the Progressive Property community than I have. I started the fucking company and I founded the fucking group. But that's because I post every day in that community. I post in that community, once a week, once every 10 days, because I've got my own brand, my own groups. And she can teach you how to do exactly the same if you join a social media influencer course. So, if you didn't do that before, make sure you do that. Do yourself that favor. Now, what are we charging for courses online nowadays? Like, not a lot of money, like not even £2,000, like not even 1,500 quid. And you could invest in your own education and training. And if you sold one course learning what we teach you, you got all your money back and you're more than 100% ROI. So kind of a no-brainer there. But again, like I said, people do it wrong on social media. You think it's simple. I'll just go in, post. No, that post is wrong. That post didn't get good reach. That post had a link out. That post was too salesy. That post is maybe not salesy enough, or maybe you're not posting, with enough of a voice. So like I said, it's simple, but it's not easy. Now, there's two ways to leverage communities. One is you set up your own. So I set up the Disruptive Entrepreneur. Join that Facebook group, the Disruptive Entrepreneur. I have Progressive Property Community. Make sure you join that group, Progressive Property Community. Now, between those two groups, they have 50,000 members, and they generate me millions of pounds, and we don't really sell in them that much at all. Like, I sell 1 in 30 posts, 1 in 40 posts, and the sell isn't even a big price point. It's just a book or a webinar or something. And if you set up your own groups, like if Connor's watching live and he makes watches, so he sets up a watches enthusiast group. Let's say someone's a hi-fi dealer and they set up hi-fi enthusiasts. I'm in 2 hi-fi groups, 30,000 in each of those groups. And by the way, my hi-fi in this room is about £250,000. So if I'm a hi-fi dealer and a hi-fi group and there's people like me in it, then I'm raking it in. So yeah. You should have your own group, and then you build it up over time. And of course, you start saying, "Oh, not many people in my group, and there's not many posts in my group, and there's a lot of admin to do in my group." But as it builds and people to help you with admin, and people post, not just you, and you build that critical momentum and mass, then it will start to grow its own legs, and it'll become a beast, and it'll make you loads of money, and it'll have a tight knit set of real raving fans. The second strategy on community is to join other people's groups. Join Disruptive Entrepreneur, join Progressive Property Community, join all the niche-related Facebook groups. You simply go on Facebook, you do a search in the Facebook search bar, and let's say you're in business, you search business. Let's have a look. Let's do it live. Let's do it live. So I'll go onto Facebook. I'm going to search business. I'm going to look for groups. And there's small capital business ideas, 128,000 members. Business from home, 191,000 members. Advertise your business in this group, 103,000 members. Business Network UK, 13,000. Start Business Help, 11,000. Work from home, 223,000. Small business owners, 30,000. Business opportunity seekers, 118. The list goes on and on and on. That's just I've just searched one word, business. What about if I search entrepreneur? Similar. Search groups. So disruptive entrepreneur, 18,000. Super genius entrepreneur, 3,400. Entrepreneurs only, 207,000. I'm not even in that. I'll join that one. Looking for opportunity. Do you understand? Yes. If you violate the group rule, yes. I agree to the group rules. So, all right. E-com drop shipping for entrepreneurs, 52,000. Entrepreneurs worldwide, 89,000. I'm joining that. I accept. UK. Submit. Job done. So there's masses of groups, and you can go in there and follow the Camilla strategy. Just follow the Camilla strategy. I mentored Camilla for the last 2 years. She's done really well. So when you follow the Camilla strategy, you basically get my mentoring free there vicariously through her. Okay, let me know how you're finding this so far. If you've got any questions, put them in the comments, or just let me know if you're finding this useful. Now, by the way, there's LinkedIn groups and they're kind of dead. There's going to be other groups and other communities that grow and are going to be like Facebook groups and are going to be really effective in the future. So it doesn't just have to be Facebook groups, but right now Facebook groups is where it's at. It used to be forums. Do you remember back in the day, online forums? So, you know, you've got to find these online communities where everyone's hanging out. WhatsApp is a big thing. I mean, you get a really, really tight-knit community in WhatsApp groups for sure. But of course, they can be bloody noisy and a bit overwhelming as well. I probably run 9 main WhatsApp groups. I've used the personal one, not the business one, and the two-way. So the max you can get in that group is 256. So it's not really that scalable. But if you're starting out, that's a great way to create a wild, engaged group. Okay, the next C, what are we on? Content, consistency, channels, community. The next C, the 5th C, is celebrity. Now, what I mean by this is celebritizing yourself in your niche or your industry. So, you know, you don't need to be a famous celebrity, an actor, a sports person, or just a social media, you know, influencer celebrity. What I do believe you would like to be, and you should be though, is someone who is celebritizing yourself in your space. So another you could call yourself is a commentator. So if you're a go-to commentator for property, then the mainstream media and the people who have the big podcasts, And the people who do the big YouTube channels, they're going to be calling you up and saying, hey, look, Rob, will you comment on this as a person of influence, a celebrity in your industry? And so you should be looking to build that celebrity status around your personal brand. How do you do that? Number one is you need to have a strong voice. So you need to stand for something, which means you might stand against something. Number two is you need to build community, build multiple channels, create good content, and be consistent with it. So you need to follow the previous 4 C's. You should probably start engaging with other influencers, and you should definitely start doing joint ventures and collaborations with other influencers. Because if you are positioned and you do partnerships with big influencers, you're going to get the vicarious association and credibility. So, you know, I'm very good friends with Jake Wood and Katie Piper and Kev Clifton, and that's certainly helped me. I've got lots of billionaires that I've had on my podcast, and that helps with my brand via association, you know, associating with the right person, the right people. Now, of course, association is really powerful, because if someone associated with a really bad person, then obviously that would damage their celebrity status. So getting that vicarious association and that leverage is really huge. A podcast is a great way to do that, because you get to interview really cool, big guests, and you get to leverage their brand and leverage their position, and you increase your value and your celebrity. But there's more to this. You also get to leverage their following. So when I did my interview with David Icke, for example, or Jordan Peterson or Grant Cardone or whoever, if you look at the stats on my podcast and my YouTube channel, because when you add both of those, when you add the podcast and the YouTube video together, quite a few of my episodes are now more than 1 million downloads or views when you add them two together, which is pretty sweet for a guy who's not a celebrity. And it's hard to say exactly, but I'm going to guess that no more than 10 to 15% of those views and downloads are directly my audience, and 85% are their audience. So 85% of the 1 million views I might have had on Grant's podcast and video would have been people searching for Grant already, who are already fans of Grant. Same with David Icke, and same with Jordan Peterson, all the other guests. So, you know, because I know how many subscribers I've got, so, you know, 150,000 might have already been from me, but 850,000 is from them. So I'm leveraging their traffic, their name, their brand. So again, that elevates me up. So yeah, that's celebrity. The next C then is courage. Courage is a tricky one, because let's be honest, sticking your big ginger beard on a Facebook Live doesn't take much courage. And I'm not fighting a lion. I'm not saving someone from a burning building. You know, I'm just doing a bloody Facebook Live. So on some regards, I don't want to make it such a big thing. I don't want to, you know, to feel like, oh, you know, it's really overwhelming and scary, and you need a load of courage to be an influencer, or to, you know, put yourself out there on social media, because let's be honest, it's a really first world thing. But a lot of people do struggle. A lot of people struggle with the critics, you know, and with the fear of success and the overwhelm. They might worry they have too many messages. There's a lot of responsibility. Something's going to go wrong. It's going to be public. If you're out there in the, you know, the public eye, or you've just got a good personal brand, and then there's some criticism towards you, or you have trouble in your business, that's going to be very public, and that's going to hurt. Look how they all turned on Richard Branson in the lockdown, for example, and you might not want to experience that. So on the other hand, it's kind of, I'm being flippant and saying, look, don't be a wimp about it. It doesn't take any courage to do a bloody Facebook Live, or, you know, put your content out there. But on the other hand, it kind of does, because you're opening yourself up to criticism and ridicule and trolling, and, you know, some things that could affect you. So I guess you've got to ask yourself, what do you want? What's your greater pain? So the reason I'll take the risk and put myself out there for criticism and trolling, and, you know, for people to come and throw my words back in my face, and for people to, you know, wait for me to fail and then go and blurt out about it. The reason I take that risk is because that is a smaller pain to me than playing small. I know that if I succumb to my fears and doubts, whether it's time to leverage all the channels, or whether it's fear of putting myself out there, or overwhelm of not knowing what to do and how to do it, whatever is stopping me from building my vast personal brand and investing in my own education with Gary and Paul and Camilla, whatever it is that's stopping me, I want to figure out how to transcend that, because that is getting in the way of my greatness, of my scale, of my impact, of my income, of my reach, of my mission, and of my message. So any shit I might get from putting myself out there on social media and making myself comfortable and increasing my content. And by the way, shit can be in the form of extra time it takes, overwhelm, having to figure tech out that you don't really know how to do, worrying about your appearance, your sound, all that kind of stuff. Maybe you've already got a lot of shit on. Maybe you've already done a lot of courses. All these things that get in your way. Well, for me, the pain of not doing great things and building a vast personal brand is way bigger than the pain of all those little things. So I'll just fucking do it. I'll just do it because the pain is less. I'll do a live when I'm walking. I'll do a live in bed. I'll do a live in the bath. I'll do a live with the biggest beard and hair that hasn't been cut for 10 weeks. I'll do a live, I'll just put in a little tripod perched on my sofa. I haven't got a proper professional microphone here. I've just got a laptop. I've got, you can't see, but this iPhone is just perching and this laptop is just perching on the arm of the chair. Is this a perfect setup? No. I've got a £35,000 studio, but I can't get in it because it's in the office. So I'd rather start now and get perfect later and just do them in my home. The noise is in the background. You can probably hear my son playing the drums. You can hear with the doorbell. And when the doorbell goes, the dog goes fucking mad. The RAC have been here for the last 2 or 3 days trying to get my Lamborghini Aventador delivered to Lamborghini. I got interrupted in a podcast halfway through and had to go and put the Lamborghini on the ramp and had to say to my podcast host, I'll just take over. And I had to put my live stream and my phone next to each other. And my poor podcast host had to run my live for 10 minutes while I nipped out and put the Lamborghini on the low loader. And then I came back in and carried on. And yeah, start now, get perfect later. Don't let all of this overwhelm and perfection, the curse of perfectionism, get in the way of you getting out there. Although one thing I am a perfectionist with is the screen being level. Is that level? Good. So what's the bigger pain? Not pushing yourself out there on social media, not investing in yourself, or never being great, never building a brand, never being known, never really making any money, never really starting and scale your business. What's the bigger pain? So if you're ever struggling with a paradoxical decision, work out what the bigger pain is. Cheers to that. Okay. The next C is critics. So the illusion, the imagination of critics can stop people from even starting social media, can stop them from growing their own Facebook group, from stop them from doing Facebook Lives, can stop them from repurposing their content, can stop them from an imperfect edit or imperfect episode, can stop them from selling on social media, especially in the long run, can stop them from being vulnerable, can stop them from being honest. And a lot of people, they're imagining the critic that hasn't even spoken yet, and they're playing small or they're not playing at all on social media. And that fascinates me and baffles me and worries me all at the same time. So I need to tell you something about critics. One is they don't know you. 2, you need them. 3, they teach you. 4, they keep you accountable. 5, they're really good for your algorithm. 6, you don't understand them. 7, you can turn a lot of them into fans and customers. 8, your fear of being criticized says more about you than them. 9, they'll be gone in a week or a month. 10, you can ignore them. 11, you can block them. So what's the issue? What's the problem? There is no problem. Nothing to see here. Move along. Your critics are great for your algorithm, great for your reach, because they will comment, other people will comment, your fans will jump on, they will get annoyed, they will comment 10 or 15 times, and then all of a sudden your post has 300 comments on it, and the reach has gone from 11,000 to 55,000. And without those critics, the reach would be 11,000, not 55,000. Your critics sometimes say things that actually is good advice and good feedback, and you probably should have taken on board before. They make you more resilient. So Camilla just said here, I had someone calling me a sick bitch when I started a new service when the lockdown got announced. And she said, I think I sent you a crying voice note. And then I got back up and kept going. So if someone calls Camilla a sick bitch for just trying to promote a product on her social media in lockdown, and that hurts her, and then she can get over it and transcend it, she just become more resilient. And so when someone says that again, she can take it and not take it personally, which means she has less fear, which means she can perform much better on social media. And by the way, once you transcend a level of criticism, then you just move into the higher level of criticism. So you're going to come a time, Camilla, when you go, oh, I remember when they used to call me a sick bitch. That's nothing compared to what they call me now. Because, you know, the universe, the world, evolution will keep offering you greater levels of challenge for you to transcend, to grow, to evolve, to survive. But if you play small because of your fear of critics, then they win. And they're probably just people who gave up. Now, the consistent content, the quality content, the unique content, the content of you being unashamedly you, first C, performed. And by the way, Camilla can teach you at least a dozen ways to create really good content that works and gets sales. And Gary can teach you at least a dozen good ways that create sales and works. If you perform those consistently, which is the second C, so daily, or by the way, do you have to post every day? No. If you post twice a week, is that enough? Yeah. If you post twice a week, every week, good quality on every social media platform, good enough. And no matter how easy it gets or hard it gets, no matter how much you win or you lose, no matter how much you think you're not getting the results and the reach that you want, and you keep consistent, the second C. And then you go on multiple channels, the third C. So Amazon, Audible, Google, podcast, YouTube, Facebook page, Facebook group, supporters, Patreon, Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, probably a couple more I've missed there. And then you build communities, not just followers, with Facebook groups. And by the way, I build a community on my Facebook page because I call people's messages out and I respond to them. So Pam has just said here, have you ever been thwarted or pushed aside by giants who are in the same field as you? No. I've had giants who are bigger than me. I've had companies who are more experienced than me. I've had them, you know, beat me or do more sales than me. But, you know, they can try and push me aside, but they're never pushing me aside because I might start as a little annoying gnat, but they can't swap me. And we're going to bite the fuck out of them until I grow bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And then one day I overtake them and then one day I buy them. No, they can't thwart me. They can't knock me off my mission. They can try. But here's the thing. Competition is often a misperception. So I'm actually quite good friends, certainly good acquaintances with most of our competition, the worthy ones anyway, not the ankle biters, the worthy ones. And I think that they have a similar appreciation for me. And maybe they do that because they want to keep me close because I'm a competitor, and that's cool. We know the game. But, you know, I WhatsApp one of them regularly. I had a meeting in Middleton Steakhouse. It was empty, so it was literally just before the lockdown. with our biggest competitor in the property training space. So I guess it depends how you view competitors and critics, and do you view them as competition, or do you just view them as other human beings that you could get to know? I interviewed Jim McColl on my podcast, who's a billionaire, and he would always take time to go out and build really good relationships with all of his competitors. He'd make them feel very unthreatened and, you know, very, very warm and approachable. And he ended up buying 3/4 of them, dozens of his competitors, by being non-threatening and building a good relationship. So that's from Pam, by the way. So I can build a community on my Facebook page, on my live videos, by getting you involved and engaging with you. I have the STARS program, the STARS feature. So I give people a shout out for their business, their brand, their podcast, or their website, or any link or anything they're promoting for 500 stars. So if you give me 500 stars now on the live, you can put a link to your product or service, and I will shout it out for you while we're live. That's just £5 to me, 500 stars. So it's another way I can engage and build a community. Getting people involved, making them feel part of something. I go and reply to many of the comments after I do the lives, and that's me, not an outsourcer. And that's another way to create a community. I reply to my messages, and then over time, I mean, you probably only need a critical mass of 1,000, 2,000 of these people who are loyal and die hard to you, that you create this goodwill with, to have a really good scalable business. Okay, when you celebritize yourself and you're the go-to commentator in your space, and you have the courage to put yourself out there and stand for something, and therefore stand against something, and have your own personal, unique way, being unashamedly you, then you create the final 8th C, which is cash flow. And I believe in multiple streams of leads to create multiple streams of income. Therefore, you should be leveraging multiple social media channels and repurposing your content across many of them. So stage 0 of social media is actually having all the platforms. Like many of you watching might not have a Twitter account or a podcast yet, or a YouTube channel. So stage 0 of social media is setting up all the platforms and channels in the first place. Stage 1 is posting on them. Stage 2 is repurposing content across multiple channels. And then stage 3, the social media influencer, the big player, is unique content per platform. And I've kind of bridged between stage 2 and stage 3 now. And now a lot of my content is unique per platform because I've got more time. By the way, if you want to make more time to create more social media content that makes more money, then create more social media content that makes more money, and then that liberates time for you to create more social media content that makes more money. There will come a time, a momentum swift, a pendulum swing, where you go, do you know what? It's worth my time now, putting content on social media. I get it. So half an hour when I used to do that, I'm doing social media twice a day. Now there's no doubt you're pissing around for an hour a day. Pissing around, arguing with critics, debating about politics on social media or whatever. I know every single one of you watching, you can't bullshit me. I know this. You are wasting more than an hour a day. So cut out an hour of wastage. You put 30 minutes of social media twice a day. Now, I did a charity race for the NHS with my STARS feature on my Facebook page. You can probably see, if you're watching me on Facebook, there's a little STARS button, or it says, support Rob with STARS. And I raised £2,000 for the NHS with STARS. I raised £517 on my last Facebook video with people giving me stars for me to be on their podcast. I did a Facebook Live where I said, if you give me 500 stars, I'll do a shout out for your business, your brand, your podcast, your website, and I'll boost a post to my 143,000 followers. And I raised about 250 quid. So in 3 videos, I raised nearly £3,000. That's £1,000 a video. Am I going to make half an hour to do another video if I can get paid £1,000 a video? Fuck yeah, I am. I'd be an idiot not to. And by the way, the more you do on social media, the more you unlock the stars feature, the supporters feature, the ad features, the monetization features. So you get this compound. There you go. The 9th C. The 9th C is compounding. Compounding. I've had fun. That's my content done. Hopefully you found it useful. There's a lot of ways to generate money on social media. supporter program on Facebook, stars feature on Facebook, ads on Facebook, YouTube, and many other channels, brand endorsements and partnerships. So I have Blinkist who support my podcast. People could actually sponsor your whole channel, like Spotify bought the rights to Joe Rogan's podcast for $100 million. There's trickle down revenue where people then buy your books and your podcast. There's the staircase revenue where they come off social media and they do your discovery days, masterclasses, masterminds, and mentoring programs. You get speaking gigs, you sell your books, you generate revenue on your podcast, your YouTube channel. The monetization strategy on social media are endless. But you have to be in it to win it. You have to be in the game. So I'm going to give you a final opportunity now. One sec. Let me find the link here. Let me call her. I'm going to get you the link for Camilla's social media influencer course. One sec. Oh. Stay with me here. Hi, Camilla. You all right?
Okay.
We're live. We're live on the summit. Can you see? Have I turned the camera around? There you go. So there's me. We're live on the summit. Let me see. Let me get them to see you. So there's Camilla. So Camilla, I just wanted to get the link again for your social media influencer course. Do you know what the link is?
You have to wait. I have to pull up my slides up. You have to bear with me.
No worries. Just. How did you find doing the summit?
It was really good. I hope that I did okay because I was nervous, to say the least. I've never done it with like people clicking buttons for me.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So bit.ly/social 2805.
Okay. bit.ly/social 2085.
No, 2805.
2805.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me do that again. Our tech team are legends. Ben, Harry, Aaron, Tom, you're legends. They've put the link below. There you go.
They're on it.
bit.ly/social.
Yeah, 2805.
Oh man, it's hard to look at me. I'm literally holding Camilla there. I'm on 2 live streams and I'm trying to type. And men are terrible multitaskers, as we all know.
I can see your ear.
bit.ly/social 2085.
No, 2805.
Social 28.
Yeah.
2805. Boom. bit.ly/2805. So Camilla, just tell everyone, give everyone a bit of a lowdown on why they should work with you on the social media influencer masterclass.
Yeah, so I mean, because I'm awesome, that's no, I'm joking. So we put together incredible offer on this. So the offer is you get the social media accelerator with Gary, and a social media influencer with myself. So they're 2 separate courses. You get them online, you get the recordings forever. Once the lockdown is over, you get a 2-day course in person, loads of other bonuses, and 6-month mastermind. So, I mean, the value is incredible. So we're doing an offer of 1195 plus VAT for everything, which is, I feel like I'm pimping myself out for free, pretty much.
Why do you think people need a social media course? I know that there's the accelerator and the influencers. There's 2 levels, sort of like the beginner and the advanced. But I do think some people think, they can just piss around on social media themselves and figure it out. Why do you think, you know, you spent 2 years learning what you learned, and I mentored you through the process. So why do people need to, you know, invest in a bit of training and education as opposed to just doing it themselves?
Well, I believe in standing on the shoulders of giants. So, like for me, I played around with it, and in some ways, I've been lucky that things have worked for me. But the biggest growth I have seen is since we've been working together. It's because I didn't have to test everything anymore. I've been told what to do. So I see people post on social media all the time, and what Gary was talking about was consistency. Yes, it's important, but consistency alone is not going to do it. Because I see people doing, you know, at least one live video every single day on Facebook and getting no increase in reach and not making any money because they're just not connecting all the dots together. Different type of content works for different platforms, different groups, depending on your niche and on your business. There's analytics that you got to understand. There's so much to it, and there's that, and there's, you know, using your social media to then launch products and services, which is a completely different thing. And if you don't really know how to do that, some people do things too early, some people go too late, some people don't do enough, some people do too much. So we're just going to help to focus on, I guess, everyone individually, to help them to learn in a course structure on what to do, and then give them the ongoing support for 6 months to, I guess, hold their hand through the process. You can you do it yourself? Yeah. Is it going to take you a long time in the last trial?
Well, actually, do you know what? Let me just jump in there, because you said something that I agree with. You can be consistently bad, and you can do something consistently wrong. So when we say consistency, you don't want to do the wrong thing consistently. And like you said, there's so many people out there. I feel a bit sorry for them. I'm friends with a few people who are doing pretty well in business, and they do really well edited videos, and they do them daily, and they get no views and they get no reach. So, you know, if you can leverage, so for example, we give you my 52 best performing social media Facebook posts, and you can use them for LinkedIn, and you could base them for your blogs, and they're ones that have been proven to get maximum reach. I've had some social media posts that have had millions of views. You get my 6-stage elegant sales formula for social media. So I know a 6-stage process of going on social media, not selling, but moving people gently and elegantly to another platform, and then they're in our business ecosystem. And I actually did a launch January last year, all on social media. And I didn't sell on social media. I just did an application on social media, and I generated 75 times 4,800. So over £300,000 in one launch. And I didn't even do the pitch on social media. And if I'd have done the pitch on social media, it wouldn't have worked. So there's a lot you can learn working with us. And Camilla, you've spent a lot of your time, you know, hours, probably, it's probably fair to say hour plus a day for 2 years, either learning from me or figuring this out, so people can just leverage all of that from you.
Absolutely, because there's different stages. You know, there's starting and getting to a certain level of your reach. Then you get to what I find you get to, it's like a bottleneck. You don't know how to grow further and what to do. And I didn't know how to grow further. So it's like, the next step is do something else, and the next step is do something else, and you've got to constantly change in order to grow. So yeah, they can utilize my knowledge. I mean, obviously you have the guys on the team, so we're going to have sessions of Kieran on the Instagram, with Harry on YouTube. Gary's got, you know, completely different type of business to me, and he's made hundreds of thousands via social media himself in a completely different way. So I just think it's an incredible package. I think, you know, the offer, being honest, I wouldn't be offering it out if it was me doing it by myself. It's way too cheap.
Cool. Thanks, Camilla. Take care.
No worries.
Where's the button? There. All right. Cool. So thanks for tuning in. I hope you found the content useful. Make sure you go and grab one of those packages, either the social media accelerator and influencer combined package, which is the link I've given you. Gary's put a comment in the link there. Paulo Mahani is a legend when it comes to social media and training as well. So, you know, working with him is going to be a great move for you. I've really enjoyed my talk. I hope you have too. Hope you got some good value. Can you remember what the 7 C's are? Content, consistency, celebrity, community, courage, critics. Did we say consistency? We said compounding. I hope you can remember them all. You're awesome. I love you all. Thanks for tuning in. And remember, if you don't risk anything, you risk everything. Over and out.
Thanks, Rob. So I hope you've all had a fantastic day at the Social Media Online Summit. Rob using the perfect example of leveraging his time. You know, my Facebook Lives, they get turned into podcasts. They get put into 1-minute videos and taken onto different social media channels, Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn. This is all the stuff that we can teach you how to do. You may have noticed that my backdrop has changed because whilst Rob was on, I did drive home and get to my home office / playroom. This half is the office. That half, as you can see, is the playroom. I hope you had huge amounts of value from today. To those of you who want to sign up to the Social Media Accelerator, then that is bit.ly/SMA2805. Obviously, you want to, if you bundle the two together, the accelerator and the influencer courses, then you just need to call the team 01733 898 557. Accelerator is going to get you started. It's going to get you fantastic results. It's going to help you to drive people in. And if you want to combine it with the influencer course and get real growth, real analytical understanding, next level, start, scale, monetize, we can help you achieve it all. Thank you very much indeed for joining us on the Social Media Summit. Look forward to connecting with you all on social media. I'm expecting you all to come and find me. I'd love to get your feedback on today's event, and hopefully we will see you soon on another summit or at Progressive HQ. Thanks very much indeed. Enjoy your evening and the rest of lockdown.